in the last sort of day or two, really. So, but you know, you want to pick a winner, yeah?
No. I mean, perhaps you can pick a few early wickets this morning. So, if I get it right from Kev, you didn't want to plug the Kubi into yours because that's the feed going.
Yes, because this is the stream that goes out to the commentary.
That's
so
fine.
Kev had his Kubi in here.
Yeah.
So that is kind of our. So what we're allowed to have is we go. We're quite socially.
Yeah.
So one here. So two people in the commentary box at one time, and the other person either go and sit in the main room.
Yeah.
If we've got guest up, Gillespie came and spoke yesterday.
Oh, fantastic.
And we've got him in here. So
Yeah.
I've got some gubbins so I can plug it. It just means we can only have one person in here on air.
Yeah.
But the guests can do this. If anyone comes over today, we've got room for a guest.
Am I better? I'm just thinking about doing my hourly update.
Kev did his updates from in there.
Okay.
So there's a nice kit. There's the little boxes in there. So yeah, that's where he did his updates from.
Is there a report in? Oh yeah.
There is.
Yeah.
Just on the top there. So yeah, I'll just double check that someone's gone the line up this morning. Hello, Sam. Hello, hello. Yeah, I do as well. Oh, hi, who's that? Hello, sir, it's Adrian. I'm very well, how are you? Something. Someone's doing something, so whether we haven't seized the feed or whatever. Yeah, I'm dialed in, so I can hear sort of somebody talking. It sounds like it's coming from Guildford, actually. So maybe Sam needs to seize the line, or is that what they do? Well, I'm not sure what it is. I've got a number I dial in on, and now good. And whoever was doing whatever, that's gone. Oh no, it's still there. I can still hear him saying Leslie McCabe. Okay. Okay, sorry. I did hear. Now I think I can hear you. I can hear. Now I can hear. Oh, I can hear you down the line. I'll put my phone down now. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Well done. Oh, so that's super. So thank you for it. So I'm assuming we're all going out, which is great. And I will. So if they could just give us clean feed, just sort of a minute or so before we're going to do the update, that's great, Sarah. Like we did last week. That's super. Bless you. Thank you. Have a super day. Take care. Bye. So, a very good morning and welcome to another lovely sunny day at home. Lots and lots of blue sky floating around Hove, some high white cotton wool clouds. My name is Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex, bringing you the third day of what has been a terrific game of cricket so far. I'm delighted to be joined. Kevin James has got a couple of days off, so delighted to be joined by Andrew Moon from BBC Radio Solent. A very warm welcome to Hove, Andrew.
Thank you. Kev's picked a good day to be off weather-wise, but a bad day to be off cricket-wise, because it's really well set up. Been following it closely over the weekend. Not too surprising at this time of year, given what's happened over the summer, that scores haven't been high, but it's really well set, and Hampshire will know they're going to need to pick up these final 4 wickets relatively quickly this morning, and then we could be in for a thrilling run chase. You wouldn't want to chase too much more than 200, but as we all know, in a small run chase, it only needs one person to get in, and suddenly 200 seems very doable. So really well set, and fascinating first half hour coming up. I think Sussex will know if they could just bat a bit of time this morning, they can probably push themselves into a position they're going to feel pretty confident.
It really was an intriguing last half hour or so last night, because Sussex have battered themselves into a strong position with Phil Salt and Ben Brown going along very nicely. At that stage, Sussex would have probably been thinking, we could be setting them 300 plus here, but
which would have been way beyond Hampshire, you'd think.
But suddenly 3 wickets go down very quickly. Ben Brown's out, the young night watchman Jack Carson was dismissed as well, and then crucially, as far as Hampshire were concerned, Phil Salt was out as well, and all of a sudden you're thinking, wow, the game's back in the melter pot. Then there was still more drama, because Delray Rawlings came into bat, and just as you thought Sussex may be blocking out the last few balls, Delray hits a huge 6 over mid-wicket, so it was a terrific day's cricket.
It's always one of those situations in the low-scoring games. If you back yourself, you go for it, because you had 2 or 3 overs where you start hitting a few boundaries. You're probably going to take the game beyond it. On the flip side, if you get out playing across the line, captain won't be too happy when you return to the dressing room.
Well, absolutely, and I think had Delray been caught at deep mid-wicket, I don't think he had many friends walking up the pavilion steps. But that didn't happen, so you've got to say full credit to the batsman. It was a long haul, but he hit it for 6. It made for a very interesting last over yesterday. Anyway, the umpires, Ian Gould and Billy Taylor, are wandering out to the middle. They're not in their normal place over by the scoreboard. They're in one of the little boxes that surround the ground with one of the sponsors. They're one of the many COVID restrictions here at Hove. Of course, we've got no spectators, and on over by the museum and also down here by the corporate hospitality area, there is hand sanitizer stations, and periodically, Kevin and I couldn't work out for the first 2 days when we have a sanitizer break. It seemed to be every 6 overs, and then it seemed to change, so I need to get a definitive understanding of when we have the hygiene breaks, but we do have quite a lot of them during the day, and that of course extends the day's play as well.
I was in Cirencester over the weekend, and
lovely.
Went for a walk on Saturday afternoon, came across a cricket pitch, Cirencester second, not even sure who they were taking on, but we saw, well, if I say that Cirencester second had set their opponents 87 to win, and when we wandered on, their opponents were 14 for 6, it would tell you the state of the match. But yes, we saw after 6 overs, suddenly everyone sprint off, and I thought, are they going for drinks? If it's early for drinks, no. Grabbing the hand sanitizer, wiping their hands, wiping the ball, all ready to, all making sure they adhere to the regulations. And a lot of people, not too many batsmen who were back in the pavilion very early, or sat outside the pavilion, delighted to be back, but you could tell a joy to see club cricket returning.
Well, Cirencester, what a lovely town. I've only been there recently, actually. Went for a day out down to sort of a couple of the villages in the Cotswolds, to Stow-on-the-Wold and Bourton-on-the-Water, and finished up in Cirencester. I thought, what a lovely town that is.
It really is. Lovely walk. It was a lovely spot for cricket. It was one of those village pitches. It was quite a significant hill, but lovely setting, lovely place. And we went for a walk in the main park in the city centre, and
yeah, I know exactly where you mean. Just sort of behind. I don't know if is it a cathedral or is it a big church in the middle of town?
Yes, it is a cathedral, and you just kind of head up the road from there and get there. And we had no idea. We just heard it was actually behind a row of trees, but we heard a couple of huge appeals, so wandered over to see what was going on.
Well, we're going to get underway in a couple of moments' time. The players are both out, or players of both teams, I should say, are out in the middle, and it's going to be Ian Holland, who bowled really well yesterday. It was just at a stage when Sussex were getting away a little from Hampshire, and Sam Northeast was desperate for someone to throw the ball to who was going to keep it tight for Hampshire, and that's exactly what he did. And his figures, which have now been taken down from the scoreboard, but he just kept it tight from the Cromwell Road end and just bought Sam Northeast, just a little bit of time. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 16. And he's going to come in with 3 slips to bowl to the left-handed George Garton as the sun momentarily disappears, but he's in and bowls, and Garton at shoulders, arms, and all goes through to McManus. There is no run.
Just going to run away for a moment to update Radio Solent listeners.
No problem at all, and I'll be doing similarly to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey in a few moments' time. So, a very good morning wherever you're listening, and please get in touch with us during the day. It's great to have your company. No spectators in the ground, but you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Holland over the wicket and bowls, and Garton watches that one pass by harmlessly outside of the off stump, taken by McManus, and there is no run. Yep, so sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Lots of you have been getting in touch over the last couple of days. It's great to have your company, so please keep those emails going as we go throughout the day. Whether this will be the last day of the match, who knows? With the wickets that have fallen on the first 2 days, 14 on the first, 12 on the second, you wouldn't bet against it being the last day, but you never know. As in comes Holland and bowls, and for the third time in the over, Garton didn't need to play at that and lets the ball go through to Lewis McManus, and again there is no run. 2 slips and a gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg is the field for Ian Holland. It'll be very interesting to see whether Northeast elects to go with a spinner this morning, because certainly last night the balls seemed to be playing 1 or 2 tricks as Holland is on his way, running down the hill. He's in and bowls, and Garton, for the 4th time in the over, doesn't need to play a shot and gets the bat, the gloves, everything right out of the way, and the ball whistles through to Ian McManus, and again there is no run. 155 for 6 are Sussex. That's a lead of 178. So a really important stage of the match as Holland is on his way again. He's in and bowls, and this time Garton does plays and misses outside the off stump. And the ball again goes through to Lewis McManus, and again there is no run. So Holland really starting this morning where he finished off yesterday, with a highly economical spell of bowling and keeping things very tight from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Lots of blue sky around, lots of cloud as well, but most of it's high. Big cotton wool clouds right above the ground at the moment, as in comes Holland and bowls, and Garton is solidly forward, ball foot right to the pitcher. The ball plays quietly to mid-off, and that's the end of another good opening over from Ian Holland, who's bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens, and taken 2 for 16. And Sussex remain on their overnight score of 155 for 6. And in fact it looks as if Sam Northeast is not going to turn to the spinners, Organ and Mason Crane, and it's going to be Keith Barker who is going to start the Hampshire attack from the C end of the ground. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. He's bowled well throughout as Keith Barker, and as with George Garton, he's got quite a lot of movement from this end, particularly through the air. I haven't done my update yet, Andrew, so I'll just keep chattering away until I do it, and then I'll hand over the reins to you. 2 slips and a gully for Keith Barker, a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg, as in comes Barker and bowls, and forward comes Delray Rawlings and plays quietly to mid-on, fielded there by Harry Kame, and there is no run. Still 155 for 6, so Sussex yet to add to their overnight total. The ground now completely in shade as one of those big clouds makes its way across the sun. I think the weather's due to warm up considerably throughout the week. Get to the weekend, I think we're up to 30 degrees again, Andrew. So
it's my fault. I said on my update we were bathed in sunshine, and that was obviously going to be the cue for the to disappear.
Barker in bowls, and Rawlins is very nearly bowled, and Keith Barker scratches his head as if to say, I'm not entirely sure how that missed the stumps, but Rawlins was beaten. Very nearly bowled, very nearly got a nick on that. And the ball goes through to McManus, and there is no run. Barker has a little natter to Ian Gould as he makes its way walking back towards us.
We talked about digging in before the start, and you've just seen from these opening 10 or so balls that it is going to be a case of these two just need to find a way to stay in for the next 10 or 15 minutes, because it doesn't look any easier batting this morning than it sounds like it was over the weekend.
In comes Barker, running away from us, left arm over the wicket bowls, and again Rawlins is beaten. McManus thinks he's got his man. Well, that was interesting because Lewis McManus was running around as if he'd caught Delray Rawlins, but Keith Barker was just completely unimpressed. He just turned around and wandered back as if to say, why on earth are you appealing?
And a token appeal from the slips.
Oh, here we go. Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. No additional runs for Sussex this morning. They're 155 for 6. That represents a lead of 178 over Hampshire. Delray Rawlins is on 11. George Garton is on 1. So Sussex just with 4 wickets left this morning, or 4 wickets left, I should say, and they'll be looking to extend this lead. At the moment is 178, and now they get their first runs of the morning to Delray Rawlins. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are 193 for 3 against Middlesex, still trailing by 154. So that's our update done, and a couple of runs to Delray Rawlins, just playing that backward of square on the leg side.
And after the working over Barker's given him in the first half of that over, he'll just be pleased to get bat on ball and to add a couple to the total.
Hopefully they'll turn the clean feed off in the studio, because whilst we don't mind a bit of whoever this is, AC/DC or someone, it's not great when you're trying to commentate on the cricket.
Here comes Barker, left arm over the wicket, running away from us, and Rawlins again. Has he nicked that one? There's a huge appeal. Rawlins isn't going anywhere, and now he is. He's wandering off, and Hampshire have their first wicket of the day, 157 for 6. Well, Barker was so close to getting Rawlins 3 times in that over. This time he did get that faint nick through to McManus. Umpire didn't have to put his finger up in the air. Rawlins stood around for a while, but the Hampshire celebrations were pretty emphatic, and Delray Rawlins heads off for 13 runs, and just the breakthrough that Hampshire were looking for this morning. 157 for 7, that lead 180. Don't get me wrong, that is still be a pretty difficult chase for Hampshire, but they have the breakthrough.
Well, they have it, and it was just the start that Sussex didn't want this morning. It's been a couple of times in this match actually where you feel that players have almost got out following a delivery that's caused them a few problems, but little nick, and I think that's Keith Barker's 400th wicket, is that right?
400th first class wicket for...
I remember Dave saying that last night actually. Well done. I mean, that's some achievement, isn't it? So we've had Mitch Clade in this match getting his 300th first class wicket, and now Keith Barker getting his 400th. So well done, Keith Barker.
Given the way he's wandering back to the end of his mark, I'm not sure if he's aware of that achievement or not. Yeah, but heading, and nice way to get a wicket. You give a batsman a working over for most of the over, and then you get him to nick one. Ajit Dale won't mind that his first class wicket wasn't his greatest ever ball yesterday. They all, or Saturday I should say, they all count. But the change in Robinson is going to be the new man coming in at number 9 for Sussex, and he's just crouching down, stretching up, the tall figure of Ollie Robinson, and he will face the right-hander, the left arm over the wicket, Keith Barker, coming in past the umpire now. First ball to Robinson, and Robinson happy to leave that one outside the off stump, but just nip back in maybe a fraction the slipcord, and letting Robinson know that maybe he took a slight gamble leaving that one, but that's the end of the over. 157 for 7. The lead is 180 runs.
Keith Barker's now leaving the field actually. He finished that delivery and then kept on running towards the pavilion. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to change his boots or something like that. We shall see, but he's certainly leaving the ground for the time being, so I'd imagine the 12th man is on the field, but that's just the start that Hampshire wanted, but just the start that Sussex didn't want, losing a wicket in just the second over of the day. So, George Garton, who made a very polished half-century in the first innings, Sussex could do with more of that now. As in comes Holland, over the wicket bowls to Garton, and Garton is solidly forward and plays into the covers, and there is no run.
And that's the kind of shot Sussex batsmen need to see more of, just getting bat on ball, very comfortable looking. That was a defensive stroke of a more set batsman, whereas we've just seen the challenges around the corridor of uncertainty around off stump of being beaten. Just getting back to ball is what Garton needs to do at the moment, and just as we mentioned, find a way to dig in.
2 slips in the gully, wait as Holland is running in down the hill over the wicket bowls, and Garton lets that go outside of the off stump taken by McManus, and there is no run. I don't know a lot about the batting prowess of Henry Crocombe or Mitch Claydon. Mitch Claydon, I think we were saying in the first innings, has a first class average of 15. Henry Crocombe, this is his first class match for Sussex, so I think you could probably say that these two will be the last. I mean, Ollie Robinson has made a first-class 100, so you know, these two together. But I don't know about the prowess of the other two. So Hampshire will feel they're in amongst the Sussex tail. But that's not to say there's not more runs that Sussex can eke out here. As in comes Holland, the sun has disappeared. Bowls to Garton, who's forward and plays to mid-off, fielded by North East, and there is no run. It's really good.
You mentioned the half century from Garton in that first innings. We're at the stage of a game where a 20 or a 25 could be match defining here. You don't even have to score 50 or 60. Anything in double figures would be significant.
Bowls, and Garton's up on his toes, doesn't time that, looking to play away on the offside, and there is no run. Interesting that you say that, actually, because yesterday when Hampshire were batting and Keith Barker was batting, who can, you know, is no mean batsman himself. He's perfectly capable lower order batsman, and Dave made the point. He thought it was a curious innings at that time. You know, maybe a quick 20 or 30 as opposed to hanging around for too long. Maybe that makes all the difference. And that lead in the end was 23, and who knows, that could be really important when we get to the end of this match, whenever that is. Holland is back to his mark. Still hasn't conceded a run today. Comes running in and bowls, and Garton's beaten. That's a really good delivery. George Garton playing forward, and the ball whistling past the outside edge, taken by McManus.
Holland's obviously not lightning quick, and he's not tall to hit the deck, but there's just that little bit of bounce he's managed to get in the first couple of overs from the Cromwell Road end this morning, which is just, it's already difficult enough outside off stump, but just making it that much trickier. More thought into Garton's mind, who's faced 15 balls now for his 1 run, and everything is hard earned.
Holland back to his mark, comes running in, the 3 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Garton this time is solidly forward, and Holland fields up his bowling. It's consecutive maidens from Ian Holland, who boasts the very impressive figures of 14 over 6 maidens, 2 for 16. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Moon. Thank you for your company this morning. If you want to email us, please do so, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet us at Solent Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. It'll be great to have your company throughout what I think is going to be a pretty tense day's cricket.
A couple of people on Twitter, morning Caroline Hopkins, saying hope the weather stays good. We all do, it should be okay. And Paul Williams, one of our regular listeners, saying we're slightly out of sync with the live stream on the website, but he's listening on BBC Live Event 1 on Tune In, and it's now in sync as Barker comes to start a new over, and Robinson plays that firmly to mid-wicket, where it's fielded comfortably and dealt with.
Yeah, the live stream is up and running. The lads here, the guys in the media team have been working feverishly hard to get things synchronised with the pictures. So I know how hard they've been working over the last 3 days, and not of, you know, as with so many cricket clubs, there's not masses of people behind the scenes doing the work.
No.
So well done to the lads. They're doing a good job, and it may be slightly out of sync, but you can watch it on the feed. If you want to go on the Sussex website, you will see pictures of the game.
Organ in the fielding there at mid-wicket. Barker into Robinson again, and this time it's a huge swipe. A ball across the line. It's gone down the leg side, and it is 4. No signal of byes or wides that I saw. It's 4. It must have taken a slight nip. McManus diving to his left, couldn't stop it, and once it was past the keeper, There was only one place it was running all the way to the boundary. Welcome 4 runs for Ollie Robinson, 161 for 7. Not elegant, but effective.
Yeah, it was down the leg side, wasn't it? I mean, Ollie Robinson clearly thought it was the ball to hit, but I must admit I thought he'd gone for 4 byes, but as you say, he got a nick on that. A couple of quick messages have come in as well. Jamie Spears said, "Morning Adrian, the live stream is working well so far. Hope the club have now sorted everything out, looking set for a good day." Thank you, Jamie, good to hear from you. And Rosemary Cunningham as well, I'll read her email out in a couple of moments' time. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Matches like this, any runs given away for Hampshire in this position of frustrating. 4 down the leg side, just as so as Barker to Robinson again, and that is a lovely shot from Robinson, and there's a chase and the ball is not going to be cut.
The ball beats the infield here at Hove. It's very, very difficult to get it back when it's running down the hill, but a lovely shot from Robinson, who's a very capable lower order batsman. I say he's got a first class 100 to his name.
That's the first shot really this morning of a batsman looking comfortable. Barker, after back-to-back 4s, is in, and Robinson drops it into the infield, goes for a quick single. It's good running. He's found a little gap there, and his partner George Garson sprinting through, so Robinson gets 2 boundaries and a single.
It's interesting, Andrew, it's been very much a feature of the Sussex batting performance, the running between the wickets. They've been running particularly hard. I noticed it with Phil Salt particularly yesterday. Ben Brown is very quick between the wickets, but they were very quick to rotate the strike, to take singles. There's an all-run 4 at one stage here yesterday, and that again is a feature of Sussex looking to keep the scoreboard ticking along and rotating the strike.
Now Barker into left-handed Garton, so the field changes round, and Garton defends behind that one. 189 is the key number, because with 3 second innings wickets left, that is what Sussex lead over Hampshire is. You would not fancy chasing too many in a game like this for Sussex. There is no rush whatsoever. It is about finding a way to eke out as many runs from the final 3 wickets as they possibly can. Barker runs away from us. The sunshine now covering the ground once more, and past the umpire and the tall Robinson, the non-striker, to Garton, who defends that into the offside. No run there. It's no sign of a run as James Fuller did the fielding, and it is the end of the over. 166-7, 189 the lead.
Rosemary Cunningham's been in touch. Hello, Rosemary. She says, "Lovely to be here in cricket, Adrian. You seem to be slightly behind the action on the screen." Yeah, I think we're slightly out of sync. I've had 4 holidays disappear this year. Crumbs, that's bad luck. But I've booked 2 nights in Horsham just after the fixtures came out before Christmas, as there was due to be a one-day match. No cricket there now, but we're still hoping to go to Horsham, as it's such a nice town. Fingers crossed for Sussex. That's from Rosemary. Yeah, it is a lovely town, Horsham, and what a shame to be missing out 4 holidays. I've had a couple I haven't really go on as well, and it's even more frustrating when you don't get your money back as well. I won't mention the name of the company, but there you go. It's very frustrating. Here comes Ian Holland. Bright sunshine now here at home. Bowls to Robinson, who's beaten outside the off stump, and Holland is just bowling that nagging length roundabout off stump, short of a length. And he's bowled 13 balls this morning and hasn't conceded a run. And
Robinson there took 5 or 6 paces into the leg side, went to recompose himself. He's already got 2 boundaries. He knows how important hanging around is. I've actually got 2 weeks. I've got 2 weeks booked up in August, and when I booked it, I thought it might be time to go aboard by then. I think that's looking very optimistic at the moment.
In comes Holland and bowls, and forward comes Robinson. Plays quietly into the gully, fielded by Fuller, and there is no. I think the boys are doing some walk on the camera, so keep persevering with the stream, people, and we're working hard to get it sorted, and I'm sure it's all going to be okay. Yeah, it's a frustrating forever. A lot of people having staycations, Andrew.
So I think we might be actually went tapping indoors it a few weeks ago.
Oh, lovely.
July. Well, it was again, but we kind of cheated because we checked the weather forecast, booked it up, we saw it really nice. It's a lovely few days. So maybe a hit of that again.
Holland bowls, and Robinson is going to get 4 runs. Well, another classic 4 runs. It was a big thick edge which flew over the head of Joe Weatherly at second slip, and it raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. In a low-scoring game. I just won't care about that. Robinson goes to 13. The first runs that Ian Holland has conceded this morning. Sussex to 177, and that takes the lead 193.
The slip cordon is slightly spread, and that was not an easy one for Weatherly, but even if you hold it in there, you still might get a palm to it and something stop that ball running away for 4.
In the game, 2 slips on the gun, go down his balls, and there's a appeal, not particularly from the bowl, from the slip cordon. I think it would be a leg bye. Yes, it is a leg bye. Martin has been in contact. Martin says, "Morning, gents. Lovely county cricket back. What do you think of the news that Sussex got promise in the current crisis? Question mark. What's the feeling about Gardner? Is happy with his progress?" That's Martin in Twickenham. Well, actually, we had all the BBC cricketers had to nominate a player that they make an impact in this competition. And there is no. And I select George Dunn. I think Jason Gillespie certainly gave him his head last season. Number 3 in the over games. Then at the end of the season, he made runs in the last 2 championship matches where he made a half century in both. So very because he's a bowler, he's balls and he's beaten outside the off stump. He holds the pose, but a good delivery by Ian Holland, beaten outside the off stump, taken by McManus, and there is no run. In terms of the other young players, Jack Carson, young off spinner, bowled very well. And I'm sure we'll see him bowl a lot more later on today, when I'm presuming Hampshire will be batting. And Tom Clark, who hasn't had his best match, but I'm sure his time will come, young 19-year-old from Haywers Heath. And if you were listening yesterday, Martin, Jason Gillespie came and spoke at length about Sussex and the plans for the season, and how the performances in 4-day cricket, in his words, have not been good enough and something had to change. And so these young players are getting a chance, and I think that's going to carry on throughout this competition.
Here we go, new over from the CN. Barker coming in, left arm over the wicket to the tall figure of Ollie Robinson, and Robinson is hit on the pads. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. That was a appeal in unison from the bowler and slip cord. And Robinson has obviously got hit maybe on the side of the knee there, because he's hobbling by the time he sprints to the, or hobbles I should say, to the non-striker's end. 172 for 7. He's been the one who's played the shots this morning. He's got the rewards. Never that easy for a left-hander over the wicket to a right-handed batsman. Does need to get the ball to nip back in. It was a pretty convincing appeal. It was. I wonder if it maybe pitched slightly outside the line of leg stump. Perhaps. I'm only guessing. Here he goes once more. Barker into Garton. Oh, Garton is... Well, it's not a convincing shot. It's come off maybe the handle, or I think it might have clipped his glove down into the ground. No run, 172 for 7. I thought for one horrible moment that had gone through George Garton's defences. One thing we were doing yesterday, we were indebted to David Allen, your colleague from Hampshire, who was talking about grounds that Sussex have played on throughout the county, and it prompted a whole raft of emails and tweets about various grounds. And there's another one here that's come in from Graham Peters. Thank you for that, Graham, and I'll read it during the switch over in the overs, and when Dave comes back in shortly after 11:30, we'll pose the question to him as well. Barker sets off once more. Robinson rehearsing some shots at the non-striker's end. In Barker to Garton, and Garton leaves that one outside the off stump. It's a good leave. It's not particularly wide. Interesting change in the field there, with James Fuller coming in from an orthodox cover to sort of a shortish extra cover, and also interesting that not for the first time in the match, Ian Gould is looking at where Keith Barker is landing that front foot. I don't think Sussex will be too worried if he digs up a bit of ground there, because there'll be room for the off spinner a little later. So he did have just a little wander out to have a look at where the front foot's landing. The first of the most informal warnings is Barker, and once again to Garton, and that is defended down towards Gully. Controlled shot into the ground, but Garton has certainly found the going difficult this morning, but he's still there. 195 is the key number, because that is what Sussex's lead over Hampshire is. So Hampshire will be chasing 196 if they miraculously took 3 wickets for no runs, and that is a figure that Hampshire do not want to get much over 200, and you feel psychologically for Sussex it will be important when the lead goes beyond that point. Fine Leg is the only man out on the boundary as Barker to left-handed. Garton again, drive from Garton, but straight to mid-on, where North East fields pretty comfortably in the long barrier. No run there. Rare shot we've seen from Garton, albeit not particularly well timed.
I'll start to read this email from Graham because it's quite long. He says, "Morning Adrian and Andrew. After umpiring over the weekend, it'll be my pleasure to do nothing today other than watch the game and listen to you. I called a fair bit of your coverage on catch-up yesterday. While you were having your Sunday afternoon rest, Kevin and David were talking about all the different first-class grounds in Sussex. More to come."
Barker, at the end of his run, still 2 slips of gully in that short cover catching position. That's short, and an attempted pull from Garton, a very half-hearted appeal. I think we can see from here there was a gap between bat and ball, but it's not a particularly good ball to end the over, and Garton has missed out on that one. Just getting anything on it would have probably seen it at least race away for 4. 172 for 7, end of the over. Garton has 1. Robinson 13, 195 the lead.
Graham goes on to say, not surprising they omitted one particular first-class ground in Sussex where Sussex never played. Not surprising they omitted one particular first-class ground in Sussex where Sussex never played. I doubt if you or Andrew will be able to name it, but you might want to test David next time you see him. Well, he will be coming in a minute. The ground hosted 2 matches, both of which featured national touring teams from 2 test match playing countries. I'm intrigued now. In comes Holland. Over the wicket, bowls to Robinson, beats Robinson outside the off stump. Taken by McManus, and there is no run. Perhaps some of your listeners will know this ground. Wishing you a happy season's commentary, Graham. Lovely to hear from you. So there we are. So does anybody know the first-class ground in Sussex where Sussex never played, but it hosted 2 matches, both of which featured national touring teams from 2 test match playing grounds?
Intriguing. Well, my girlfriend's from Sussex, so my Sussex geography has improved in the past few years.
In comes Holland and bowls, and a nice looking shot by Ollie Robinson. That's 4 runs, beautifully played, clipped away on the leg side, slightly overpitched by Ian Holland, and we can't say that's happened too often. He's bowled a very controlled spell, but Robinson on it in a flash. And interesting, a couple of times when I spoke to Ollie Robinson, I spoke to him a lot last season because he took so many wickets, but when I did speak to him about his batting, and he's always slightly frustrated, he said, I think I should get more runs, because he's perfectly capable in his younger career. He said to me, you know, he'd be batting around the middle order, so he is more than capable. And that was a good shot. It was over-pitched, and he flicked it nicely through mid-wicket. He goes to 17. 176 for 7. In comes Holland, bowls, and Robinson eases forward and plays to mid-off. Fielded by Barker, and there is no run.
First mistake from Holland this morning, and Robinson punishes it, and that's clearly what he's come out to do. If he thinks he's not, this isn't a case of slogging, but he thinks clearly if he feels the ball's there to hit, he's going to try and send it towards the boundary, and it's his runs that really have progressed the score this morning.
Yes, 17 he's made, 176 for 7. In comes Holland, bright sunshine down at home, lovely morning, comes in and bowls, and Robinson flicks this one away, not quite where he intended. They've taken one. Now look at the running between the wickets, because they're clearly, well, there was always 2 there to be fair, but interesting how Ollie Robinson ran the first one really fast, and he was always wanting to make that 2, and in the end he came back for the second with a canter. 178 for 7.
Yeah, so quick the first, he could virtually walk the second one.
Yeah.
But it's the right thing to do. Run too hard to come by.
Well, the lead is now over 200, so that might cause a little ripple of applause from the balcony where the Sussex players are sitting. 201 is the lead. As in comes Holland, the sun momentarily disappears. He's in and bowls, and Robinson just lets that go outside the off stump. Jack Roberts has been in touch. Good morning to you, Jack. He says, hello guys, great to have the cricket back and really enjoying the option of the live stream too. Yep, well done, thanks for watching it. If you're listening and you want to watch the live stream, go to the Sussex website and have a look at the pictures. I think Sussex needs someone in the tail end to grab 20 or 30 runs, and will be a good score to defend. Great to have the commentary, guys, and that's exactly what you said, Andrew.
Yeah, it's not going to take too many, and Robinson is on 19.
2 slips and a gully. In comes Holland and bowls, and Robinson plays that down, and another example of good running between the wickets. And interesting actually, because the minute that he played the shot, Ollie Robinson, he was off very quickly to the other end, and Garton completely trusted his call as well. And interesting, I was talking to George Garton last night, not George Garton, who did I speak to last night? Phil Salt, my apologies, Phil. And he was very quick between the wickets anyway, and he was saying that something around the team that they've wanted to do this year is to run quickly, and certainly they picked up a single that maybe they wouldn't have done in previous seasons. 179 for 7 here on BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio Solent. Garton on 1.
An edge going high up, looping in the air, over gully, and Robinson getting that little bit of fortune and getting 3 more runs. 182 for 7, 23 for Robinson off 17 balls.
Well, it's just the little cameo that maybe Sussex need. I mean, he's had a couple of streaky shots, he's played a couple of lovely shots as well, but when the day is done, it's a useful knock, isn't it? And 23 very handy runs.
It really is. Barker will now get a chance at Garton, who's got 1 run from 25 balls to hit him. Garton drives and he'll get 4. It's over pitch, but Garton, who's been on the defensive all morning, has taken advantage of that poor delivery with a glorious shot, 4 through cover, and the runs are starting to come for Sussex now this morning.
Well, that was a beautiful shot. As you say, it was slightly over pitched, Andrew, as you very well described, but it was beautifully executed by Garton, who didn't thrash the ball through the covers. It was all in the timing. Beautiful shot.
And Barker, who has caused problems, now has a bit of thinking to do. 7 off the first couple of balls, and Garton happy just to leave that one that shapes away from him through to Lewis McManus, the Hampshire wicketkeeper.
And interesting that shot from George Garton, because I was sort of almost pleased to see him leave that one behind, because it was a teasing delivery from Keith Barker, and maybe Garton might have had a little dart at that, but he decided not to, and that's maybe a sign that he really is settling into this role, George Garton.
Barker to Garton once more, 2 slips in a gully, and the cover is back slightly further. Garton will defend that one into the ground, where it will be picked up rather easily by James Fuller, who's fielding there, the rather large figure of Fuller.
Yeah, he's a big fella, isn't he? He
certainly
a lot of space there. So just to reiterate that question, if anyone is listening and knows that we were talking about all sorts of first-class grounds in Sussex yesterday, but there's one that Graham has pointed out where Sussex never played, but there were a couple of first-class matches played there.
Fuller to Garton, and that's again left outside, alone outside the off stump, through to McManus. Garton's got his boundary this over, happy to leave balls like that alone. And Hampshire now just a little concerned about this partnership, with the lead well up over 200 now, 207, and work for the bowlers to do. 186 for 7, these two have nearly put on 30 runs as Fuller into Garton. Oh, I think he's just got a bit of battle now. It was a half-hearted appeal. We might have been in trouble if he hadn't. He would have been, but enough of that, and the 2 noises were heard there as the players go off, or head off for
hygiene break.
A drink/hygiene break.
A couple of tweets I've had in from Mike Martin, who says, "Morning chaps, I'm tweeting you as Kevin is off today. He's got a few days holiday, Kevin. I'm getting into worry territory," he says, "if the target gets over 200. He's clearly a Hampshire supporter. So difficult to know about form in these crazy days. Very big day for Sam North East, but he'll need help from the inexperienced batting lineup." And he goes on to say about Keith Barker, who's taken 400 wickets at 25 from 128 matches. Very respectable indeed. He says hopefully he'll smash a rapid 75 to win the game. That's what Mike says. He's a Hampshire supporter. And Mike, thank you so much for getting in touch. And if you want to join us at any time today, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport. I'm going to take a little breather and hand over the reins to Dave. Now, just as I was going to do that, we had my computer's decided not to work, so it probably helps, Adrian, if you switch the power on. But there was a question for Dave about other grounds in. I heard that, right? You don't know the answer, right? Okay.
I know an answer.
Yeah, it's a good question from Graham. So he sent me the answer, so I do know that. But I'll get the laptop and we'll discuss it later on in the morning. But I'll make way for Dave, who's going to natter away with Andrew.
So a pretty decent first 30 minutes for Sussex here at home in the sunshine. Still some light fluffy clouds above. 186 for 7. They've added 30 runs, or 29 runs this morning. And the lead now is 207. So Hampshire already would have to score the highest total in the match so far if they are to win with a 4th innings. Remember, we could still play on tomorrow. There's not going to be any delays because of weather today. And it's Felix Organ who is being brought on from the Cromwell Road end. Interesting that Organ, the first spinner to come on, he's got 2 for 28 ahead of Mason Crane. There's a forward short leg in, a slip, and the field is just being sorted as we speak. Barker, who is at mid-off, is just being sent back slightly. And Organ to start. As Dave Allen's coming in alongside me. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Sussex, 186 to 7 Sussex in their second innings. Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
Well, Organ comes in to bowl over the wicket, and that wasn't a great first delivery. And Robertson was trying to turn it round the court. And Hampshire have their second innings of the mornings, and Sussex 186 for 8. And that little cameo of 23 from Robinson from 19 balls could well turn into be a very, very useful innings. But Hampshire will be very relieved that at least for now it's gone.
Yeah, I think he played that very well actually, and probably settled for that. Well, it's a relief for Hampshire, and Organ is extraordinary. He's a golden arm really, because he doesn't. He's bowled some loose stuff last night and that first one this morning, but 3 wickets. You know, he had that game against Surrey the end of last season where he took 5 for 20 odd, and he looks a bit useful really.
Yeah, that first delivery, Robinson would have been frustrated that he couldn't cash in on, and then obviously got in the mind he was going to play positively. Here Henry Crocombe comes and his Sussex debut.
I've got a cute story for you.
Go on.
I've brought a ball in, which if you're listening of course you can't see. I brought a ball in because I was about to say Hampshire need a hat-trick. Well, I still could do with a hat-trick actually, Organ could do it. And it's a very good day for a Hampshire hat-trick against Sussex, because it is the 59th anniversary of Butch White doing exactly that at Portsmouth.
Wonderful ball, 4 wickets in 6 balls, including the hat-trick.
And a catch was dropped off the 4th. He could have had 4 and 4. The significance of it...
Only very special individuals can get 4 and 4, as we know.
Yes, that's true. The real significance of that actually is not to put Hampshire at an advantage over Sussex, but it was the fact that it turned a game late on the second evening that Sussex were probably saving, if not setting Hampshire a difficult target, and he just turned the game round, and Sussex lost their last 6 wickets for 1 run. We won the game, but more crucially, we won the championship.
1 of 2 championship titles for Hampshire. Organ into the new man, well, not to the new man because Crocombe's at the far end, so Garton is on strike, and has he got a 4? No, good fielding out on the cover boundary means it'll just be 2. The batsman crossed in the air, so Crocombe at the non-striker's end, and that was a bit of a wild ball from Organ. Ian Holland, by the way, took that catch that went high in the air off Robinson.
It doesn't quite suit Hampshire's plan for him to be bowling at the left-hander now, because he was trying to use Barker's footmarks.
Round the wicket again, Fuller, and that's defended by Garton, who you wonder if he might be tempted to play a few more shots with 8 wickets down and just Crocombe and then Claydon still to come.
Yeah.
Here's Organ round the wicket, and that's just into the pads there of Garton, who defended into the offside, and fielding is done there at short leg by Mason Crane. Might fancy a bowl himself. He's got the helmet on at the moment.
Biggest score of the match to win. I'm pretty sure if you're listening and wondering why Organ's bowling ahead of Mason Crane, apart from the fact he keeps taking wickets, it is precisely what's happening now, which is Barker is running in and bowling left arm over, so marks. He got a little warning yesterday from Ian Gould. There are footmarks for the off spinner to bowl into. And
Gould has just had a couple of glances, nothing a warning of any sort.
And Barker in and bowls, and Crocombe just covers up. Barker somewhat. He is a footballer, of course. And they're all playing football with it now. But Barker simply volleys that to the man at mid wicket, and it's a good job it went straight to Crane, because if it's gone a couple of yards either way, it might have sped its way to the boundary. Peter Sainsbury once did that famously in a match. He never dropped a catch, Peter Sainsbury, and he was once fielding at covers, and he didn't normally field at cover. Dropped the catch, volleyed the ball so furiously. Barker comes in and bowls. and Crocombe just flashes outside the off stump, doesn't get a touch, but it was a pretty loose shot. I mean, I think what he needs to be doing now, if possible, is just pushing a single somewhere and giving Garton the strike and hoping that Garton can build the score.
I was about to say, when it's 188 for 8, every run is vital. It's your debut, you come in and you faced one ball, leave that one alone.
Yeah, absolutely. So Peter Sainsbury never dropped a catch. He was so cross that he just lashed out with his feet, kicked the ball past mid-wicket for 4 overthrows, and then admonished mid-wicket for not stopping it. This time Crocombe does the right thing, and it's not got a lot of bounce, that one. I guess one of the things about this pitch, when you came in this morning, you asked about the last 2 days and said, what about the pitch? And the pitch has got very few devils in it, I think, really, but there's been some evidence of inconsistent bounce, and Barker's going round the wicket now.
I thought we got some interest. Holland got a little bit of bounce in that first couple of overs here, so I wasn't necessarily expecting.
He's bowled pretty well during the game on the whole. Barker comes in and it's still outside off stump, and Crocombe again has learned the lesson. 4th ball of the over gone. Incidentally, I suspect we should probably wait until Adrian comes back. I have to confess, I mean, my claim is that I'm Hampshire's cricket historian, so I started a train of really, really interesting correspondence yesterday about all the grounds that Sussex have played and so on, but I claim no expertise in it, and I have an answer to the question, but it isn't the answer that's wanted, I'm sure. Barker bowls, and this time Crocombe, that's a decent ball. I think it was just coming in and nipped away again. That Crocombe didn't flash at that. He just played a somewhat indeterminate defensive shot. The ball goes through to McManus. They drop the square leg out. They're quite happy to give Crocombe a single, drop the cover out as well. They take the mid-wicket in 2 thirds slips, 4 slips really, it's not a gully, and last ball of the over, give him a single if he wants it, which he won't. It's outside, he doesn't have to play it, which doesn't get that line quite right. It's disappointing really. So Garton has a strike. So I don't know the answer, but I do know an answer about a ground in Sussex that's had first-class cricket against tourists and Sussex have not played on. But it's my answer is a ground we talked about yesterday, which is the Sheffield ground, Lord Sheffield's ground, and I'm sure
Whereabouts is?
Well, it's northish, I think, right. But again, what we might need is when Adrian comes back, he'll get some texts or emails, and somebody will tell us. It's a historic ground that was renovated very well in the last 10 years, I think. And I have some friends down in Sussex who are historians who told me all about that, and they had a special match to celebrate it. We did talk about that quite a lot yesterday. Lord Sheffield gave money to Australia, which is why the Sheffield Shield was so called. It was named after him as a benefactor.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. So his 11 played a number of games against Australian touring sides. So it is an answer, but I'm quite sure that that's not the answer that was being sought. And I don't know the answer. I've got a couple of other things just to add in a minute. But
we'll come back to that. But Organ's starting you over at 188 for 8, and he comes to Garton, who plays that behind square on the offside, and he beats the man at backward point, and he'll get 4. 192 for 8. It is the risk with Organ. He got that wicket. He has the golden arm, but he's been loose, and runs are still very, very, very important not to concede at the moment.
No, you're absolutely right. I would have thought if they put 20 or 30 on for this wicket or the next one, then that doesn't take the game away from Hampshire. There's still no reason why they can't set out to score 250 to win, but on the first innings it didn't look that easy.
Organ once more to Garton, who's happy to defend that a better ball back down towards Organ.
The little thing I was going to add, I was looking at some more Sussex grounds really, and I've just found a couple more that have had first class cricket. I'll mention them in a minute.
As Organ comes in once more. Holland was stretching his hamstrings at slip, defended straight back down the pitch, and easy for Organ to pick up. 192 for 8, the lead 215.
It's entrancing, this.
It's been a thrilling game as Garton plays that into the leg side. Now I'm not sure that's deflected off one of Mason Crane's pads on the small pads you keep under your your trousers at short leg. Enough for a single, one added to the total, and that's really what Organ wants to see, because he wants the right-handed Crocombe to be on strike to bowl in those footholes that Barker has left, and it might have just deflected off the short leg fielder Crane that just took a bit of pace off the ball, but there was still a single there.
And he's now got the right-hander as well as the tail-ender, and he's got two short legs. One's almost a leg slip, really. No, leg gully, really, but forward short leg. People being shifted about, but.
Organ goes back over the wicket now to the right-handed Crocombe, and Crocombe almost leading edges that. He's trying to turn that into the leg side, and he's lucky for the leading edge has gone straight down into the ground.
Now they drop the point out to give him a run, but I don't think he'd take it.
Here comes Organ once more, and a swing across the line, and they will get a single. They might get two there. It's going to be fielded a backward square leg and quickly thrown in. That was a good bit of work down there at square leg, and the ball is back, and they did get a single, so that means the strike will be retained by Crocombe, and Barker's very much saying, I want this one.
That's interesting. Dale fielded that nice. He's fielded well throughout the game, actually. It is an interesting one. I mean, when it's this tight, when every run counts, do you take every run, even though it exposes number 11 on debut, to a man who's got... Well, actually, you're not exposing him to him because he's just put his cap on. So Mason Crane is going to have a bowl. 12th man runs on to pick up the cap because he can't give it to the umpire. So spin at both ends. And I have to say that I think a debutant tail-ender who doesn't look to be an outstanding batsman, leg spin can often do the trick. The thing I was going to mention about the grounds, I've just found a couple more that have had first-class cricket in Sussex. There are loads in Sussex that have had first-class cricket. We missed yesterday. One is St Leonard's, and the other, much nearer my neck of the woods, over Portsmouth way, very much West Sussex, is Midhurst.
Wow, I had no idea Midhurst had a first-class ground. That's
a while ago, I suspect. I can't remember now, but you can look it up. But there was a first-class, or some first-class match. Well, it was 1830, so quite a while ago. I don't remember it. Mason Crane comes in and bowls, and he's right on the spot. Well done. He's bowled well in this game. I've been impressed by him.
Big month coming up for him.
Yeah, well, do you know, there's a big question for me, which we might chat about, and I don't know if you'd have a view. There are two rather useful cricketers coming back into the Hampshire side fairly soon. Who are they going to replace? Because Harry Kane was top scorer in the first innings. Crane bowls, gives it lots of air, and in fairness, I've been talking down Crocombe's ability, but he plays two decent defensive shots to the first two balls there, no trouble.
That is the challenge, because they will come back in the side. There is no doubt about that.
Oh yeah. Crane bowls, that's flatter and shorter, and he only half appealed in the end. He looked excited. I think it just probably bounced too much. It might have pitched outside off. I think it was either the Google or the top spin of that one.
I think he's got excited with the delivery there, because he's and rightly so, because he's beaten. He's deceived in Crocombe, but I think height might have been an issue as well there.
Crane again gives that loads of air. In fact, so much air it's a full toss, and he misses out. And I lost it for a minute. It sort of ends up rolling away, just the right of short leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, it was one of those full tosses that it was almost Yorker length, and it just wasn't quite full enough for Crocombe to get the bat right underneath and send it where he wanted it to.
It's Crane again. That's much flatter and shorter, and it just hits it into the pitch. It bounces up. Crane fields. Yes, it's almost like lob bowling. I've been talking to a former Hampshire cricketer about lob bowling, because there were some professional, county cricketers who bowled lobs. We had one called A.J.L. Hill who played for England over 100 years ago, but he bowled lobs. Oh, and that's a rank long hop, which Crocombe deals with very well indeed. Through mid-wicket for 4 runs, exactly what Hampshire didn't want and Sussex did. It's 198 for 8, and so the lead is gone beyond 220.
And that's the frustrating element for Crane. He's banged the ground in frustration, because Crocombe might not be too much of a batsman, but he's going to be able to put those away without too much difficulty. The danger of the leg spinner, you just drag it down into the pitch, and that's exactly what happened.
I think I might have got one from that.
Yeah.
Well, on a good day anyway.
Still spin from both ends. Organ to carry on to Garton, and Garton is just looking around him, having a careful look and deciding where he might try and attack. The leg slip has gone back to on the edge of the circle effectively in one-day cricket, and Garton rocks back and plays that one towards the cover on the boundary, and Hampshire won't mind too much the single being added there, and that means Organ will have 5 goes at Crocombe. Must be said, it's one thing Garton protecting the other end, and you could understand why he would do that. He's the experienced batsman, but there is no doubt Garton's not looked fluid this morning. So Organ to Crocombe. There's now a short leg, a leg gully, and a slip. Points quite close in as well. In comes Organ, and that's defended down into the ground. Crocombe's done okay so far. It was really the Barker's wide bowling that he was looking questionable against early on.
Garton batted very well in the first innings. He's got 50, and there haven't been many of those. So
no, Salt's 2 contributions look really big. Organ comes in once more to Crocombe, who just leaves that one alone, and there's obviously just a bit of turn, enough for the slip, and wicketkeeper to put hands on heads. Ian Holland at slip. Lewis McManus the keeper saying that was close. Crocombe has got 5 from 16 balls. Organ has picked up one of the 2 wickets to go this morning. Comes in, and that's a pretty decent defensive shot from Crocombe. And Organ does his own fielding, just picks the ball up as it is stopped down in front of him. More blue sky appearing, still some light fluffy clouds. You can hear the seagulls in the background. We are by the sea, and it is just a shame that there is no one else allowed in the ground for what should be a thrilling third day, as Organ again sees the ball more smothered down into the ground by Crocombe than anything else. No run, 199 for 8, 13 to Garton, 5 to Crocombe, and Organ very deliberate with that short run up, floats one up, and that's Crocombe happy to defend that one, and that ends the over. 199 for 8. Lead is now 2-2-2.
Well, he's looked okay. Like I said earlier, I talked him down, but he didn't do much in the first innings. But he's batting quite sensibly against these guys now.
Fair to say he's relieved he didn't nick that one second ball a mile outside off stump from Barker.
I guess he's come out with instructions, and that might include, the extent to which he says to Garton, the skipper, the coach, whatever, says take all the runs, or the skipper says you take most of the strike. And it seems to me that the policy is to take all the runs on offer. We shall know probably today, unless something very odd happens. We shall know.
Well, Kevin James is not back tomorrow, and I didn't book a hotel for tonight, which will tell you my reading of the game. Right. If I'm scrambling around on the phone later, then I've misjudged it. But
well, there was a famous Test match at Headingley in 1981 where everybody booked out on a certain morning.
Who's going to play the Botham and Willis roles today?
Well, I think at Garton would have to be Botham for sure. Crane in, he tosses that up, and the biggest shout, but probably even then he wasn't quite sure. And the live feed is behind the live action, which is not a problem for you guys at home because you're seeing it when you're seeing it, and hearing this when you see it means we can watch it. And this time he's got him next ball and it was a poor shot, I have to say, by Garton, who has struggled this morning. You're quite right. He tried to sweep a full ball from Crane, which he just missed it and hit him on the pad. He hadn't made much of a step forward. I'm just going to watch it back on the live feed now, and he hardly moves forward at all, and they're absolutely sure about that, and so is Ian Gould. So 9 down, 199. The game remains absolutely fascinating, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think Garton's going to be frustrated with that because the way Crane was bowling, we saw him gift a 4 the previous over, plus a full toss, which Crocombe couldn't take advantage of. and maybe Garton has just picked the wrong ball to have a go at there, because you felt if he could bat time and wait for those opportunities to come. We saw Robinson get a couple of streaky fours, but we also saw him get a couple of good fours, and it was the need this morning for that patience to be there and still be at the crease when the bad deliveries come. Alex Wavel, I should say, on Twitter, pointing out what Dave said, that wickets were all going to make it interesting who makes way for Dawson's return. Surely we wouldn't need 7 bowlers. Would Dale make way? 3 seamers and 3 spinners, real batting depth with Fuller and Barker at 9 and 10, and Vince for Kane.
I mean, my guess, unless Harry Kane makes 78 not out and wins the game today, my guess is that he'll have to give way to Vince, even though he top scored in the first innings, did very well, and probably knows that actually. My other guess is that, again, I mean, Dale 2 and 2 and 3 for nothing on the first day, bowled very nicely, but he hasn't barely been used in this innings. And I would think so. The only interesting thing then, of course, is that if Dawson comes in for Dale, and with Organ taking wickets and Crane taking wickets, they've suddenly got an interestingly varied 3-person spin attack. They've got slow left arm, right off break, and leg break googly.
3 spinners reminds me of the can I call them the glory T20 days at GS Bowl?
Yeah,
when tended to have 3 spinners and they really squeeze teams.
That's right. Here's Crane. He tosses that one up. Has a little bit of a shout, but you kind of know with that sort of shout that he doesn't believe it, and if he doesn't believe it, Ian Gould's not going to say, "Yes, you're right, mate. You're out." And Adrian's going to come back, and I'll tell him we've been chatting about the quiz question, but he can.
We did actually have a.
Unless anybody else has managed to text in and tell us.
Are we back to Sheffield Park, David Ackland?
Well, that's what I said. Yeah, but I don't think we are. No, I mean it is true that that's an answer, but that's very full, and it's driven up to deep mid-off Barker Fields, but Claydon doesn't get a run for that. So I think Andy's about to whiz off and do an update, and Adrian's coming back. Is that right?
Wait for the end of this over.
Crane in bowls. That's a flatter ball, and McManus takes it outside the. He's a left-hander again, of course, and that's floating across. It's probably the googly. I'm well behind at the minute on the screen. So.
Important for Hampshire to try and just pick up this final wicket, because even another 10 or 15 runs would be a real frustration for them if they were to allow that to happen.
No runs off the over so far. He comes in and bowls, and Claydon drives that quite firmly up to Barker. He has a run, and Barker takes his time to set himself to throw it, and Claydon is in. I guess it would be not unreasonable to suggest that Claydon is not the fastest between the wickets, and Barker is not the fastest in the field.
No, there was always a run there, and every run vital. 200 up, 200 for 9. I'm going to step away. Adrian Harms is going to jump in to my seat for the. Well, fascinating. What's likely to be, you would think, final few overs of the Sussex innings before the Hampshire run chase begins. Yeah.
I hope they're not there when we. Well, you'll have to forgive me, listeners in Sussex, if I say this, but I hope they're not there when we take lunch, because that I think would have taken the game away from Hampshire probably. 12th man running on. Curry, the young pace bowler who didn't get a game here. And we were briefly saying, Vince and Dawson will come back for the next 4-day game, and whose places will they take? And the obvious shout is Dale and Harry Kane. But who knows? Like I say, if Harry Kane gets 78 not out and wins them the game, then it would be very difficult to leave him out. Felix Organ is about to bowl first ball of the next over, and Claydon's forward. There's a little ask, but again, it's one of those little asks of spinners, and it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, I can hear you now, so that's okay. Just the levels were slightly down, that's all.
Alright, 201 for 9, and a flash outside the off stump, and McManus has a little ask about a stumping, and Ian Gould says, would know something about stumping on the Hove ground in particular, of course, says not out, and walks across just to reassemble. Sun's gone for a minute. It's one of those days with lots and lots of big fluffy silvery white colour. Doesn't look threatening at all, but the sun has gone in. Lots of blue skies. I'm over the wicket, so he's able to use those foot marks of Keith Barker. Absolutely crucial, and who knows where this game is going now. 3 close fielders now, and Claydon has a huge heave, left-handed. Cow Corner is actually
And in keeping with what we've seen a lot from Sussex in this match, running very quickly between the wickets, particularly that first run taken quickly, and Crocombe goes to 6. I thought he that's bad, he goes to 8. That's more like it, and total to 204 for 9. Yes, it's rather annoying, that drill or whatever it is in the background, disturbing the peace and tranquility of the cricket. Now a change in the field. We've still got a slip, we've still got the short leg.
Sport website and the BBC Sport app.
Going for an
There's
update
also
in a
updates
moment.
here on the radio throughout the day, including one after this bulletin. And the weather, it'll be a dry day with sunny spells, where the sun cloud may look to develop in the afternoon. That'll bring a few
Crane
showers.
again.
They could be sharp and thundery.
Comes in again and bowls, and Crocombe turns that back to the square, and they're going to take a single on this occasion. And Crocombe goes to 9 and Sussex to 205 for 8. That makes the lead 228. And we'll just have to wait and see whether, well, you know, every run is vital. You know, another 10 here.
Right, taking a look at what's happening on those roads then, it's not too bad, but a few issues, slower and heavier than usual on the M25 clockwise from junction
Crane
9.
is back to his mark. From the left-handed Claydon, there's a slip, a short leg and a leg slip. Then on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-off, a mid-wicket and 3 men back on the leg side as Crane is in and bowls to Claydon, who's is not to be tempted and just plays it straight back down the track, fielded by Crane. There is no ruck. I can just see an instruction from Sam Northeast to James Fuller to get warmed up, so Northeast has clearly decided it's time to revert back to the seamers if they don't get a wicket here. In comes Crane again and bowls, and straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Mitch Claydon. That's going to be 4 runs, belted through mid-off, right down below us, and 4 to Claydon. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 209 for 9. So that makes the lead 232 by my reckoning. James Fuller down below us retrieves the ball. He's a big fella, isn't he? He wanders down and retrieves the ball, throws it back. Good shot though by Claydon. Hammered the ball down the ground. He goes to 6.
That lead is just beginning to look daunting, I would say.
Let's bring you up to date with the latest with Adrian Hart.
Yes, thanks very much, Sarah. Well, intriguing stuff here. Sussex 209 for 9. It means their lead is 232. Henry Crocombe is making his debut for Sussex. He's 9 not out. Mitch Claydon is on 6. Earlier on today, Ollie Robinson making 23. George Garton 13. So Sussex leading here by 232. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey are 249 for 3 in their first innings. Scott Borthwick closing in on a century. He's 91 not out. As in comes Crane and bowls, and Claydon looks to turn that on the leg side. He just wraps him on the pad. There's a half-hearted appeal by Crane, and there is no run. I think we're going to have another hygiene break. Oh, I think a 12th man is coming out now. If we could just have the clean feed turned off again, that would be very handy. Give the studio a quick buzz. No, it isn't a break actually.
No, it's just the 12th man coming on to pick up the cap. And it is still Felix Organ to bowl.
Yes, it is. If you've got the music in your ears and you want to just not hear that, Dave, you can just take those out a little bit.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Can you still hear me?
That's great.
Yeah, great. Okay, so it's going to be Organ who's going to carry on from that Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming into bowl to the right-handed Crocombe. He's in and bowl short, and Crocombe steers that on the bounce into the hands of Holland, who's fielding it. Slip, and there is no run. My computer's gone slightly on the blink, so I will at some stage get it sorted out, and we can answer the question that was posed about ground. As in comes Organ again, and Crocombe just plays this one down the leg side, and again Organ fields off his own bowling. A slip, a leg slip, and a short leg of the close fielders. And you can listen and watch the game by going onto the BBC website and watching the live stream. As in comes Organ and bowls, and Crocombe decides to take a couple of paces down the wicket and drives firmly and picks up another single. He goes into double figures. So well done, Henry Crocombe. Well, he's done very well. He's faced 27 balls. He's done his job. He's, Sussex have got themselves a lead of 233 now. Organ is back to his mark, and Claydon waits. and clustered around the back, comes in and bowls, and Claydon, it's this one on the leg side, he's going to get at least one. A good bit of fielding out there by Mason Crane, who's a good fielder actually, and gets a good throw.
Yeah, he's fielded well in this game.
But Claydon goes, I was just saying talking to the lads in the press room that, you know, as a tail ender, I was pretty much a tail ender in the standard of cricket I played. I would always rather face a slow bowler than a quick bowler at the end. In comes Organ and bowls, and Crocombe with a big swing, and he gets a thick edge, and the ball just dribbles along the ground to Holland, and there is no run. I suspect we may see Fuller. He was warming up.
I think sheer pace and wrist spin will do for tailenders, but I agree with you about the orthodox finger spinning, like now, which means he'll almost certainly take a wicket this ball.
Organ bowls, and Crocombe is beaten outside the off stump, and Lewis McManus whips off the bails, but Crocombe clearly had his back foot firmly in, so it is the end of another over. Sussex 211 for 9. I'm just going to lean across you, Dave,
sure.
We need to make sure we're socially distancing here. And, all very important as getting our various computers sorted out. I would like to just wrap up that question about the Sussex ground, because people have been kind enough to get in touch with us, and we need to make sure we do that.
I was just mentioning that I found two more. I just home last night and having a look really, and I did point out that I'm a Hampshire historian, not Sussex. But Midhurst and St Leonard's both had first-class cricket in the 19th century.
In comes Crane and bowls, and Claydon hits this one away onto the leg side. It's 4 more runs for Mitch Claydon. He's heaved that one over mid-wicket. Kevin was saying yesterday that his first-class batting average is 15.
Yeah, it is,
So he's on to 11 now, and, you know, I think if you're at number 11 and you have a first-class average of 15, that's pretty respectable.
And he's got 4 half-centuries in first.
Well, there we are. So he's no mug, is Mitch Claydon, and these are vital runs. 2:15 for 9 as Sussex, as Crane is back to his mark again. He's in and bowls, and Claydon again is having this one down the ground. That could be another boundary. It is going to be another boundary, you know. Well, I thought Sam North East was going to change the bowling, and I don't think he's desperately happy with Mason Crane. He wants a change in the field, but he did tell Fuller to warm up, so I'm a little surprised. But these are, they were almost 2 gimme boundaries, but, you know, good shot by Claydon. He goes to his average, which is 15.
It was perfectly placed because there were 2 men out on the boundary there, and it bisected them. Yeah.
Well, there's now a deep mid-wicket, a fielder at cow corner, and a long on as in comes Crane and bowls, and Claydon this time hits the ball on the bounce back to Crane, and there is no run. So the offside fielder slip, sweeper on the cover boundary, and a mid-off. Keith Barker isn't preventing a single, but he's about sort of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. Crane in again, bowls. Claydon forward, plays him to the offside, and there's a comfortable single there because Crane has to field off his own bowling. The bails are whipped off, but Crocombe was backing up, and Sussex get another single. 220 for 9. That makes the lead 243.
I think this is just turning into Sussex's morning again. I think Hampshire have had good moments this morning, but what have they put on now? They put on 60 odd this morning, haven't they? Which I think they'd have probably settled for.
Yeah, I think well, certainly when they lost Rawlins early on, I was thinking, well, you know, lead around 200, but it's more than that now. In comes Crane and bowls, and Crocombe flicks this one around the leg side. Nice looking shot by Henry Crocombe down to deep mid-wicket. He picks up another single. He goes to 11. Has that clicked over, or is he going to go to 12? He goes to 11. 221 for 9. One more ball in this Mason Crane over. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see that Mason Crane, this might be his last over.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to bowl this one because James Fuller was warming up. As Crane is on his way again to bowl to a left-handed Claydon, and Claydon is bowled. Well, he did get a wicket with that ball.
It is his last ball.
So there we are. So Mitch Claydon's, well, he's surpassed his first-class average. He's running off the field now because he's going to have some bowling to do. So he's on his way for 16, and Sussex are all out for 221. Henry Crocombe remains 11 not out, and that will mean that the Sussex lead is therefore 244, and Hampshire will need 245 to win by my reckoning.
Yep. Mason Crane took 1 for 10 in that over. I suppose they'd settle for 1 for 10, would they? Hampshire at the start. They might have said, "Yeah, if we can do that." But it was a good effort. by the tail there.
Was a good effort. So,
I suppose we could say that they've now just set a record 10th wicket partnership for Sussex in the Bob Willis Trophy.
yes, they could. And maybe a record for 2 debutants. I shouldn't think that's the case.
Yeah,
but,
that's a thought. Yeah.
Anyway, so we're going to have a little bit of a breather, go and grab a cup of tea or something. So it is the end of the Sussex innings, bowled out for 221. Yet again, Phil Saltop scoring, he made 80. So we're going to have a bit of a breather for a few minutes. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away, and we'll be back with you a little later on, in about 10 minutes' time, just to describe the start of the innings. Now, actually, and just before I go, because this question, the laptop is working again now. So this was from Graham Peters, and he said, not surprisingly, they omitted one particular first-class ground in Sussex where Sussex never played. I doubt if you or Andrew will be able to name it, but if you want to test David on it next time you see him, or David's here, the ground hosted 2 matches, both of which featured national touring teams from 2 test match playing countries. Perhaps some of your listeners will know the commentary. He says, wishing you a happy season's commentary. So he says, the ground was Pelsham in Peasmarsh near Rye. That makes it the eastmost ground in Sussex to have hosted first-class cricket. The 2 matches were in 1928-ish, a Scots 11 v All India, and in 1936, Leveson Gowers 11 v the West Indies. Both fixtures were the tour opening fixtures for the tourists. So that was 1928-ish against All India, and 1936 against the West Indians, and those games were played at Pelsham in Peasmarsh near Rye.
Pelsham. I've got the list up here now, so I got confused by another. Peasmarsh, yeah, got it. Yeah, Peasmarsh.
And in fact, there's a couple of tweets.
Well, it says. No, it doesn't. Actually, it hasn't got those games listed under Peasmarsh, so I don't know whether I'm looking in the wrong place for that. Pelsham Cricket Ground, I do beg your pardon, there's another one. Oh, even so, it's other matches, I don't know what that means.
And,
okay.
And Leo Isles actually got in touch on Twitter. Hello, Leo, sorry it's taken a little while to get back on this one. He says, many thanks for the coverage. The audio is now nicely synced with the pictures, which is great. It's the first-class ground, Sheffield Park, where Australia played in 1895. So not that one. But Leo, thanks for getting in touch. And as we were saying yesterday, Sheffield Park... giving its name to the Sheffield Shield, which is a lovely local link.
I have to slightly complicate all of this now and say that actually he agreed with me about Sheffield Park, although I didn't think that was the ground that was being intended. The truth of it is that at Pelsham, those 2 matches were played, Scots against the Indians and Leveson Gower against the West Indians, but they weren't first class. I think they were very similar to the Duke of Norfolk's 11 against the tourists at Arundel, which was a tradition for a long time. Okay.
Lovely.
So, anyway, thank you. That was
it's great. It's really good. We've had a really good response on that, so thank you, everybody. So, David and I are going to have a little break, have a cup of tea or something. I still think we've got some milk left from the opening day, so we'll go and grab a cup of tea and we'll go back with you in 5 minutes or so.
Adrian is just switching headphones. The players are out. The sun is out with it. And Mitch Clayton.
There we are, that's better.
No, Ollie Robinson. Sorry.
Yeah, the Ollie Robinson. So welcome back to BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Allen. Andrew Moon will join us again in a few moments' time. But we're getting underway in the final innings of the match. Whether we're going to get a conclusion of this match today, we'd have to say it's very likely. Sussex needing 10 wickets and Hampshire needing 245 to win this match. So Robinson is going to come into bowl from the Cromwell Road end of the ground with 4 slips. Salt at first, Finch second, Garton third, Rawlings at fourth, and in comes Ollie Robinson running down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Felix Organ. He's in and bowls, and Organ is forward to a ball of good length and plays to mid-on, fielded by I'm not sure whether that's Henry Crocombe or Jack Carson there at mid-on. I think it's Crocombe at mid-on. At the rest of the field, there's a backward point, who's Tom Clark. A mid-off, who is Tom Haynes. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg, Mitch Clayton down to our left-hand side. In comes Robinson in lovely sunshine, bowls, and Organ is forward and plays without timing straight back down the track, and between Haynes and Robinson they sort of fumble the ball, and Tom Haynes has to run back to collect it up, but no prospect of a run.
If Hampshire were to win it today, they've got to go at about 3.5 and over, because there's 70 overs remaining. The only other thing, of course, is the extra half hour, which that will be interesting to calculate, because at 15 overs an hour, the extra half hour is, strictly speaking, 7 overs and 3 balls, and I don't suppose that's what they would do. It's either 7 or 8 overs extra.
Robinson in bowls down the leg side, taken by Brown, and there is no run. Yes, I mean, it's one of those games, isn't it, where if it does get tight and we've got, I don't know, 20 runs needed or 2 wickets needed, you'd think that everybody would be pretty clean, particularly in these very unusual times, to be trying to wrap the game up today, rather than coming back for sort of 10 minutes tomorrow.
Do you know, that's a very good point. I wonder if they'd get special dispensation from ECB even to just see it through in good light.
In comes Robinson. Bowls. Oh, he very, very nearly plays on, does Felix Organ, but he's going to get the first run of the Hampshire reply. Now, is that a leg by? No, it was a bit of bat onto pad, and the ball just dribbled down past the leg stump. So a full shot from Organ, but nonetheless, he picks up his first run, and the first run of this Hampshire reply. One without loss. They need another 244 to win. I do like the scoreboard here at home, because it tells you pretty much everything you need to know. And to win total is the bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard in yellow lettering.
I think it's an excellent scoreboard.
Yeah, as in comes Robinson. Down the hill, the sun is in bowls to Weatherly, who lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Brown. And there is no run. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those obviously I'm here for a lot of cricket, so you get to know where everything is, and sometimes when you see other scores, they do also have all the information, but it takes you a little while to work out where everything is. But everything on that scoreboard seems to be sort of where you want it, really.
Yeah, I think it's really good, and it was always one of the first that showed the number of balls bowled in an over, which is terrific, particularly in limited overs cricket. Most of them do now.
Robinson in again, bowls. Weatherly stretches forward, plays backward of square, and he's going to run away. Could well be 4 runs actually. Garton is in hot pursuit. He's quick as George Garton, and he manages to pull the ball up. Oh, he just kept that in and gets in the throw. That was a good bit of fielding actually. He chased back hard, and Tom Clark, I think, has hurt himself. He was fielding at backward point. He dived, and he's now walking rather uncomfortably back towards his fielding position. We'll just keep an eye on Tom Clark. I'm not quite sure what he's done, but he's sort of feeling his left hip.
Left hip, yeah.
So I hope he's okay. He took a bit of a tumble there. He dived to stop the ball. As he just needs to sort of run it off. He looks okay. He's going with his position at point. But George Garton chased back. He stopped the ball, and the ball rather ran away with him. And I thought it was going to just trickle over the rope, but he managed to haul the ball back in. But 2 runs to Weatherly, and the Hampshire total goes to 3 without loss at the end of that opening over from Ollie Robinson.
Tom, who was struggling, kind of hobbled across to his fielding position, then got sent back to the others.
And cut away by Organ. He's going to get 4 runs, I think. Delray Rawlings is in hot pursuit, but he'll do well to stop that, and indeed he doesn't. It was almost like an uppercut from Felix Organ, a ball cut away, past backward point, and Rawlings chased hard down towards the pavilion, but Organ gets a boundary. He goes to 5, and Hampshire 7 without loss, needing another 238 to win.
And almost exactly up with the scoring rate. Prematurely.
Yes, we were saying that Hampshire would need to score about 3.5 and over if they were going to get it done in the overs that are left today. As in comes Claydon and bowls, and Organ cracks this one away, and that's 4 runs. Well, that's a good shot by Felix Organ. It was short and wide from Mitch Claydon.
It rather stood up and said, hit me, didn't it?
And Organ decided that's exactly what he would do, and he absolutely thumped it through the offside, and no point in anybody chasing that. That whistled away for 4 runs. Mitch Claydon bowling up the hill. It was cracked away through the offside in the direction of the Spenkarma Pavilion, for those of you know you Hove. So Organ off to a good start. He's on 9, and Hampshire 11 without loss. Claydon looks at the ball and now runs away for us. Number 4 on the back of his shirt. He's in and bowls, and Organ up on his toes and plays that firmly again to backward point, fielded by Delray Rawlings. It is the end of the over. We're going to have a change around here in the commentary box with Hampshire 11 without loss. Organ is on 9. Weather to do. We're just going to change our places here, and we'll just play a bit of musical chairs. And Andrew and I, just 2 ticks while we just change the mics over. So hopefully you heard some seagulls or some players speaking. 11 without loss, and well, I think Hampshire will be probably just pleased with this little start that they've made.
Definitely. I think the frustration is that 20-run final wicket partnership is certainly frustrating. As the catch is going to be gone. Weatherly gone. He drove at 1. It was not particularly full. It was tipped up in the air at second slipped. It looked like for a moment he got away with it, but it was snaffled at the second attempt, and Hampshire are 11 for 1 and the first wicket's gone. Yeah, George Garton, as I say, it was a wide delivery from Ollie Robinson. It was driven by Joe Weatherly, and a juggling catch by George Garton. I thought for a minute he dropped it. I mean, he suddenly came out of his hands, but he knocked it up in the air, and that was the key. And he grabbed it at the second attempt, and that's a big wicket for Sussex, because Joe Weatherly was in good form here last week, Andrew, in the friendly game, and looked in decent nick in the first innings as well. So a big wicket for Sussex, and a 4th wicket of the match for Ollie Robinson, who's carrying on this season much as he did last. Interesting, the approach from Hampshire. They've been pretty positive in the opening few overs, and makes you wonder what's the best way to go. In some ways, we saw the Sussex runs came this morning when people were playing shots, and you think of someone like Garton, who was pretty defensive and tried to hang around. He couldn't quite add to his total, or certainly not significantly, whereas we saw that the last 2 had a bit of a swing, and also Ollie Robinson had a swing, but Garton's done really well there because he's fumbled it and he's just had the composure just to keep his hands where they were, and just to let the ball drop nicely in them, and that brings Tom Alsop to the crease alongside Felix Organ. So the left-handed Alsop not keeping wicket at the moment. McManus has the gloves. Obviously he is an option to keep wicket for Hampshire. Comes out, Hampshire 11 for 1, 2 4 5 the target, and a few runs here or there shouldn't make a big difference, but even 2 4 5 compared to 2 2 5 just sounds different. Yeah, it's just that psychological amount, isn't it, that you think, well, it's... I mean, I think Sussex would have... If you'd have offered Sussex, a lead of 245, they'd have definitely taken that this morning, I'm sure. No question. And it felt until the last wicket Hampshire had done okay. So it's Robinson from the Cromwell Road end who has had the breakthrough to the left-handed Alsop, facing his first delivery, and it's a good delivery, a bit of bounce, and it beats Alsop, And through to Ben Brown. 11 for 1.
Yeah, it was a good delivery by Robinson, wasn't it? I was talking to Kevin about Ollie Robinson yesterday. I mean, he's 137 championship wickets in the last 2 seasons. So he's really, he's in and around the England squad for a reason, and that's because he takes wickets. And as he's been the go-to bowler for Sussex for 2 seasons.
And he comes once more. The tall, imposing figure to Allsop, and Allsop gets bat on ball, and it squirms into the offside. And with the aggressive field there is at the moment, there's time for them to scramble through the batsman for a single at 12 for 1.
Yeah, and he's certainly bending his back. Is Ollie Robinson. If you want to get your emails in, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. It'd be lovely to hear from you, or you can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport.
Yep, let us know your views. This is pretty well set, although Hampshire are going to need to make a decent start, you would think, if they're to have a chance of getting anywhere near the target. Robinson is into Organ, and he beats him with another beauty outside the off stump. And you can see when batsmen are struggling like this, there's the dilemma. Do you say, right, there's a ball with my name on it, sooner or later I need to score some runs in the interim, or can you consider that things might get easier if I can hang around? First thing this morning, Hampshire made it really tough, and Sussex managed to hang around for long enough to add a pretty useful 40 or 50 runs. 12 for 1, Organ with 9, Allsop with 1, Weatherly the man out. Robinson, has that hit him on the pad? Huge appeal, and the umpire says no.
Oh my lord.
Well, that looked pretty plumb.
Well, that
from Organ.
I'd love to see.
And it's hilarious because the Sussex players are stood around. They'd all started to accumulate together to celebrate, thinking that Organ was absolutely plumb. If there was a DRS system, I think it's pretty clear they may have been invoking it.
Well, he looked absolutely dead in front, didn't it? It'd be interesting to see what Billy Taylor's thinking is behind that, as to why he thought that wasn't out. But from where we are,
Ian Gould's having a few words at square leg, although not that he's in a really position to comment on whether it was or wasn't out. So Robinson coming in once more, left alone this time by Organ, you could almost call that a life for the batsman. 12 for 1, end of the over.
Well, absolutely, and Ollie Robinson's wandering to his position. I mean, I'm sure a couple of the guys are saying to him, how is that not out, Ollie? But anyway, Billy Taylor's in a better position than we are. I mean, he's got his hands on his hips, Ollie Robinson. He looks towards the scoreboard. We are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 6 cut strips away. I mean, we've got a very good, we're not wicket to wicket, but we've got a pretty good view, and it did look very, very close. However, it wasn't given, so Felix Organ survives, and Hampshire are 12 for 1, with Organ on 9, Allsop on 1.
Stuart Broad in the last couple of tests perfected the celebrate rather than appeal, and Robinson started off celebrating and then turned around further when he couldn't quite believe that the decision wasn't going his way.
In comes Claydon, over the wicket bowls, and Allsop lets that go through to keeper Brown, and then is no run. That's exactly how it was, wasn't it? And he sort of looked around and said, well, surely you're going to give it, and then shouted even louder, and the Sussex slip cord and everybody joined in. But Billy Taylor had the best view in the house, and he decided that it was not out.
Frustration for Hampshire in that first innings is that 5 of the top 6, and you caveat 5 of the top 6 with Mason Crane being in there as the night watchman, got starts without going on.
In comes Claydon and bowls. Yeah, Allsop plays to square leg, fielded by Carson, and there is no run. Yeah, that was very much a feature of the innings. Hampshire got players into the 20s, but no one really went on to make the big score. I mean, I guess northeast probably is the key. Is he? Do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, you look down and think who's going to make the runs, and you'd hope one of the top 3 could hang around with northeast for a while.
Claydon in again, bowls, driven by Allsop, but only to point where it's fielded by Tom Clark. There is no. I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with the Sussex outfielding in this match, because that was a good shot by Allsop, and it was one of those. Clark was down quickly and prevented the ball. Sometimes they can run away, we get misfield, but.
And that's frustrating for Allsop, because it was it was there to be hit. It was over pitch, and he's put it straight at the man. And you just feel that much better about life if that had flown to the boundary.
Clayton in again, bowls, and Allsop is going to get runs here, but streaky runs, past third slip, down towards third man. Clark is in hot pursuit. They've taken 2, they're going to look for 3, but they won't get there, and that was a good chase by Clark, who gets in the throw, which goes over the head of Ben Brown, but fortunately backed up by... I need to sort out these 2 young cricketers, because neither Henry Crocombe or Jack Carson have got the names on the back of their jumpers, and they're both similarly attired. They've both got caps on. Either way, one of them was backing up and it prevented any overthrows. 14 for 1 as in comes Claydon again and bowls, and he beats Allsop outside the off stump. Good delivery by Mitch Claydon. The ball rattles through to Ben Brown and there is no run.
I didn't ever commentate on Championship cricket before the numbers were on the shirt, and quite fortunately really, because from a commentator's point of view it does make it that much easier.
And it's definitely more difficult when there's a couple of young players who you've never come across before.
Yes.
I know if they didn't have their caps on, I would know, because Henry Crocombe has got a streak of blondish hair as in comes Claydon bowls, and this time Allsop does find the gap and he's going to get 4 runs for it. No, he's not. Clark is in hot pursuit and he just pulls the ball back inside the rope in front of the clock tower scoreboard. 2 more runs to Allsop, nicely placed. He goes to 5 at the end of the 4th over of this Hampshire reply. Hampshire are 16 for 1. Felix Organ is on 9. Tom Allsop is on 5. The man out was Joe Weatherly, who was caught a juggling catch by George Garton and slipped off of the bowling of Ollie Robinson, and Hampshire needing another 229 to win.
Yeah, Allsop there, he should feel reasonably happy with that over. He got the one out towards the boundary. He got one that maybe he should have beaten the man at point, and also perhaps crucially the one where he got the streaky runs, soft hands, and he played the ball down. Even if it had gone straight towards the slip cordon, it wouldn't have been in the air. As Robinson from the Cromwell Road end starts a new over to Felix Organ, a Hampshire batsman who defends that towards point. No run there, and Organ doing well, let's call that doing well to survive the previous over. Robinson having a huge LBW shout that was turned down, much to the bemusement of Ben Brown, the captain and wicketkeeper, and Ollie Robinson, the bowler. He was particularly baffled by it. And from the end of his long run, Robinson sets up again. It's a lovely day for cricket. It's not boiling hot, but it's pretty warm, pretty pleasant, short, and Organ doesn't deal with that particularly well. It bounces up, and I think he got some form of bat on it to get it down into the ground, but that was an uncomfortable looking stroke from Organ, who's got 9 to his name.
Yeah, that was right into the ribs, wasn't it? And I don't think Ollie Robinson's in any mood to inquire as to Felix Organ's welfare after that. He just gave him a long hard stare and wandered back to his mark.
I think it's pretty clear he feels he probably shouldn't still be there.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he is. That is the way it goes. And Robinson again to Organ, and he's edged it and he's gone. Brilliant catch. Garton again, this time low, right down, just settling in his fingers, inches off the ground. And Garton has taken his 2nd slip catch, and Hampshire have lost their 2nd opener with 16 runs on the board, and Garton has done the work yet again in the slip. 16 for 2, Organ out for 9.
Well, I'll tell you what, anybody who doubts what the Bob Willis Trophy maybe means to players would have noticed the reaction there of Ollie Robinson, because he was absolutely howling with delight when George Garton took that catch. He's a competitive cricketer, and that's why he's where he is in his career, because he loves taking wickets, and he made it pretty clear by his reaction. He didn't say anything, he was just delighted to get the wicket, that he felt that Felix Organ had one life, and George Garton was probably standing there at a slip thinking, I daren't drop this, because Ollie may not be too pleased.
Yeah, he nearly made a mess of the first one. Garton did well to recover, but that's a really good catch, because so low to the ground, coming forward is often the most difficult direction to travel taking a catch.
Yep.
And it went straight in, and he snaffled it. And now you feel the real key moment in this match, because Sam Northeast is walking out to the middle. If he was to go cheaply, 245 looks a long way off for Hampshire. They are 16 for 2. It already looks a long way off, but it might be too far in the distance if Sam Northeast can't get going. That being said, he's a quality batsman, and his job is really now make sure he's still around at lunch. 15 or so minutes to go. 16 for 2. Robinson has both. He'll feel he should have had Organ earlier on with a leg before wicket. Allsop's got 5. There is 4 slips in there as Robinson comes in once more to Northeast. First ball, and Northeast drops into the leg side. He thought about setting off for a single, but he was smartly sent back by his partner Tom Allsop. And that was Henry Crocombe doing the fielding. A bit of noise coming from the slip corner, as you would imagine. Almost wonder if you might be tempted to try and work away to get another catcher in at the moment. As Robinson is bowling well. He's got 2 for 4 to Northeast once more. Oh, beats Northeast outside his off stump. And Northeast happy to survive that one. And Robinson making life very difficult for Hampshire, 16 for 2.
Well, Ollie Robinson is right in the groove here. He's pitching just short of a length. He's causing a batsman problems, and he's bowling with decent pace as well. 5 wickets in the match for Ollie, and he'll fancy a couple more here, I think. But Sussex will know this is the key man. Not saying they're going to win if they get Northeast out, but they'll feel they're on their way.
Robinson once more to Northeast, lets that one go. Bit of bounce outside the off stump, but wide enough to leave. End of the over, 16 for 2, 245 the target for Hampshire. When you look at the Hampshire bowling attack, if Northeast was to batting lineup, I should say, if Northeast was to go quickly now, you're going to need a stunning contribution from someone who you might not necessarily expect to play a match-winning 100. Whereas if Northeast scored 70 or 80 or beyond, no one would be in the slightest bit surprised if he was able to do that.
Well, the sun has momentarily disappeared. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Solent, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Andrew Moon, Kevin James, with a couple of days off, so he's not here today, so delighted to welcome Andrew. And you heard from Dave Allen earlier on as well, but here comes Mitch Claydon. The sun has momentarily gone in, and here comes Claydon bowling up the hill to Allsop, who plays this to backward point, fielded there by Clark, and there is no run. So Sussex this morning through Ollie Robinson, and then some lusty hitting down the order from Mitch Claydon, and a nice little cameo as well from Henry Crocombe.
And that's the partnership that's going to frustrate Hampshire. It's 20 runs they didn't need to concede.
Claydon runs in again, bowls to Allsop, who drives firmly into the offside, but only as far as Robinson, who smartly round at mid-off to field. That offside field, there are 3 slips, a point cover mid-off, then on the leg side, a mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. As Mitch Claydon, the 37-year-old, signed in the winter, making his first-class debut here for Sussex, runs away from us, picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. He's in and bowls, and this is wide of the off-stump, and Allsop just tucks inside the line and watches the ball sail by through to Brown outside the off-stump.
Tempted that one for Allsop.
It was.
Because slightly, it's maybe just full of a good length. It's certainly not driving length, and it's just outside the off-stump, and Allsop, you would say, in the current situation, smart just to let that one go and watch that one go beyond.
Claydon wheels round in front of us and is on his way again. Bowls, and Allsop up on his toes, and plays it with a little bit of discomfort down in front. He played it well enough, but just as he played it, he just took his hands off the handle of the bat. Suggest maybe perhaps pinched a little bit of glove. But again, there is no run, and Hampshire remain on 16 for 2.
And not much respite at the moment. You wonder if we might see one over of someone else before lunch, but this pair, Claydon and Robinson, look pretty decent and causing Hampshire problems.
Yeah, I think they have to go some to get the ball out of Ollie Robinson's hand at the moment, as in comes Claydon, bowls, and Allsop blocks that one by outside the off stump. There is no run. If you're listening to the commentary but you want to watch some pictures as well, don't forget to log into the Sussex website, where you'll see the static camera which shows wicket to wicket, and that's joined up to our commentary as well, so you can see as well as hear the action. The sun is, but there's quite a lot of cloud around, but also quite a lot of blue sky away to the west of the ground. As Clayton turns, there's a little natter there to Ollie Robinson, and now he's on his way. In and bowls, and also his forward, plays onto the leg side. They were thinking of a single, but Haynes was very quickly in from mid-wicket and prevented that single being taken. So end of the over. A maiden over from Mitch Clayton. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 12. Hampshire are 16 for 2. North East yet to score, Alsop on 5. And Hampshire needing another 229 to win.
It feels a long way off at the moment, but Alsop and North East, 2 very, very competent players. And the challenge for them is to be there at lunch and beyond. You're asking a lot of young Harry Kane, even though he played well in the first innings, to come in and make massive contributions. Someone is going to have to make a big score to get Hampshire near, as Robinson, still with those 4 slips, starts a new over to North East, and that's full, and North East plays that one's off his pads. A chase into the leg side, and he will get a couple. Both Sussex fielders with no numbers on their back converge. North East will be pleased. That's rare relief from the bowling of Robinson. And North East off the mark with 2, 18 for 2. 227 more needed to win. I've seen Robinson stray 2 straight many times.
No, he hits the top of off stump a lot, or he would do.
He sets off once more, and he comes to North East. And North East defends that one, and it's firmly played straight back towards the bowler. Robinson gets it and then just tosses it to Haynes to one side, and he'll make his way back towards the end of his run. North East just 21 in the first inning, so did Alsop, also getting 21. Frustration for Hampshire when 8 players make double figures and nobody scores more than 25, and you make 150 all out. Robinson in once more, full. North East defends that one, again back down the ground, no run, 18 for 2. BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio Sussex. Hove will be with you through to the duration of this game, which you may think is probably more likely to be today than tomorrow as things stand. Still 2 more sessions, and despite the reduction in overs, still 64 left to be bowled today. Robinson to North East, and he bowled him! Off stump out the ground. North East playing all round it, comprehensively bowled, and Robinson has got the key Hampshire wicket. The skipper is heading back for just 2. Robinson has his 3rd wicket before lunch, and Hampshire are 20 for 3.
Well, that's the key wicket, and Ollie Robinson, this has been a super spell bowling down the hill here before lunch. He's in a rich vein of form. He's been away with England. He hasn't had a chance to play too much cricket, but what cricket he has played, he's impressed. 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 wickets in the second. And that's a big scalp. It doesn't mean that Sussex are home and dry by any manner of means, but certainly to see the back of Sam North East is a massive blow for Hampshire and a massive bonus as far as Sussex are concerned.
It looked a good delivery, but more North East playing around it than it doing anything particularly out of the ordinary, the delivery. Well, you'd favour Sussex now, but you know, still a long way to go, and Ollie Robinson can't bowl all afternoon. But he's a real handful when he's in this sort of form, Ollie Robinson. He really is, and he's the Sussex lads all standing around having a bit of a natter. Look at those figures, 3 for 8. And he's bowled really well. Yeah, beautifully. Beautifully. So, Harry Kane, here you go. It's your first class debut. Your team are 20 for 3, chasing 2 for 4. What can you do? Yeah. And he is just taking a moment, stepping away to the leg side, just to compose himself. And Ben Brown is just adjusting his field as Robinson waits. He'll no doubt be smelling blood. You've got 3 for 8 as a fast bowler. You're going to be after more. And Hampshire in trouble, chasing 2, 4, 5 for victory. Still some adjustment. Well, the delay is because a helmet was coming in, because I think they want to get a short leg in. Game's not the tallest. Still 3 slips. Now they're bringing a 4th slip in. I'm still surprised you've got a fine leg out on the boundary in the current circumstances. You've got 5 minutes before lunch. You've got Robinson bowling brilliantly. You've got a debutant facing his first ball. Robinson in, and it's hit on the pads. Big appeal, not out. Billy Taylor unmoved. I wonder what Harry Kane's heart rate is when that appeal started. Rob, not quite as confident as the appeal against Organ.
Difficult to tell from here, wasn't it? Just the way he's shaped, would it perhaps just slipping down the leg side, maybe? Difficult to say. We only get one look at it, don't we?
So does Billy Taylor, and Kane backs away again, just to recompose himself. This is a tough moment, tough position for a young cricketer to come in, and needing to make some runs for his team. Robinson to Kane once more, and he defends that one nicely towards cover. And he'll feel much better about getting bat on ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Robinson heads back to the end of his run. I think my only complaint with the format of the Bob Willis Trophy is the fact that someone's going to win a regional group and still not make the final, which is going to feel slightly odd.
Yeah, that is strange. I agree with you.
Robinson in once more and left alone by Kane, who then held his pose and was told to quickly get on his way by Tom Alsop, because the ball was dropped by Ben Brown and it goes through for a bye, and Alsop was exactly right to call Kane through. Brown conceding a run there. 21 for 3, end of the over, and although Kane will have to face Claydon, and maybe Alsop's thinking maybe I should have tried to take what's probably going to be the last over before lunch, but on the flip side, it's probably not bad for Kane to get away from Ollie Robinson's end for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this will be the last over before lunch. I'm fairly certain about that. Hampshire 21 for 3, and I thought Tom Alsop here is just, Harry Kane just think, right, let's get through to lunch and try some sort of a regroup. But Sussex in the ascendancy at the moment. 3 slips, backward point cover. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket. We've just got a little squarer, an orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep backward squarer. Mitch Claydon is going to come in to bowl to the right-handed Harry Kane. He's in and bowls, and Kane is up on his toes and just plays that quietly down to fine leg. Picks up his first run. Hampshire go to 22 for 3.
Yes, and Harry Kane probably happy enough to be back at the other end to just watch from the safety of the non-striker's end for a few more deliveries. Let Alsop face the rest of Claydon's over. 22 for 3.
Claydon back to his mark. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Claydon, and let go by Alsop outside the off stump, and there is no run.
You'd be happy to see 3 or 4 more of those,
sure
to wave beyond. 4 deliveries left of this session. Claydon heading back towards the end of his mark.
Got that white sort of wristband on his left arm. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Alsop. Turns and is on his way. He's in the bowls, and Alsop is forward, placed to the offside, fielded by Delray Rawlings. And there is no run. He's kind of providing a perfect foil here for Ollie Robinson, is Mitch Claydon. He's just pitching it up, he's keeping it tight. He bowled a couple of wideish deliveries that were hit for 4 by Felix Organ, but in the main he's kept the ball right up. He's not given the batsman anything to hit. So there's no respite here for the Hampshire batsman.
And there's no need, the way Robinson's bowling, for him to do much more than that.
In comes Claydon and bowls, and Alsop turns this onto the leg side as far as Haynes, who's quickly round, gets in the throw, backed up by Robinson. And he's a single to Tom Alsop. He goes to 6, a total to 23 for 3. You can probably hear the wind blowing around in our effects microphone. It's by no means a a windy day down here. Just a bit of a breeze, just rustling the trees that are around the ground, and about 50% cotton wool cloud and blue sky as well. As in comes Claydon, runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and fade away by Kane. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a little too short and clubbed away through the offside, and yes, it just beats the diving Tom Clark. So a boundary to Kane. He goes to 5, and Hampshire to 27 for 3.
That's a nice shot. He'll feel good about that one.
He will. So I reckon this is going to be the last ball before lunch.
I think you could be right, and Claydon will be hoping it's not being chased again towards the boundary.
As in comes Claydon again. He's in the bowls, and Kane plays that quietly to mid-wicket, where it's fielded. I think that is Jack Carson there, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, and indeed that is time for lunch, with Hampshire 27 for 3. Kane is on 5, Alsop is 6. Andrew's going to go and do his update, but I think pretty much Sussex's morning.
Very much Sussex's morning. They'll be pleased with the runs they managed to eke out. Hampshire will feel they should be chasing 20 or 30 less, but as it is, even 200 looks a long way away at the moment with 27 for 3, and particularly with that key issue of North East. There's an opportunity for Harry Kane or Tom Alsop to really show what they're capable of, but the way Sussex are bowling is going to be challenging.
Andrew, thanks very much indeed. Good to see you this morning as the players wander off into the corner of the ground to the pavilion. I'll just stay on air for a few more moments' time as we give our updates to the listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey. But for now, on our live commentary feed, thank you all for listening. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll speak to you again in about 40 minutes' time. concern about whether there was a photograph he took of him in a sling, but he was out there doing some warming up and he looked very pleased with life, so really good to see Chris back, and let's hope he may well play some T20 cricket. But it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to open up after lunch, running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays quietly into the offside, fielded at backward point by Tom Clark. Andrew's here with me, and you know, Sussex aren't home and hosed by any manner of means, but they'll feel they're in the box seat.
No, and you think if Ollie Robinson can bowl the way he did before lunch, it's going to be very, very challenging for Hampshire from here. He really caused problems, and Alsop and Harry Kane just need to try and find a way to still be around when someone else is bowling, and maybe runs might become a bit easier if that's the case. But Robinson has looked so dangerous and really looked someone that you don't want to be trying to score runs against on this pitch.
Comes in and bowls to Alsop, who drops forward and plays that quietly to backward point. An attacking field, as you would expect. 4 slips in place. Salt, Finch, Garton, who's taken both catches, the first of which was a juggling effort, the second one a good low effort, just getting his hands underneath the ball as it was about to hit the deck. And Delray Rawlings at 4th. Tom Clark is at backward point. Looks like Mitch Claydon down here at fine leg. As in comes Robinson. Beautiful afternoon sunshine here at Hove, lots of cloud around, but in comes Robinson and bowls, and Alsop again is forward, and for the 3rd time in the over, the ball is fielded by Clark at backward point, and there is no run. 2 debutants in the Sussex side who I sadly have to say I've yet to distinguish between the two. Henry Crocombe, who's right arm medium fast, who's come into the side, made runs today, made 10 down the order, and batted very nicely as Sussex headed those late runs. And Jack Carson, who's also making his debut, he bowls off spin. So one of them is at square leg, the other one's at mid off, and Tom Haynes is at mid on. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and down the leg side, and by Ollie Robinson's high standards, and they are high standards, he'll be disappointed with that delivery taken by Brown, and there is no run. This is the 3rd day out of 4. If you want to get in contact with us here, then please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk via email. You could tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport. It'll be great to have your company through the rest of the day.
I've got a few tweets that have come in that we'll come to in a few moments as Robinson looks is going round the wickets.
That's interesting. A change of angle from Ollie Robinson to the left-handed Alsop. Having seen that one going down the leg side, I wonder if that prompted him to make that decision, but he's on his way now around the wicket and bowls, and outside of the off stump. Alsop doesn't need to play and lets the ball go through to Ben Brown. Good carry to Brown, who took it round about his midriff, and there is no run. Mitch Claydon down below us just takes off his cap, and the players can't hand caps etc. to the umpire with the pandemic, so they have to leave their caps outside the playing area. And Mitch Claydon, I presume, is going to bowl the next over from this C end of the ground. He bowled 4 overs before lunch. He's now down at fine leg. Here comes Robinson, final ball of the 9th over. He's in, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop turns this nicely. That's a nice looking shot by Tom Alsop, and Ollie Robinson is frustrated with himself. Slightly over pitched, around about leg stump, and Tom Alsop eased the ball through mid wicket for a boundary. So no success for Sussex after lunch. Ollie Robinson 5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12, still excellent figures. Hampshire 31 for 3. Alsop is into double figures, he's on 10. Harry Kane is on 5, and Hampshire needing another 214 to win.
4.5 overs or 4.5 overs for Robinson, and barely a sniff for the batsman. Just 8 runs conceded. So Alsop will be very, very happy that he could just get a nice straightforward 4 off his legs to take it to 31 for 3. 224 more runs needed before Claydon starts over. Mike sent this in about an hour ago. How do you think it will affect the Hampshire players not playing any matches on their home ground this year? Is Claydon in and off his toes? Kane's going to play that out to the between the 2 men on the leg side boundary who converge on it. It's just 1 run. Strange times, but surely sportsmen like playing at home where they know the ground wicket. Well, Hampshire have been training at Arundel since they've been back, but I think you make a good point, Mike. It's not ideal to not be on your home surroundings. If nothing else, it's a lot of the players live very near the Ageas Bowl. The travel and being away from home is certainly more frustrating. As Claydon comes into Alsop, he's hit him on the pad. I think there might have been a bit of bat there. Some muted appeals. Ian Pearce, nice to hear from you, saying, weird to think my only trip to the Aegeus Bowl was to meet you with Austin back in January. Interesting chase despite the setback. So Ian's young son Austin was registered as a Hampshire member before he was registered as a person. That is his level of dedication, Ian. So Austin came and met us for a nice piece for South today. Austin was very well behaved. As in comes Claydon once more, hit on the pads and a big appeal, but that looked like it's going down leg from here.
I would agree. Yes, I think that was quite optimistic.
Jo saying she hadn't tuned in much this morning. She's hoping for a wicketless lunch, needing to keep these two together. And they really do need to spend some time together, Harry Kane and Tom Alsop here. 32 for 3, 2 for 5 the victory target. And Rich saying, come on Hampshire, not much batting beyond these two, doesn't look too hopeful. Well, if these two can put on some runs, then some hope certainly may well appear, as that's played into the leg side for no run by Alsop. It's a challenge, but what an opportunity for young Harry Kane. We've all talked about the fact that Vince is most likely to come back in next week for him. So what an opportunity. You can bat for as long as you want. You've got all day if you need, and tomorrow, but hang around and try and get some runs on the board. Claydon to the left-handed Alsop. He just wanders slightly across his stumps and then plays it into the leg side. They'd run the first hard and they'll comfortably get to there as it's fielded on the boundary. And the score 34 for 3. I don't think these are batsmen who are going to retreat into their shell despite the challenges they're facing. Remember, Sussex 176 in their first innings, Hampshire replying with 153, and then Sussex making 2-2-1 in their second innings. As Claydon trots past umpire Gould, and it's full and it's driven, and it's not really that well timed by Alsop, and it'll be just one for extra cover. And he may feel he's missed out a little bit there, because if he found the gap, if he had anything like the timing he would have liked, that would race away for the boundary. As it was, just a single, 35 for 3, end of the over, 210 more needed.
A few emails here to run through. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We generally get quite a few people on a Monday who are perhaps in the office or maybe working from home in the current climate, who are listening to us. And this is one of those. It's from Andy Hunt. He says, come on the Sharks. Interesting game, could be very close. Just love listening to the commentary after all this time whilst at work. So thank you for getting in touch, Andy. Graham's been back in touch to talk about cricket grounds, and he says he didn't realise that the tour openers were not considered first class. Perhaps nowadays they'll be regarded as a list A. He says a correction, the West Indies played there in 1928. He sent some footage of the match here, so we'll have a look at that later. Wow. I'll show that to Dave Allen. As in comes Robinson and bowls, and clipped away by Alsop. More runs here up the hill. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit. I think that's Jack Cast in hot pursuit as well. And there was a bit of hesitation there. The throw comes in, and that was in stark contrast actually to the Sussex running between the wickets, which has been very aggressive throughout the match. And I'd have thought there was 3 there every day of the week, to be honest. Right out to the top of the ground, but in the end they did take the third.
Well, the fact there was hesitation and they still managed to get in without any trouble shows that Alsop was right to come back. Kane was the one who was reluctant. Maybe he just didn't want to be on strike to Ollie Robinson any further.
Well, maybe. And a message from Jamie as well, which I'll read in a moment, as the 4 slips go down and Robinson comes running in. Bowls, and Kane is beaten outside the off stump. Lovely delivery by Robinson, who's right on the money there, and Kane coming forward. Fortunate not to get a nick on that one. Jamie says the target is at least 2 or 3 wickets down by lunch. Well, that was certainly the case, Jamie. Thanks for getting in touch, and I hope everything is well with you. A regular contributor to our commentaries here on BBC Sussex, to whom you're listening, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. And just to plug the Sussex web stream, where you can watch the action here at home whilst listening to the commentary. In comes Robinson, in and bowls, and he beats Kane. All ends up with an absolute belter of a delivery, moving away from the right-handed Kane, who, well, perhaps it'd be a little unkind to say it was almost too good a delivery, but it was a beautiful delivery by Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, Robinson fighting back with 2 fantastic balls there for Kane, and this is the battle he faces against top quality first class opponents. You've got to be able to get through these spells, you've got to be able to try and find a way.
Robinson again is on his way down the hill, bowls, and came to sit on the pad. I think that's a little high, and it was an appeal. They all started to go up, then decided it was a little high, and that wasn't going to hit the stumps. I don't know if he got a little nick on it as well, but from here it looked too high. And again, there is no run. I mean, he's in and around England's squad. He's been training with England, and there's some real competition in that England squad now. With the resurgence of Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson is fit. Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Chris Wokes, Sam Curran.
There's an embarrassment of riches in that fast bowling department.
In comes Robinson again, bowls, and played by, came to mid on, there is no run. And Ollie will know that having got himself right in the minds of the selectors, that to keep himself there, he needs to keep wickets, and that's to Sussex's benefit. You've got a fast bowler who's tearing in and really proving a point, and he's bowled beautifully again here in this match. 6 wickets so far for Ollie Robinson. 137 wickets in the last 2 seasons, by a distance Sussex's best bowler. He's on his way again and bowls. Kane comes forward and squirts that one away onto the leg side. End of Ollie Robinson's over. 38 for 3. Hampshire. Kane is on 6. Alsop is on 16. And Ollie Robinson has bowled 6 overs now in this Hampshire second innings, taken 3 for 15, and Hampshire needing another 207 to win.
Well, quite simply, Harry Kane is going to want to get himself at the other end, because he is really up against it. Ollie Robinson has given him a working over. He's done very well to still be in at this stage, but he's just going to feel that too many more overs of Robinson, and he may well not still be there. Robinson 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. He's bowled fantastically. Hampshire 38 for 3, chasing 245 for win. As Claydon starts a new over to Alsop from the C end, over pitched, but the drive from Alsop hard into the ground and easy for Claydon to field off his own bowling, so he'll trot back to the end of his mark. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex here. Live commentary in the Bob Willis Trophy first round of matches, and there is pretty much a match starting every Saturday throughout August and into the start of September, and then T20 cricket will kick in as Claydon comes in, and that's well outside off stump, and Alsop is happy just to wave that one and let that one go. T20 fixtures not out as yet. When the T20 blast was pushed back to September, there was a hope that there would be some spectators in by that point. That potentially seems pretty optimistic at the moment. Whether that will or won't happen, and I have to say, it's one thing, the idea of having fans at somewhere like the Aegeus Bowl, where actually normally probably only about half the capacity between T20 matches, as Claydon is in and Alsop drives it up towards extra cover. But somewhere like here at Hove, I've been here on a T20 night. It's a great venue for T20 cricket, but it is packed to the rafters, and that ultimately is the problem. So no fixtures out yet, and the final of this competition bizarrely will be after the T20, so I think that's the first week in October in Lords. There can't have been much cricket at Lords in October over the years. Maybe that's one I should throw to Dave Allen a bit later. He'd probably know more than me. Claydon into Alsop once more, full again, defended by Alsop, goes up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, and interestingly, Middlesex are playing their matches away from Lords at Radley. I'm not sure if that's because of some of the rebuilding work that's going on at Lords, or quite what the reason is, to be honest.
I did hear a rumour they were suggested that they didn't want people playing in central London in the current climate, but then you would think if the safest spot you could be is the middle of Lords in central London, but that certainly isn't confirmed. Just Claydon to the left-hander Alsop again, and Alsop will defend that down into the ground.
Stuart in Hailsham has been in touch. He says, "Good afternoon, gents. Must say it's very enjoyable to be able to listen to your commentary whilst working from home. Usually a pleasure reserved for days off. Keep it up, Sussex. All the best, Stuart in Hailsham." Stuart, great to hear from you. Thanks very much for your comment. Hope you're enjoying the cricket, and if you want to join the conversation, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk for your emails.
In comes Claydon, and Alsop again with that slight shuffle across, defends that one into the leg side. That's the end of the over. 38 for 3 the score, 207 more needed. We have 58 overs remaining in the day. So Hampshire still would need to score at not a terrible rate, probably still 3.5, although they've probably gone about what the rate they would need to be. Although, of course, if you came down to it, you've got things like the extra half hour. But just given how this game is gone, it just seems an unlikely scenario that we're still going at 6:30 and Hampshire are still going and nowhere near the tally. So we shall see.
We're talking about tally. He's the talisman for Sussex so far today. Ollie Robinson, who's running in down the hill, bowls to Kame, who lifts the bat and gloves high out of harm's way, and the ball goes through to Ben Brown. There is no run. It's probably cloudier now than any time during the day. There's some famous last words. These are going to be Andrew. I don't think they're rain-bearing clouds, if you believe the forecast. There was talk of a few showers around maybe later, but certainly the cloud does seem to be building. There's fewer patches of blue sky around. Let's hope we don't get any interruptions.
The BBC weather app assured me a dry day last night. I'll say no more.
In comes Robinson down the hill past umpire Taylor and bowls, and Kame is forward, plays the ball back to Robinson, and Robinson stops the ball and then shapes as if to throw the stumps down, and then just for good measure gives Harry Kame a good long hard stare.
Did you see the really ugly incident in the Leicestershire-Lancashire game yesterday, where I can't remember who the bowler was, but he threw the stumps down, missed the stumps, and hit the batsman. 5 penalty runs were awarded, which I think the bowler probably got off lightly for lobbing the ball at the batsman for that.
In comes Robinson again. Down the hill and bowls, and Kame is struck round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside. There is no run. We've had an email through from Jeff Lloyd from down, and he says a sunny and slightly windy Lancing. He says, hello Adrian, I can't remember who the commentator is. It's Andrew, but it's been a great game so far. Ollie Robinson has been fantastic again. Surely it can't be too long before he wears an England shirt. Thanks for the great commentary, Jeff Lloyd.
The only thing I would say about watching Robinson today is it's just unfortunate that the plethora of fast bowlers England have got at the moment. Any other reason, and I think he would be getting a call up.
Robinson in and bowls, and forward comes Kame and just plays defensively on the leg side. There was a bit of talk, certainly he was in the 12 for the second test match at Old Trafford when Jofra Archer didn't play, and it seemed to be a toss-up between Sam Curran and Ollie Robinson, and Sam Curran got the nod in that game. But I just wonder, you know, all Ollie Robinson can do is keep on taking wickets and keep knocking on the door, and eventually you hope an opportunity is going to come and he's going to get a chance. I mean, there are 3 tests coming up against Pakistan during the course of August. Here comes Robinson again. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Kame nudges that to Phil Salt, and there we go. There's number 4 for Ollie Robinson, taken by Phil Salt, and Hampshire lose their 4th wicket. And Ollie Robinson is back in the groove with a vengeance. He's taken all 4 wickets to fall, and Hampshire are 38 for 4.
You'd be lying if you said that's not been coming. Kame, ironically, this over had probably looked more comfortable against Robinson than he had at any time earlier, but Robinson's just asked too many questions of the youngster, and you do actually feel for Kame, because he's making his first-class debut, and he's trying to take on one of the best bowlers in the country, who's bowled a pretty long continuous spell now either side of lunch. He kept trying to get to the other end, he couldn't, and he's finally edged one, and Salt took the catch. Another good slip catch backing up the good work of the bowler, but Robinson is making light work of this Hampshire bowling attack at the moment, and 245 looks a very, very long way off.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay of that. He was playing slightly away from his body, but it's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson. He probably felt he had to play, and Phil Salt taking the catch at the first slip. So Sussex in a very strong position here just after lunch on this, the 3rd day. 38 for 4. The new man coming out is Ian Holland, who bowled extremely well for Hampshire. Just when Sam Northeast needed someone yesterday to put the brakes on, he did a good job. But
Bob worked this morning as well.
Yes, he did. But now he's going to be needed to perform with the bat. As he wanders out to the middle, Ollie Robinson can't wait, and I was just thinking, I mean, he's had a little break for lunch, hasn't he, Ollie Robinson? And I think when he's in this sort of form, Ben Brown, I mean, he won't want to flog his quick bowler into the ground, but I think Ollie Robinson's going to want to keep on bowling.
It's also time to go for the jugular at the moment. You've got 38 for 4.
Yep.
You've a couple more wickets in the next half hour, and although you've still got work to finish the team off, you've got another day tomorrow. The game's as good as one if you can pick up that next couple of wickets.
They want to change in the field. That's interesting. The square leg has gone back to deep square, almost a deep mid-wicket. Still the 4 slips in place, and here comes Robinson. 4 for 15 to his name. 7 wickets in the match. He's in and bowls, and Holland is forward. And there could be a run out here as the ball is played down in front of him by Holland, who was very keen to get up the other end.
Don't blame him.
But he's actually pinched the strike. So he's on his way. He's on 1, and Sussex are 39 for 4. And Ollie Robinson 4 for 16 in 7 overs with 1 maiden. Do you have an update to do?
Yes, I'm going to run and...
Shall I wave to Bruce? So Bruce Talbot's going to join us for half an hour. I think actually we're going to put Bruce after he's done the update. We're going to put him in the box there, I think. So he's got his own microphone, so we can all be biosafety and complying with all the rules and regulations that we need to at Hove. And I've got an update as well to do for the listeners on BBC. How does this look? How does this work for players and staff? County grounds mostly don't have accommodation built in, so it's just a case of finding a local hotel and being very sensible of the Hampshire players headed home after each day's play. The pandemic is a big test of individual discipline. In comes Claydon and bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. Another quick one is Ollie Robinson, Sussex's best seam bowler since James Kirkley, or even before. That's Martin in Twickenham. So lots of questions there, and Bruce Talbot's going to join us in a couple of moments. And Bruce has watched far more cricket down the years at Hove than I have, so we'll ask him exactly that question after we've done our update here to the listeners on BBC Sussex and BBC Surrey. As in comes Mitch Claydon running away from us. Comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a poor shot really by Holland. He was in no position to really play the shot. He was looking to rock back and try and hammer the ball through the offside, but it whistled past the outside edge and into the gloves of Ben Brown. And there is again no one. 39 for 4. And Claydon is back to his mark at the C end of the ground, and he runs away from us. Comes in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Holland, and again there is no run. I think I mentioned before lunch that Mitch Claydon is the perfect foil here in many ways for Ollie Robinson, because he's keeping it very tight. He's not giving the batsman anything to hit, so it's not as if there's any real relief by getting down to the other end. And Ollie Robinson is just piling the pressure on the Hampshire batsman with every ball that he bowls. Slight change in the field. Claydon is just waving his deep backward square more to deep fine leg. As in comes Claydon. Runs away from us. He's in and bowls. And up on his toes is Holland. That's a nice shot. Plays it backward as square down towards the third man boundary. He's picked up 1. They'll pick up 2. But a good diving save by Tom Clark. But a couple of runs to Holland. He goes to 3 and a total to 41 for 4. And we'll bring Bruce Talbot in just in a couple of moments' time. Can you hear Bruce? I don't think you can, so let me just sort that out for you. Can you hear now, Bruce?
I can hear you.
Ah, wonderful. Super stuff. I'll talk to you a minute. I'm just going to do this update on the radio. Bruce is in his own bubble next door to me in the commentary box, so we're all trying to move around and make sure we're all socially distant from each other, and it's all working well at me. It just means we've got that many wires in here. I'm not entirely sure where they all go, but anyway, it's working, so thank goodness for that. So we're doing an update for the radio in a minute, then we can have a nice natter to Bruce, as I say, who has been watching cricket down here for many a long year, and we'll ask him about Ollie Robinson, who comes in now, bowls to Allsop, and Allsop is fiddling this one down to fine leg. Mitch Claydon gets across it. Oh, did it hit the rope? That's very honest from Mitch Claydon. So 10 out of 10 for honesty, because it was a good sliding stop. Now I think he actually did stop the ball, but then the ball just trickled back and hit the rope. So 4 to Tom Allsop. He goes to 20 and Hampshire to 45 for 4. And I think we're doing a cricket update in just a couple of moments' time as Robinson is back to his mark at the far end of the ground. 4 slips go down and Robinson is on his way. Bowls and Allsop Dre. Yes, hello Amani. Well, it's turning into a very good day for Sussex here because needing 245 to win, Hampshire are in all sorts of trouble. They're 46 for 4. All 4 wickets have gone to Ollie Robinson, who's been in and around the England squad during the winter, and he's coming into bowl the 5th ball of this over. He's in and bowls, and Holland drives into the offside. He's going to get runs here through extra cover. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit. I'm not sure it's going to go for 4 runs. It's a long way all the way up to the top of the ground, but they're going to take 3, Willie and Holland. He goes to 6, and Hampshire to 49 for 4, and the runs required to win come down to 196. And he just seems to have this hunger, Bruce, to take wickets.
He does, and I think what's benefited him probably is that he's been bowling, in the England Test bubble for 4 or 5 weeks. So he's had some good practice, which perhaps some of the other bowlers haven't had, because they've not been, preparing for quite as long.
In comes Robinson, bowls, and also up on his toes, plays that quietly to backward point, and there is no run. End of over 49 for 4. Live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex BBC Radio. Solo at myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Bruce Talbot.
Yeah, and he's just carrying on the way he's been in the last 2 seasons, Ollie, isn't he? He's a fantastic bowler. I think he might be having a little bit of a rest at the end of what's he bowled now, 8 overs, 4 for 24. Looks like he's going to have a blow now, but he's just continued where he left off from last season. But yeah, he looks in good order. He's bowling well. I think he was quite close to playing in the Test match at Old
Bowls, and Holland again works that one down to fine legger. That's going to go for 4 runs. That's played a little finer and clipped nicely around the corner. 4 more to Holland. He goes to 12, and Hampshire to 55 for 4. But so you're right. I mean, and 3 Test matches to come against Pakistan. I mean, they seem to have this idea of rotating the bowlers. So whether, it'd be great for Sussex to do well in this competition, but I guess for him to figure at some stage, you'll have to go back into that bubble.
Yeah, I don't think that I'd be unless there's an injury or two to the 6 bowlers that they've got that we've mentioned. I can't see Robinson being involved in the Pakistan series, but he's getting very close.
Claydon runs away from us, coming in up the hill and bowls, and clipped again away by Holland, backward of square. Fielded, I think, by Carson, and there is no run. Sorry, it's 1 run, I do apologise, 56 for 4, and Holland goes to 13. Quite interesting as well here, Bruce, because Martin was also talking about how does the protocol work for players and staff. He was asking whether the Hampshire players go home every day from here. I do know that the Hampshire players are staying in Brighton during the duration of this match, and Sussex off to Canterbury next week. And I know you're involved with the Albion, Bruce, in a media capacity, as in comes Claydon running away from us to bowl to the left-handed Allsop, and Allsop plays quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And I guess there's been an awful lot of protocol around professional and Premier League football. Yeah,
there has, probably fairly similar to what's happened in the Test bubble. It seems a bit more relaxed here at the county cricket. I'm not sure how many times the players have been tested. Maybe once, maybe twice a week. The footballers were being tested twice a week in the Premier League. And I've got some old colleagues up at Crawley, and I think the Football League players are being tested, I think, once a week, starting today. So
Claydon comes in, Allsop plays to backward point, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 56 for 4, 13 to Holland, 21 to Allsop. Hampshire needing another 189 to win. I guess the thing around that is, Bruce, there's a cost to test as well, isn't there?
How long can this carry on? How long can grounds remain closed with no spectators, and you've still got to cover all the costs of testing? I mean, testing, I think the figure is about £150 per test. So if you times that, the number of players in your squad, plus the coaching staff, plus the ancillary staff here who make the lunches and what have you, it soon mounts up. Of course, the players have had to come off furlough, so there's another cost for Sussex. No revenue coming in, no sponsorship, no corporate days, nothing. A bit further down the line, I think it's going to be difficult. I think most counties are probably written off this season anyway.
Robinson comes in and bowls to Holland, who plays to mid-off. We thought maybe Ollie Robinson may have a little blow, but he's staying on for the moment. But he's 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 24. So I mean, tough times ahead for County Bridge. I mean, you've been coming here for many a long year of. I just wonder whether this is a real crunch time for county cricket.
Well, it is. They will be absolutely desperate to be back to normal by the start of the year. Never mind next season, because they'll need Christmas for corporate bookings and stuff like that. I mean, will they be allowed? I know it's always very busy here at that time of year.
Robinson in and bowls, and he beats Holland outside the off stump. A stifled appeal, but there is no run. I mean, I know they have the fireworks here as well in November.
Yeah, it's a huge event in the city. I think thousands of people turn up for that. It is really tough times. But when the county season, when they said, the ECB said, yeah, we're restarting county cricket. I know that 1 or 2 counties, read that 1 or 2 counties weren't so keen because of the costs involved. But I'm sorry, I totally disagree with that. If you're a county cricket club, that's what you're here for, to play cricket.
In comes Holland. In comes Robinson. Bowls to Holland, and again he beats him outside the off stump. And Ollie Robinson has just got this nagging line in it. He gives it nothing to hit.
Away. No, he's barely bowled a poor ball in this spell. What is he into his 9th over? 4 for 24. Outstanding accuracy. Metronomic really. Just keeps. It's like last season. Never ended. He's just carried on as he left off. But as I say, I definitely feel that the fact that he's had a month or so of meaningful nets and practice, against the best batsman in England within the bubble has definitely helped him.
Robinson in again, bowls. Oh, and he's through it. He drags that on. I thought Holland, but played into the onside, and there is no run. 56 for 4. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Bruce Talbot. What have you? You say cricketers should be playing, so you were all in favour, Bruce.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, I think
on.
Players, especially players who are out of contract, they need an opportunity to play. I think most counties, looking at the teams and no overseas players, got development very much in mind, I think.
Robinson comes in and bowls, and driven by Holland. He didn't mean that to go there. He was looking to drive that through mid-off, but he was rather squared up, played it to mid-on, and there is no run. Still 56 for 4.
You can see an argument both ways, but I'm thinking of players who are out of contract, like Luke Wells, for instance, who's out of contract at the end of this season. He's not playing in this game. Sussex will argue, we've seen enough of Luke Wells to make our mind up either way, so we're going to have a look at Tom Haynes and Tom Clark and younger players like that, and the same with the bowlers, with Crocombe and Jack Carson.
Comes Robinson and bowls. Holland is 4 to bowl of good length, plays it back to Ollie Robinson. There is no. I'll be interesting to see what happens here, whether Ben Brown gives a little nod in the direction of Ollie Robinson, or whether when they had a chat before, perhaps Ben was saying one more Ollie, but no indication that he's just got his hands on his knees, actually, Ollie Robinson. He's okay, he's putting his cap on. Makes you wonder whether we are going to get a change in the bowling. There's a bit of natter going on out in the middle, so I wonder whether perhaps Jack Carson is going to come on to bowl. No, that's Henry Crocombe. We know that because he's got that sort of shock of blonde hair. So he looks like he's going to bowl up the hill for the first time in the match, is Henry Crocombe. Yeah, so as we were saying, and I don't know whether I know you hear the first episode yesterday. We had Jason Gillespie speaking yesterday, and Jason was honest as he always did, and a few people sent in texts and tweets saying, well, no Luke Wells, no Laurie Evans, what's going on, and Jason was very honest and said we haven't been good enough in 4-day cricket in the last 2 years. Well,
no one can disagree with that assessment. Certainly, batting wise, he makes a very good point there. The coach.
Crocombe comes in and bowls to Allsop, squirts that into the gully. There is no run.
It's been, the main problem for Sussex for more than 2 years, probably going back, to the days of Ved Joyce and Chris Nash. Those experienced players that weren't replaced until, of course, they signed Travis Head for this year, which would have been a fantastic signing, had it been a normal season.
Crocombe is in and bowls, and forward comes Allsop and plays quietly to mid-on, and there is no run. Yes, I wondered whether I was told, and I haven't done the sums, reliably, that the average age of this Sussex side is 24.
Yeah,
so I don't know whether
the youngest that Sussex have ever
Well, I was
fielded,
going to say, in the many years you've been coming here, I wonder whether there's been a youngest.
Hard to think, it's just such unusual. I mean, 9 players in this squad have come through the academy, which I think is good.
Crocombe bowls and played as the onside by Allsop. That's another great stat, Bruce.
Well, you just sort of think, is the sort of the mindset changing a little bit? Sussex not accepting that they are now a second division county and sort of putting more emphasis on one-day cricket and particularly the blast. In which case, you've got to see whether guys like Crocombe and Carson and Delray Rawlins, for instance, Tom Haynes, Tom Clark can all.
Crocombe comes in and bowls and played to mid-on, and there is no run.
Whether they can perform at first class level. I think this is the ideal opportunity to blood young players, because most counties are in the same boat, and some are really stretched by England call-ups. There have been a few injuries, of course, here as well. No Chris Jordan, though I did see him bowling in.
Yes, that was good, wasn't it?
On the out, so he might be fairly close to a recall, perhaps a game in the Bob Willis Trophy in a couple of weeks or something.
And comes Crocombe and bowls, clipped him to the onside by Allsop. Yes, and we talked about that earlier, and I was really, I don't know why, but I was surprised. I saw Chris, he tweeted the picture of himself with his arm in a sling, but he was out there, he was bowling, and he was smiling away, which made me think, things are going nicely, so we wish him well. Yeah,
he would certainly, you would have thought he would be playing in this game if he wasn't injured.
In comes Crocombe again, final ball of his first over of the second innings, bowls to Allsop, who plays firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 56 for 4, Holland on 13, Allsop on 21. We've got an email in from Martin Mahoney in Holmer Green. I'm not familiar with that place, but it's in South Buckinghamshire. And he says, fabulous to have the cricket commentary back and being able to listen to the mighty Sussex. With the present schedule of matches, and after such a long layoff, will it be at the back of the coach's minds the risk of injuries similar to the injuries experienced by the professional footballers? Injuries. There's a lot of cricket now in quite a short period of time.
Yeah, and the big concern, I think, when this competition started was the lead-in time was only weeks, and coaches were worried that wasn't going to be long enough for bowlers to get up to speed and get into the rhythm of bowling. So I'd imagine that there would be 1 or 2 changes. I can't believe that Sussex will play the same 11 players for every game. Mind you, there is a fairly decent break now. I mean, this game probably finished today, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, travelling day to Canterbury on Friday. It's 4 days. I probably won't do anything for a couple of days just to rest and get ready again. So the preparation period for the matches is pretty good, because in a normal season, in this sort of schedule, if we had a championship match starting on a Saturday and finishing on a Tuesday, there'd probably be a T20 on the Thursday or Friday, and then straight back into 4-day cricket on the Saturday or Sunday. So the schedule is fairly regimented, isn't it, for the Bob? All the matches are starting on a Saturday, and then we go into the blast at the end of the month. I think the fixtures for that are probably coming out next week. So.
Right, okay. We need to get them out. There's some talk about Friday, but you think it'll be next week, Bruce?
I was told the 10th, which is next Monday. So,
right, okay.
It might be Friday.
No. Well, I guess everybody wants to know and start to prepare now.
Unfortunately, I don't think there'll be any matches with supporters. I know that was the hope a few weeks ago, or even last week, before the latest restrictions were reimposed. So,
no, I think you're right. I think the fact that the games at the Oval, the event at Goodwood was cancelled, I think that might well have put the mockers on any. And let's be honest, if the infection rate is rising, then
there's nothing you can do.
It's the right decision.
I mean, games, these white ball, the 4-day games with. No fans will take some getting used to, but you will definitely notice a difference, I think, for the T20.
Yes.
When normally the ground would be absolutely packed.
Well, we're going to get a bit of off spin, and it's young Jack Carson who's coming into bowl, and bowls to Ian Holland, who plays that behind square on the leg side, fielded by George Gartner, who's in there on leg slips. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg, a mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and then on the offside, apart from the slip, a mid-off and a swoop on the cover boundary. As in comes Carson, over the wicket and bowls, and reverse, well, he's playing on and he's out! He attempted to reverse sweep, did Ian Holland, and Jack Carson, who took a wicket with his second ball in the first innings, has replicated that feat. He's taken a wicket with his second ball in his second innings. A terrific bowling change by Ben Brown. We have to give the skipper some credit as well. Young Jack Carson is back in the wickets. He picked up 2 in the first innings. He picked up another one here. And now Hampshire are in all sorts of trouble on 56 for 4. Well, 56 for 5, I should say, I'm sorry.
56 for 5, yeah. Well, not a great shot, I have to say, to the second ball. Reverse sweep. I think he's got an inside edge onto that. Clattered onto the leg and middle stump. So great for Jack Carson. Second time he's taken a wicket in the, both innings he's taken a wicket with his second ball. Not bad on your first class debut. But a poor shot, really, that. And I thought 1 or 2 of the shots earlier weren't great by Hampshire. Some flat-footed wafts, but certainly by the 2 openers. And then, of course, North East played on, didn't he? So it's been fairly undistinguished batting on both sides. I was speaking to Ian Gould, the umpire, before play today, and he said there's nothing wrong with the pitch. It's absolutely fine. Just some poor shot selection and maybe some rustiness. Not played much. There's only so much that you can get out of net practice, and I think we've seen evidence in this game that it's going to take a few games for the batsman to get back into the swing of things.
Well, Jack Carson, Jason Gillespie was saying yesterday that his parents are over from Northern Ireland, but of course they can't come into the ground. I mean, how frustrating is that? They've been watching the live stream, so I hope if they're watching today that they've enjoyed that wicket and their son has picked up, say, his 3rd wicket of the match. So well done to Jack Carson, well done to Ben Brown, who's he bowled from that end, and there's some footmarks there, so I'm not sure that was instrumental in the dismissal. It was a horrible shot from Ian Holland, but from a Sussex perspective, we don't care really, because it's a 5th wicket for Sussex, and Sussex are firmly in the driving seat. They're not over the line, but they're edging that way as in comes Carson and bowls and driven into the offside. And the scoreboard has suddenly decided to pack up as Lewis McManus takes a single. He's the new batsman, 56 for 5. And I think it's always exciting. I love seeing young spinners play, Bruce. I mean, terrific.
Well,
Bring it on.
It's been a good game for him, because obviously there's some rough created by the left-armers for him to bowl at. There's been a bit of turn, hasn't there? Ian Holland earlier in the day for Hampshire got ended up with 3 for 41. He definitely got some purchase on the ball, and there was some turn actually on the first day. So it's a good cricket wicket by Ben Gibson, the new groundsman here.
Yeah.
His first championship strip. He should be pretty pleased with what he's produced.
In comes Carson around the wicket to the left-handed. Also drives slightly in the air past the diving Delray Rawlings, who's in at cover. It wasn't a chance, but it was in the air for a while. But it's a single to Alsop, who goes to 22. Hampshire 58 for 5. Another 187 to win, and that probably seems an awful long way away for the Hampshire batsman. But it's never done till it's done. 3 men clustered around the back. Carson comes in bowl, gives that plenty of air. Good to see that driven away into the offside. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit. There's a good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes actually on the sweeping on the cover boundary. But still a couple of runs to the new batsman McManus, who goes to 3. And Hampshire to 60 for 5. Those close fielders, a slip, a short leg and a leg slip clustered around the back. As in comes Carson again, bowls, and forward comes McManus, just props forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run. You mentioned Ian Gould, end of the over by the way, 60 for 5, and I know you were very busy through the winter months writing Ian's book, and I spoke to him. Thank you for organising that, Bruce, and it was great to speak to him, and I had some feedback from some Sussex supporters, thoroughly enjoyed reading it.
Yeah, and actually today it's just been nominated on the William Hill Cricket Book of the Year long list. So
fabulous.
That's
well done, Bruce.
I sent Gunnar a text at lunch to tell him the good news. So I'm not sure. I don't think he's going to win, but because there's some very strong titles there. But yeah, it's nice. I enjoy doing it, and it's done well. It's sold well. Been good to work with Ian, and there's a paperback edition coming out next year. The thing is that he did loads of interviews at the start of the lockdown period when the book comes out. We'll talk about it in a minute when the...
In comes Henry Crocombe running away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Alsop bowls, and Alsop covers up plays into the offside. There is no run.
Every interview he did, whether he did it with a paper or a website or on the radio or a podcast, he told a couple of stories that he hadn't mentioned in the book. So I said to him, you've got to remember all these. I said, put a notebook by the side of your bed, and when you remember something, just make a note. So when we do the paper that's coming out in paperback next year, we'll add a few more stories and bits and pieces to it.
In comes Crocombe and bowls, and Alsop forward fielded off his own bowling. There is no run. And just give us an idea for a book of that length, Bruce. How much time do you have to dedicate to that? We started it actually probably round about this time last year, maybe a bit later, nearer September perhaps, because obviously Gunner was still umpiring, so I didn't really have much access to him until the last season finished. Crocombe in again, bowls to the left-handed Alsop, and Alsop pulls through Widishman on. They've taken one, they'll come back for two. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, and he's going to just cut the ball off, and it's going to be 2 more runs to Alsop, who goes to 24 on the total, 62 for 5. Yeah,
so we started it probably September last year, and I met Ian maybe once a week through October, November, December. And then we finished things off in January. He went off to the Under-19 World Cup to do some mentoring out there in South Africa, and came back early February, and that's when we sort of did the last...
Crocombe in bowls, Alsop plays into the offside, no run.
The last bits and pieces, and then the manuscript was with the publisher by second or third week in February, and we had copies by the end of sort of third week in March, literally just as lockdown started. It didn't take that long, 6 months probably, just general working with him. I'd write a chapter, we'd have a chat with no more than an hour and a quarter of time, because he needs a drink and a cigarette. Well, after that,
in comes Crocombe bowls, clipped away by Alsop on the leg. So that's a nice looking shot. He picks up a single, footed by Haynes at deep backward square. 1 more to Alsop, who's looked pretty good. He goes to 25 and Hampshire to 63 for 5. And that was going to be my question actually, Bruce. I mean, when you're doing this, do you sort of... Don't give all your secrets away, but do you sort of sit down in a pub with a couple of pints of beer and stick the tape recorder on?
Well, we met in a pub. Not far from here, actually, called one of Gunner's locals, called the Libation. But we always used to meet in the mornings about 11 o'clock. So there was no alcohol, unfortunately, just normally a coffee. But we'd sit there for an hour. It's normally quiet, so And then I'd write up the chapter, and the following week I'd give it to him to read over, and just sort of went like that. That was a routine.
Crocombe comes in and bowls, and played into the onside by McManus, and there is no run. It is the end of the over, 63 for 5, McManus on 3, Alsop on 25. So people listening, and we have plenty of listeners over the last couple of days, both in Hampshire and here in Sussex. So people want to read the book. What's it called, and where can they get it? Well, you can get it on anywhere really. Amazon, certainly, all the websites. It's in the shops now. As I say, it came out just after lockdown, so it's difficult, obviously, with the bookshops shut. But it's available now. It's called Gunner: My Life in Cricket. It's published by Pitch Publishing, and if I say to myself, it's worth a read. Good. I'll have to get you a copy, actually, Adrian. Well, I won't charge you £20, I don't know, as you're a mate. Well, it was really good to speak to Ian. Actually, I spoke to him just before lockdown, and he's a great person to interview. He's really honest and open. In comes Carlson, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Alsop, who works this backward of square on the offside, and there is no run. I'll bring Andrew Moon back in a few moments' time. But as I say, actually, you did the interviews over cups of coffee. Maybe if it had been over a couple of pints, Bruce, you might have got even more stories. Might have done, but he probably would have forgotten more as well. So swings and roundabouts there. But no, it was really good to work with Ian, and as I say, we've got a paperback coming out next year. In comes Carlson again, reverse swept, this time by Alsop. Well, that was the downfall of Ian Holland, really, but he gets away with it and gets a single. He goes to 26, the total to 64 for 5. Carson does rattle through his overs, so we don't get a lot of time before balls. But before I hand over to Andrew in a couple of minutes, I just be good to get your views as well, because you've seen a lot of good batsmen in your years down here, Bruce. And I'd just like to get your thoughts on Phil Salt and his development as in comes Carson and bowls. McManus was looking to play that one away through points, but instead just decided in the end to play the ball down in front of him on the leg side, and there is no run. Still 3 fielders clustered around the bat. A slip a short leg and a leg slip as in comes Castle in bright sunshine and bowls, and he gave that a bit of a tweak, and McManus is forward, plays into the offside, just dropping the hands and playing with soft hands, and there is no run. Total remains 64 for 5. Gorgeous sunshine now, and Castle already back to his mark. And he's in off 3 or 4 paces and bowls and gives that error as well, and driven nicely through the offside. Mitch Claydon decides he'll let the younger man Tom Haynes do the running. But there's 2 comfortable runs for McManus. He goes to 5 and Hampshire to 66 for 5. There's a big gap there on that leg side, but that's deliberate. He's playing against the spin. There is Lewis McManus. 3 men on the leg side saving 1, a mid on a mid wicket, and a backward square leg as Carson is in again. Bowls and forward comes McManus, plays into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 66 for 5. So I'll just do one more over, then I'll hand over to Andrew. But yeah, so Phil Salt, you've watched his development as much as I have, and I just get the feeling we're seeing well, you should give your opinion.
Well, yeah, I think you're going to say a star in the making. I think you're right, and someone who could probably be opening the batting here at Sussex for the next 10 years. I mean, fair play to Phil. I mean, when he came into the Championship side, or when he came here, got into the team initially, everyone thought, well, he's a one-day, he's a Laurie Evans and one-day Luke Wright, perhaps, a strong one-day player. But I'll not say reinvented himself, but he's made himself into a more than capable opening batsman. Obviously still attacking traits as well, but I've been very impressed with him in the last season and actually in the innings here that I saw.
In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls to Walsall, who plays quietly into the covers. There's no run fielded by Rawlins. Because
it's not easy opening the batting in England. Obviously, it's a completely different scenario this season. You're opening the batting in August instead of April. But no, I think he's been outstanding. He's got a good temperament. He obviously wants to learn, wants to improve. It's just a shame in the 2 innings here that he didn't go on and get 100. No, I think you've got someone here, Sussex can rely on that he actually enjoys doing the media stuff. And why wouldn't he, Adrian, talking to you?
But it was just really good that he came over and spoke. So that was 10 out of 10 for Phil for that. As in comes Crocombe and bowls, and forward comes McManus, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And what was the other thing I was going to say about him? Oh yeah, I also asked him about the fact that he hadn't, after he made that 100 for England in the friendly, he didn't get in the squad.
I was surprised, actually.
Yeah, well, I was surprised, because 1 or 2 in that squad have had quite a few chances. But it was just that steely determined. You could just tell that he was really disappointed.
Yeah.
And I thought it was good.
Well, if he has a good T20, there's a series against Australia at the end in September. Who's to say he won't be involved in that?
Crocombe comes in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by McManus, and there is no run. So yeah, I agree. It's just really good to see sort of a young player develop, isn't it? His game developing, and I thought his innings, particularly in the second innings, I thought when Sussex lost a couple of wickets yesterday, when Harry Finch was out, and then who else was out after that? Tom Clark, that he sort of reined himself in.
Well, he's almost one of the senior players in this team at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's certainly one of the senior batsmen in terms of the number of games that he's played.
Crocombe comes in and bowls, so that's a nice looking shot by Lewis McManus. That's going to bring him 4 runs. It was outside of the off stump, and it was played away with lovely timing by McManus through the covers, and he picks up a boundary. So 71 for 4 ball. Good to Bruce.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you, and that book, Gunner, My Time in Cricket or My Life in Cricket. Yeah, so a couple of people have been in touch and said how much they enjoyed the read, and that's terrific. It's been nominated for an award. So in comes Crocombe bowls, up on his toes goes McManus, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So we'll have a natter again, Bruce.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. Bruce Talbot. Always good to have Bruce's company here at Hove. He's watched more cricket here than I've had hot dinners as Bruce. He knows everyone and pretty much knows every stat there is to know, so it's great to have him chatting away to us. And as I say, we were talking about the book he's written with Ian Gould, and we were just saying how does he write it, and it been nominated for an award. He sits down and chatters away. So
yeah, I can imagine Ian Gould, certainly the kind of umpire with and former player with a fair few stories to tell. It just, with anyone, all of us in here, feels very privileged to be watching live cricket because there are so few able to do so. Here comes Carson from the Cromwell Road and a new over, and Allsop is bowled all up, using his feet, trying to get down the wicket, misjudges it completely. His off stump jags back, and Hampshire are 71 for 6, and Allsop, the only Hampshire batsman to get going, is out for 27.
Yeah, well, he he danced down the wicket there to Jack Carson, and he's been... is probably the description of that, and he wanders off, and as I say, he played quite nicely, Tom Allsop, but another wicket for young Carson. That's 4 in the match for him, and Sussex are in a very strong position here. It's not another 174 needed to win, and we keep on saying it's never done till it's done, but really Sussex here will be strong favourites to wrap up victory in this game.
Matter of time it feels at the moment. And
watching that shot again, yeah, I mean,
I was just sat here watching for the past 10 minutes thinking, you've got 2 young batsmen, Allsop and McManus. They've both got a lovely array of shots, both good, aggressive one-day batsmen, and just wondering how much longer were we going to see them, not so much potting around, but taking their time, because also, it's going to be back of your mind, the way Robinson's bowled, he's going to be back on before too long, and you've got to just survive when he's bowling and score runs against the others. So that is the end of Allsop, 71 for 6, still another 174 unlikely runs for Hampshire to win. At Solent Sport, if you want to send your tweets in. Neil saying, what on earth was Ian Holland thinking with his wicket? Just terrible. Well, probably not going to have liked the shot from Tom Allsop a huge amount more than the one you would have liked from Ian Holland. And yes, it's a difficult balance. You've got to score runs somehow, but maybe with another day, now's the time to dig in. It's difficult. It's a tough call to make, and clearly runs are not easy to come by in this game.
Nice tweet here from Lizzie Ammon, who's occasionally works for us here on the BBC, but a cricket writer for the Times. Lovely to hear from you, Lizzie. Hope you're keeping well. I'll read out your tweet in a couple of moments' time.
Carson then is over the wicket. James Fuller, the new batsman, and he'll drop that into the leg side with the fielders around the bat that are asleep. A leg slip, or more of a leg gully, and a short leg, making some noise. The 2 on the leg side, both with the helmets on, as Fuller just surveys the field to the leg side, and Carson, who has 2 for 7 in his 3rd over, comes in, got a wicket in his very first ball. Sees a defensive shot played by Fuller, 71 for 6. McManus on 9, Fuller just getting going, yet to score. Yeah, do fire us any thoughts on at Solent Sport, at BBC Sussex Sport. Bat up on that and plays it towards mid-off. Carson has spin us off and rubs his right-handed in the dust of the footmarks, keeping his hand nice and dry, and polishes the ball. Remember, no saliva allowed to be used to polish the ball due to COVID regulations. In he comes, and that's Fuller. Fuller's played that rather nicely up towards mid-on, and then a misfield means he will get off the mark, and that's just a little bit sloppy from Sussex. And 73 for 6.
Yes, hasn't done much wrong today, Ollie Robinson, but he, by his own high standards, will be very annoyed that he's done that. We're apologising to Jack Carson, I'm sure.
I think his contributions elsewhere probably make up for that slip. Not forgetting his contributions with the bat this morning, as Carson in and played down into the ground by McManus. That little cameo of 20 odd, important, even though maybe Hampshire are not going to get near the 240 odd, but just an extra 20.
So good to hear from you, Lizzie. We were talking about Ollie Robinson and when he may or may not figure for England, and Lizzie says, I think Ollie will feature in the winter when there's inevitable injuries to others. Be interesting to see how he goes in subcontinental conditions. Yep, England touring India. I'm not sure whether that's before or after Christmas. I saw the IPL is going to start mid-September, I think, through to mid-November, so I'm not sure whether, I would imagine therefore England are going out there after Christmas, I would think.
Yeah, any multinational event scheduled at the moment, I always feel needs an asterisk by it. The IPL intended to be.
Yes, I think it's. I think they're playing it in the UAE, aren't they? I think they're playing it in a variety of
So effectively behind closed doors.
In comes Henry Crocombe running away from us. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls to James Fuller, who plays this off the hip down towards fine leg. I think he got a bit of bat on that. Just wait for umpire Gould's signal. No, it was a leg bye. Came off a thigh pad. So 1 more to the total, but Fuller remains on 1. Total goes to 73 for 6. And Hugh Johnson has been in touch. Hello, Hugh. He says, great having you back on the radio. Welcome back to Jason Gillespie. Great to see youth playing for Sussex. Presumably Carson is preferred in 4-day to Beer and Briggs. And Haynes to Wells, he says, question mark, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and played by McManus backward of square and picks up a single. And that's all they're going to get as Haynes runs back from mid-wicket to field. Total goes to 74 for 6. Would Evans be chosen in the next match, he says, question mark. Will Visa return this summer, question mark. Good to see Sussex playing positively. Well, the answers to all those questions, Hugh, were answered really by Jason Gillespie yesterday. So I don't think we're going to see Laurie Evans in 4-day cricket for Sussex this season. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Fuller, plays to mid-off, or towards mid-off, fielded by Crocombe off his own bowling. Jason was saying yesterday that Sussex haven't performed in 4-day cricket the last 2 years, and they're looking at other players, looking at how players perform, and I think this competition is giving them an ideal opportunity to do that. So I think that Carson, the way he's bowled here, has done himself no harm. 7-year-old limbs moving as he chases after the ball and gets in the throw. And there's 2 more to Fuller. He goes to 3, 76 for 6.
The issue with, you mentioned VC, the issue with the South Africans is interesting, because obviously Carl Abbott is still in South Africa at the moment. Brad Wheel's still in South Africa, and you look at some situation like Carl Abbott, even when he's still got visa issues, even when he does come over, and it's not easy to get a flight from South Africa to England at the moment, he'd still have to quarantine for 2 weeks before he would have even allowed to start training. It's looking less and less likely that he'll come, I would say.
Crocombe in bowls, that's short, and just ducks underneath that does Fuller, and there is no run. Yeah, absolutely, and I think David Visa, Sussex said he will not be coming over for this competition. Stian Van Zyl is staying in South Africa, will be back next year. So the question is whether they get David Visa back for, as you say, for T20 cricket. But so much going on, you never know when he's going into lockdown next year and how difficult it's going to be. So it's very difficult to plan. Crocombe runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Fuller. That's short again, and Crocombe just ducks out the way. The ball whistles through to keep him McManus, and there is no run. I think what I'll do here, I've got an update to do at 3 o'clock, so I keep going with you, Andrew. Then we'll bring Dave in after 3 o'clock. I think
that sounds a good plan.
So, end of the over, 76 for 6. Please send in your emails. Lovely to hear from you. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at BBC Sussex Sport or at Solent Sport for either myself, Dave, or Andrew Moon, who's sitting next to me. My name's Adrian Harms, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. And Sussex, I'm always loath to say on the verge of victory, because they aren't, because this is why cricket's such a great game. Hampshire need 169 to win, and you never ever know, but Sussex certainly in a good position to win this match.
Jez on Southern Sports saying, look, a weak side this season need Vincent Dawson back to be competitive. Carson in outside the off stump, and that's defended by McManus. Yeah, I guess look, you look at that as mentioned, Carl Abbott, you add Fidel Edwards, you look at the bowling lineup, they should have Nathan Lyon was coming over at the start of the season as well. You add all those players in and then take Vincent Dawson out. That's 5 players who would have started missing as another defensive stroke by McManus. You add all of them together and you end up in a situation where it's not so much weak, but it just becomes more difficult. And in other times, if you suddenly were having to throw a couple of youngsters in, you might be making some phone calls and getting someone from around the world to come and have a look at things. Now that's obviously just not possible at the moment, as that's defended into the offside by McManus for 1. So it is a good opportunity to give some youngsters a go, and as we know, in theory, the county championship will restart with everyone in the same division as they were last season when things start up again next year, unless there are, of course, significant changes. And who knows, looking ahead to next summer is difficult at the moment as Carson's into Fuller defended into the leg side. It's 77 for 6, Hampshire needing a further 168 runs to win. There are 46 overs left in the day, so we're sitting the halfway point for the overmark for the day. Carson, who struck with his first ball, getting Ian Holland out reverse sweeping. Another one in the form of Tom Alsop. 2 for 9 for him. That's a full toss. Don't bowl those to Fuller, although I don't think he's fully taken advantage of it because it's bounced a couple of times before going 4, and someone the size of Fuller is largely just going to swat those away.
Yeah, well, I guess as a long off spinner, or any spinner, whether you're a leg spinner or an off spinner, what you are, you know, the occasional ball is going to get hit, and that's what James Fuller did there. But I've been impressed by Carson. He's been well used by Ben Brown, and you know, Ben's got a very attacking field as well. So credit to the skipper for keeping the pressure on.
Carson, I mean, Leslie's saying, have I missed this? But where are Abbott and Russo? You've mentioned Abbott and Will, so it's the same for Russo. Well, Russo, I believe, was going to focus on white ball cricket. He is still in South Africa, so the same issues with Wheel and Abbott are there in terms of getting a flight from South Africa to England is not easy at the moment, and even if and when you manage that, you still have to quarantine for 2 weeks, so it's still unclear if Russo would be over for the T20 or not.
Garton rather comes in and bowls, and up on his toes is McManus, plays into the offside, no run.
And Alex saying, and Aaron Donald, another player who I'd forgotten about, who probably would have been in, so you maybe could make an argument there are 6 of Hampshire's what should have been the starting 11 back in April not around, because an Aaron Donald with that serious knee injury, and you don't normally say this, but if there was a year
comes Garton, 2 slips go down, comes in and bowls to McManus, up on his toes, plays into the onside, a short delivery, there is no run. How did he do that? Was it a cruciate ligament or?
Yes, it was, you know. Now you're stretching, I believe, I'm not sure if it's in the net, so I'm having to rack my brains. I think it was just after, right near the end of the last season. It may even have been the dreaded playing football, but I don't know that for certain.
Right, yeah.
So,
well, there's been enough of those, isn't there? I'm amazed that cricket is still. I'm not sure I've seen too much of that out here. All the rules and regulations. Garton on his way again, bowls and right in behind to a short delivery as McManus plays down the track, and there is no run. In fact, we were having this discussion over the weekend actually about the amount of players that Hampshire are missing and the amount that Sussex are missing that would have played in this game. So had everyone been fit and available then, and we hadn't have had COVID, there'd have been Chris Jordan, Travis Head, Stian Van Zyl, David Visa, Joff Archer away with England. So, you know, everyone's missing players, aren't they? In comes Garton and bowls, and up on his toes, and that's a nice looking shot by Lewis McManus. It was just wide of the off stump, bit of extra width from George Garton. He was just up on his toes and played that nicely away through backward point. McManus gets a boundary, he goes to 15 and the total to 89 for 6. But for all of that, I think a great thing about this competition, we're getting a chance to see the likes of Jack Carson and Henry Crocombe for Sussex, and a couple of the younger players for Hampshire as well. You were saying about
Dale and
who's bowled well in this. You know, he bowled well in the friendly game, and Harry Kane, as you say, as in comes Garton. The sun has disappeared momentarily, but he's on his way. Over the wicket bowls, and the ball of good length. That was round about middle and off, and Fuller just played. It shows us. No, that was McManus played into the offside. The scoreboard's very quick, and it's already got the asterisk next to James Fuller, who's going to be taking strike at the start of the next over. So 89 for 6. McManus on 15. Fuller is on 11.
Well, you mentioned Joff Archer. It's kind of a sad thing that you produce a really, really class fast bowler for England. The reality is you're going to be fortunate to see him play for Sussex at all. It's a new over and over pitches, but Fuller plays it along the ground straight to mid-off, so can't pick up a run there. And Ben Brown puts his head in his hands thinking Fuller had overbalanced, was just going to chip it in the air. no run. 89 for 6, 156 more runs required. Fuller has 13 balls, same as McManus at the other end, 11 off. He's had 23 balls. Fuller defends that one. It's a little and large combination in the middle for Hampshire at the moment.
Yeah, and I've little doubt that the Sussex padding around this season. And you plan that Jofra won't be here. If you get him for a couple of T20s, that's a bonus.
There's Carson in. That's over pitch to Fuller. Played up to Robinson anyway. Well, I say Jofra won't be here, but obviously here being Hove, he was here when he shouldn't have been here, and that's where he got himself into trouble. But ultimately, I think him missing that second Test match, he did something he shouldn't have done. We've all done it. You move on, but actually, he needs to be looked after very, very carefully by England because he is such a talent as Carson comes in and defended by McManus into the leg side. And it's crazy to bring an American sport comparison, but the amount of cricket being played and that might need to be played is you're almost looking at a baseball scenario where your batsmen play every game and you rotate the bowlers, and they are going to it's going to be accepted they don't play every game. As in comes Carson once more. That's driven by McManus, straight to mid-off.
Good bit of fielding by Mitch Clay. Very quickly round, very swiftly round.
And you don't even have the argument that fans have paid good money to come in and want to see the best players, because unfortunately fans are all sat at home watching international cricket at the moment. In comes Carson once more in his 5th over, and McManus works it onto the leg side between the two short fielders there, but it's easily gathered, and that ends the over. 90 for 6, 155 further runs required.
I'm just looking at the. I was just sort of. I was looking at the time coming up to 3 o'clock, and we've still got 43 overs to be bowled in the day. And I thought, crumbs, is that really that many to go? But the over 8 is +4 at the moment. So, I'm assuming that the same sort of rules apply in terms of deductions for slow over 8 and that sort of thing.
My guess is that's correct. Hampshire actually were reasonably quick this morning, because once you had Organ and Mason Crane on.
Well, we do get a lot of breaks, don't we, for hygiene breaks and wickets and that sort of thing, but generally those are taken into account. As in comes Garton, over the wicket bowls, and forward comes Fuller, plays to mid-wicket, then there is no run. Different scoreboards do different things, but I'm assuming that over 8 of 4 means that they are
creeping up, and I think
that they are behind the over 8.
Yeah, we're comfortably more than an hour. We should have been hitting halfway an hour into the afternoon session. We are way beyond that.
Garden is back to his mark. He's just got the 2 slips in place and a backward point cover mid-off, a mid-on mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. And Garden left arm over the wickets, in and bowls, and up on his toes is Fuller, and he thumps that into the covers. Very confidently fielded by Crocombe, and there is no run. Who shares a joke with Mitch. Oh, it was Tom Clark, I do apologise. He shares a joke with Mitch Claydon, who works on the ball. I said a bit earlier on that it was a little cloudier, but there's still a few clouds around, but lots of blue sky. So I don't think we're going to get interrupted by the elements, and away to the west, more blue skinning its way towards us. It's a lovely setting at Hove as in comes Garton again over the wicket bowls, and Fuller is very confident, just tucks inside and plays it quietly to mid-wicket, fielded by Delray Rawlins.
He's not very short, Fuller.
Yes, he has.
Now it's different facing Garton and Carson to facing Robinson earlier, but he's just looking one of the more comfortable Hampshire batsmen. And the question from a Sussex perspective is, when do you get Robinson back on?
Yes, my sort of thought on that is, as in comes Garton, running in again over the wicket and bowls. That's short, and Fuller just ducks underneath it through to Brown, and there is no run. It's a good question, because we've got another, I think we have tea at 30 overs, which is some way away, so we've got another 12 overs to go. I just wonder whether Ben Brown might think to himself, well, he won't want to bowl Robinson into the ground because there's a lot of cricket to come in the next few weeks. They go to Canterbury on Saturday, but by the same token, games of cricket have been in the bag, have slipped away, so he won't want to leave it too late before he brings back Robinson. In comes Garton over the wicket bowls and driven down the ground. Garton fields the ball, throws the ball at the well, I'm not quite sure what Sussex are appealing for there. Oh, he threw the ball. It didn't break the stumps. So what's Garton? Is he appealing that he got in the way of the ball hitting the stumps? Is he saying that's what happened, that he threw the ball, it would have hit the stumps, and he would have been run out, but it hit Fuller, and he did it deliberately, or?
Well, just having watched that, he's right. He's thrown the ball. Fuller's out of his crease. He's thrown the ball at the stumps, and it hit Fuller's leg in the way of the stumps. But to somehow accuse that of being deliberate, Fuller was still stood there based on the shot, and the notion he was supposed to jump out the way at a moment's notice is a little optimistic there from Garton.
Yeah, I didn't think it looked to me to do anything untoward as in comes Garton and bowls and thumped away by Fuller, and that's a very high-class shot, I have to say. That's
one of the shots of the day.
Too short from George Garton, and James Fuller just crashed the ball off the back foot through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a very nice looking shot. End of George Garton's over, so we've still got 42 overs to be bowled in the day, so I reckon we've got another 12 to go until tea. Updates due from Andrew and I will then make way for Dave Allen, who's going to come back in a couple of moments' time to rejoin Andrew. As the sun, having said what a lovely afternoon it is, the sun momentarily goes in. So, 94 for 6. Hampshire needing another 151 to win. And it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, coming running into bowl to the right-handed McManus, who covers up and plays that quietly on the onside. And there is no run. Sun back with us. An email from Hamish as in comes Carson and Bowles. Dave is back with us. He's going to put his headset in. So he says, "Hi Adrian and BBC Sussex team. Me and my girlfriend are on a roof near the south stand of the ground watching the game. It's our first game of cricket, and what a funny one it is. We can see half the pitch and no more than 4 players at a time. Your commentary has given us a great picture of the rest of the pitch and what's going on. Go well, Hamish." In comes Carson and Bowles, turned to short leg by Harry Finch. And there is no run, so I wonder where he is. Presumably, he's behind us here somewhere, and he's sent a photograph in, which is a slightly upside down photograph. So let's see if I can see a picture of where he's watching from. As Carson is in again, and bowls, and forward comes McManus, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Hello, Dave.
Hi.
I'm just looking at the picture, so I think he's taking it. It's somewhere around by Cow Corner here, the hospitality, so I think there must be a balcony and he's watching from there. So
okay.
Hello Hamish, we can't quite wave to you, but he's somewhere around there.
Hi.
Carson in bowls, a little bit of extra bounce and a bit of extra bite there from Carson. The ball goes onto the onside, fielded by Finch, and there is no run. I've got a little update to do to the listeners on BBC Sussex and Surrey, and then when Andrew comes back in he will take over with Dave for half hour or so. As in comes Carson. Bowls again, and again that spat rather at McManus, who played the ball into the offside. If there had been a silly point, it would have been, or a silly short cover or extra cover, it would have ballooned to him. As it was, McManus is still there. He's on 15, Fuller is on 16. Hampshire 94 for 6. The partnership between these two now worth 23.
I had another look at that incident on the live stream, and I ran it back and watched it again. And I'm sure that they were appealing for obstructed the field.
Right.
But I'm equally sure that he was taking evasive action when. And funnily enough, yesterday Leicestershire were penalised 5 runs for throwing the ball at another at an opposition player, so could even have gone against Sussex, but they're clearly having another conversation about it. I have to say that I think Sussex don't really need to make too much of a fuss about all of this in order to win the game, frankly.
Yes, I mean, you only get to see these things once. We haven't got the benefit of replay sitting up here. I think my interpretation of it was that George picked up the ball, he threw it at the stumps, it hit Fuller and it ricocheted away. It didn't look to me as if he deliberately got in the way, but then I'm not out on the field. In comes Garton, bowls to Fuller, who places firmly down the ground. More runs here for Fuller. Crocombe comes across and fields, and it's 1 more to Fuller. He goes to 16.
Of course, what we couldn't see was whether Fuller was out of his crease or not. From
Yes.
looking on the screen, it's not that easy to see that. But and he's not obliged to take evasive action if the man throws the ball and he's just played a shot. So I think it's much of nothing really, and probably by the end of the day, when Sussex have won, everybody forget it.
Garton comes in and bowls to McManus up on his toes, plays into the leg side, and there is no run. We're just waiting for our cricket update for the listeners on BBC Sussex and Surrey, and then we'll be back with you on live commentary. We'll just follow the travel news. But thank you very much, Hamish, for that photograph that you've sent in. So he's watching on a balcony around here with just... so I was going to send that to the club actually. I don't know, Hamish, if you could drop me a line if that's okay, because we can't pass on emails without your permission, but if you could send me an email, I'm sure the club would love to see that. As in comes Garton, over the wicket, bowls and driven nicely to backward point, fielded by Clark, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm very well, Armani, and things are going well here for Sussex as well, because in the sunshine at home, it's a lovely sunny afternoon, and Hampshire are 95 for 6. They still need another 150 to win, but 2 players in the middle, McManus and Fuller, who are fighting hard for their county. But for Sussex, it's been a terrific day. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson, who bowled a wonderful spell from the Cromwell Road end, and 2 wickets for young Jack Carson, the off-spinner for Sussex, making his debut. So Hampshire, that's another boundary. They go to 99 for 6. They still need 146 to win. Meanwhile, at the Oval, not a great day for Surrey. They've been bowled out for 282 by Middlesex, 92 for Scott Borthwick. In reply, Middlesex are 19 without loss, leading Surrey by 84. So, I'll just do these next 2 balls and I'll let Andrew come in and carry on the commentary. 4 more runs to McManus. Nice looking shot as well through the covers for 4 runs.
I've been very impressed with Jack Carson in this game.
Yeah, he's done very well for a young cricketer, particularly an off-spinner. As in comes Garton, over the wicket, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and they think they've strangled Lewis McManus. Garton is appealing, Ben Brown is appealing. I think Ian Gould might be a bit long in the tooth for that, and he just stands and looks completely unmoved. And there is no run. I can see some of the looks like some of the Hampshire players at the far end of the ground doing some warming up in the nets. I know there's been players here from both sides, some of the T20 players. I saw Tamal Mills doing some warming up earlier on. Chris Jordan was here as well. So the T20 calendar getting underway in about 3 weeks' time. As Garton turns down in front of us, but we've got lots of 4-day cricket to look forward to, and hurrah for that. As in comes Garton, over the wicket, bowl, short up on his toes, is McManus, plays into the offside.
Tried to cheer people up a little bit, but well, I mean, these 2 they're the first. This is the first Hampshire partnership of the afternoon that's got to 20.
Wow, that's pretty telling.
Yeah.
The thing is, they've got to 20 relatively comfortably as well. It's not looks. These 2 are suddenly going to put another 50 on, and obviously the option of bringing Robinson back on is very much still there.
I absolutely, and I mean, what's to come? Barker certainly can bat, but played a very odd innings in the first innings. It seemed like it would have been better for him to just get on and hit a quick 20, and he didn't. So there's him, and then Crane, difficult to know. I mean, he has made the odd 20 odd here and there, and Dale we don't know anything about. So I would have thought once these 2 are gone, it might not be too long. Robinson, I thought Robinson bowled superbly.
He really did.
Even before he got a wicket, he was just right from the start. He was just absolutely there.
You talk about education in games like this. Young Harry came eventually to come to him. He did well almost to last as long as he did, but that is something he'll be able to take away from this game. If Vince does replace him next week, look, this is the level you need to be able to bat at to succeed at high level cricket.
And I think the point is, over the 3 days, there's no doubt in my mind that Salt and Robinson have been miles ahead of anybody else in the game. And actually, on occasions, Garton impressed, but more in the first innings as a bowler and batter than in the second. But Robinson and Salt have been a huge difference between the two sides in terms of the result. And still no Hampshire player has reached 30 in either innings.
You can argue that the two Sussex players on the cusp of the England squad didn't quite make it in, and the two Hampshire ones that did.
I mean that's a good point, because if Vincent Dawson had been here, I think it would have been a tougher game for Sussex. But you're absolutely right about that. The other interesting thing is Jason Gillespie came in yesterday and had to answer lots of questions from people saying, why isn't he playing, or why isn't this guy been picked? And they were all the experienced people. And he said, well, he's backing the youngsters. Sussex haven't come on as they should have done in the last few years. Well, unless something astonishing happens in the next hour or two, then his call is going to be absolutely the right one. It will prove him right, because Sussex have been the better side in this game.
No question. Okay,
it's Carson, who I'm enjoying watching hugely, and stretches a long way forward, and everybody gets very excited about that. But Fuller, I think, pretty well played it into the ground, and Sussex really on their toes. I suppose that's the point. Now,
very much so.
Three close fielders in slip, silly point, and short leg was almost square. Carson's in again and bowls, and this time Fuller's able to drive out on the offside. They might come back for two. They do come back for two. And fortunately, Fuller came back for a second one, and McManus wasn't having it. Fortunately, the fielder out on the boundary threw it to the end where McManus was holding tight, and Fuller could turn round and Regan is going to.
That's an interesting one for the fielder, because if they take off for the second, he's thrown it to the correct end, as it was. It didn't quite work out like that.
Didn't quite work out. Carson and McManus drives. Carson dives to his left and fields very nicely. The last thing Hampshire need now is a silly run out, really.
That silly point in, just because a few overs ago there was one that you just felt might have popped up for silly point to catch. But.
Right. Well, they might as well now. I mean, Sussex have got just short of a length, a bit flatter there, and McManus plays it on the onside. Sussex have got lots of time, and in the context of this match, lots of runs to play with. So there's no reason for them not to attack. A light aircraft flies overhead,
which we can't see.
Really short, and it's just hit away for a single out. Into the extra cover region this time. Sun's out now, which is very nice, and it's been a very disappointing afternoon as a Hampshire supporter, but I have to say I'm still absolutely delighted to be here, and in a way I'm more disappointed that the game hasn't boiled up into the finish that it was promising yesterday. That was aerial through slip and is running away for 4 runs off McManus. I'm just going to pause and have a look at the replay here, and I don't think that there was a hand on it, but I'm not quite sure. No, there wasn't.
Well, it's one of those, there was a cry of catch it towards Phil Salter's slip, but you need to be a Jedi to have reflexes quick enough to catch something like that. It's one thing when it's straight at you, but it was to his right, and he was reacting. It was just asking far too much, and 4 more runs. You're right, it has been a thrilling game over the first 2.5 days, and who knows, if these two are still there at 140 odd, then suddenly you're going to start thinking, even though there would still be a huge amount of work for Hampshire to do, and ultimately you suspect you might see Robinson back on, and that might extinguish that fire quite quickly. But these two batting sensibly at the moment.
Fuller has a first-class best of 93 and a best for Hampshire last season of 54 not out, and Lewis McManus has made a century. Big century. Evasive action, in fact helmet, because Billy Taylor is waving there, and it wouldn't be. I suppose there would be a concussion substitute, and they've seen somebody like Ollie Soames in, but he's been hit on the head.
So McManus he's not made a particularly good effort to duck under one from Garton. It wasn't the shortest, and McManus is not the tallest, but he's just almost lowered his head, and it's hit him on the side of the helmet, and that is enough for the umpires to say you need to change your helmet and get the physio and just have a look, which is sensible and which is smart at the moment. But the way McManus is wandering around suggests he wants to carry on, and he's checking the helmet. But the smart thing is to change your helmet at the moment. You've got to play sensibly when it comes to head injuries. but McManus is going on quite nicely with 20. I'd just be disappointed to get hit by a George Garton bouncer, not perhaps one of the quickest bowlers to be hit by.
This happened to him last year against Yorkshire. He was concussion substituted by Holland, who wasn't playing in the game. And it intrigued me at the time because the substitute has to be like for like. And clearly Holland wasn't like for like with McManus because he's an all-rounder who bowls and McManus is wicket-keeper. My question at the time, I remember, was they can both come and bat similarly, so that was okay. My question at the time was, had Yorkshire batted for a second time, would Holland have been allowed to bowl, given that McManus wouldn't have bowled? Because, of course, in the team at the time, Allsop was there to keep wicket. So Allsop took over the wicket-keeping gloves. Holland came in as a full substitute, batted, and I think was out first ball, if I remember. And what happened was that Yorkshire won by an innings, so actually didn't have to bat a second time. And I never got the answer, could Holland have bowled as a concussion substitute?
I would have to guess that he could. I guess the logic behind concussion substitutes is to stop a team being penalised for someone suffering a head injury, because by preventing you being penalised, you try and remove that desire to push someone through a dangerous situation. But the physio's gone off. McManus has got a new helmet on, and one for the over is signalled from Garton. 105 for 6 is the Hampshire score in their second innings. They're chasing 245 to win this game at Hove, and it looks a long way off at the moment, but Fuller and McManus going along reasonably nicely, and they've put on 34. What's Garton going to follow up to McManus? First into the change, and it's a short ball again, and McManus is going to drop that into the leg side where a forward short leg could come. And it's interesting that Garton's deciding he's going to rough McManus up with some short stuff. As I said, I'd prefer Garton doing that than Robinson if he had fancied it. Batting looks brittle this season, not going to win many matches playing like that, but good to see McManus showing some characteristic fight. A nice time for Fuller to show something. Vincent Dawson can't come back soon enough. I guess, Mike, what I would say is, as much as brittle, I would suggest inexperienced is probably what you'd put this lineup down to. Garton is coming in, and that's down the leg side. Big appeal. Did it catch the bat? Looks like it caught the hip. Umpire Gould is not interested.
Yeah, it's difficult to know with some of these guys. I mean, clearly somebody like Harry Kane, very inexperienced. First full county championship game, nobody can really point fingers at him, and he did pretty well in the first innings. On the other hand, there are cricketers in the side like Joe Weatherly who've been around a while now.
Yeah.
Felix Organ is pretty new and had a good year last year, but one or two of them.
Garton into McManus, and McManus pulls that one. Is he in danger on the boundary? No, he's cleared the man at mid-wicket. He almost picked him out perfectly, but it was a yard over his head, and McManus was in danger there of giving his wicket away. Instead, he'll get 6 runs, and Hampshire are 113 for 6, and he simply couldn't turn down the opportunity to play that shot against a ball that was short, not that quick. And Tom Haines on the boundary was watching it, jumped in the air. Did he get a hand to it? If he did, it would have been a miraculous catch if he pulled that in.
I think he'd have gone over the boundary with it, to be honest. He was so far back then.
Well, will Garton continue the short stuff to McManus? Now we'll see. And that's short again, and McManus this time's pulled this one up in the air. He's in danger. There's a fielder coming in. He's under it. He should be caught. He is. McManus goes. He got lulled into a battle with George Garton. He hit 1 for 6. He's tried to pull another one, and he's given his wicket away for 28. Disappointment for Hampshire. This partnership was going along nicely. It won't reach 50. Hampshire 113 for 7. McManus goes for 28.
And I think clever bowling. actually. I think Garton deserves credit for that, because I think there was clearly something going on there. Perhaps once he'd hit McManus on the head. McManus wasn't having any of it. And there we are, 28, and so with 7 wickets down in the second innings, McManus remains now the highest scorer for Hampshire in the match. That was the first partnership of the second innings that's got past 20, and nobody on the Hampshire side has yet made 30, which I think tells its own story. So I think brittle would be the word to some extent. I mean, Holland at one point last season opened the batting with Felix Orban, made a very decent 100 in one game, but has failed twice in this game. Tom Alsop really needed to push on in both innings and didn't. You know, both innings he got to 20 odd and didn't get to 30. And he again has been around long enough now to expect him to do things. So I think on the useful side, I would certainly excuse people like Organ and Harry Kane, and I'd also add the Sussex attackers looked pretty good on the whole, and it's the first game of a very odd season, and things can go wrong. But the Hampshire batting hasn't looked wonderful in this game.
No, it really hasn't. And I think McManus, that was a trudge off there, because he's not been done by, as you said, it's clever bowling to draw him into that battle, but did he ultimately need to play? He's at 1 for 6, he's got a bit lucky. Did he need to keep going like that?
I think it depends at this moment, really, what's going through players' heads in terms of it. You know, were they still thinking realistically, if we kept going, we could get there? And Carson bowls a full toss, which Keith Barker, who took ages to get 4 in the first innings, has hit the first ball of his second innings for 4. So he's got going now. I think sometimes there's a mindset thing. You know, were they meeting in the middle of the pitch and saying, look, if we keep going, we've got a day and a half still here, we could win this game, they'll not get us out. But that's not what they did, that's not how it was played. So disappointing again, I'm afraid. There are 2 close fielders on the offside, because of course Barker is a left-hander and Carson is round the wicket, and it's pushed to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's again a fairly square short leg, slip and a silly point, and in fact they've now changed that. The slip has gone wide. It's almost a gully off the off spinner. The other man has gone some short mid-wicket, and there's close cover. Barker plays that out to cover. But Carson's done all right, really. He's in his 8th over, 2 for 28. Got wickets in the first innings, or at least 8 wickets. I can't remember.
It's always a good day if you come on and take a wicket with your first delivery.
Not bad, is it? The sun bright now. That just bounces. It was short. Bounces on Barker. Takes his hand off, and I don't think he's not hurt. It was his left hand, so it would be better if he wasn't hurt, really. And what they've now done is to send a couple of guys out, suggesting that they're happy to give Barker the strike rather than Fuller. I'm not sure there's that huge amount between them in terms of batting ability. Again, there's bounce there. Just bounce and bite, and Carson's looking very good. I mean, a bit of an insult in a way to send the field out and say to Barker, we're going to give you the strike because you're the weak link there, because Barker has a first-class 100 to his name, and he's a very experienced cricketer. He doesn't play that particularly comfortably. He sort of opens himself out and nudges it down on the offside. But end of a good over from Carson, apart from that one boundary.
Aberrations.
Well, yeah, 8 overs, 1 made and 2 for 28. 117 for 7, for what it's worth, 120. It's not 183, is it? I can't read it.
128.
128, thank you.
For victory. So
thank you, Andy.
Saves us a bit of mental maths, that bottom right corner.
It does. Well, my old eyes couldn't make it out.
George Garton will continue left arm over from the C end. And Fuller, who has probably looked the most composed of the Hampshire batsmen. He's 8 short of the magical 30 that still no one's achieved for Hampshire in this game. And Garton has continued. the sizable figure of Fuller. Garton in on the pads of Fuller, he'll just knock that away to deep square leg. There's a man out there who's behind square, probably more of a fine leg position, who is going to do the fielding. So it's just a very comfortable single. And you still feel the frustration for Hampshire this morning was that final wicket pair of 20 or 21, I think they added, or maybe 22. Just felt that.
Yeah.
Even if you look now, another 20 runs off any time you're chasing a total and Bassey's going, 20 runs is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And
Agree.
Garton is just being told to wait to allow Keith Barker, who's got that boundary to his name from that full toss of Carson, just looking around him, the left-hander, as in comes Garton once more, past umpire Gould, in, and that wasn't the most convincing defensive shot from Barker, but he gets it out to cover along the ground, no run.
Yeah, I mean, Hampshire won the first two sessions of this match on the first day comfortably, and were doing okay in the third session until that late loss of 2 wickets, and one of whom was a night watchman.
Yeah.
So they started in a slightly difficult position yesterday. The other fascinating thing is, in the first 3 innings of this match, the opening, the teams have got the 50 or 60 for 1.
Yeah. Garton in once more, that's a bit shorter outside off stump. Barker again, not timing it straight to extra cover. And
we were talking yesterday about the idea that actually the new ball was, people were able to hit through the new ball, there was a bit of pace on it, and they were getting runs, so they were getting to 50 or 60 for 1. And then as the ball got softer, it was harder to hit, and people ran out of patience sometimes and got themselves out. Well, that hasn't happened in this fourth innings.
No.
It's just been wicket fairly regularly. And this older ball, which has got what, 33 overs gone now.
Garton in to the left-handed Barker. That was maybe not as wide as he would have liked to hit, and he plays it straight to extra cover for no run. So he's a little more width to free his arms and play that one.
So it's been very different this one, and I think of the 4 innings, this is the one that's been the least impressive.
Yeah.
Batting wise.
Yeah.
Just never been a point really where Hampshire have been on top.
Not at all, as Garton was in once more. We were talking this morning as the ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Fuller was very much back in his crease. You looked at it this morning and said you don't want to be chasing too much beyond 200, but would Hampshire have been able to chase 180 in this? That's the reality is, if they were chasing 180, this would probably be a very, very tense and different situation. But
I don't think McManus would have played that shot.
No, I think you're right.
If that was the score, for example. Although I wouldn't want to point a finger at him, because other people have scored fewer and played poor shots.
Garton short, and that just about fades the shoulder of Barker, who's getting under it. Ended the over, 118 for 7. Hampshire chasing 245 for victory. BBC Radio Solent, BBC Radio Sussex. I believe we've got another 6 overs before we reach tea.
Yeah.
So still some time to go.
I guess the crucial wicket today actually was probably Sam North East.
Yes.
Because they could have batted around Sam North East if he played the sort of innings that we know he can play. And has, even in a short career, has often played for Hampshire. But he went for 2, didn't he?
2, it didn't last long at all.
We think he got an inside edge, possibly. It was leg stump out of the
Yes,
ground.
I initially thought it was the off stump that hit, but it was leg stump.
So I think maybe that was the key in terms of the extent to which it's brittle batting and the extent to which it's inexperienced batting. But Sam has got out twice when we needed him to get some runs, really. Dan
Berto on Twitter, fortunate for Hampshire there's no relegation this year. Well, it is that's one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Well, they have today scored their second highest score ever in the Bob Willis Trophy. It's for those of us who keep records. Now, there's a change of bowling, and Fuller is not the least bit worried about that, as he drives very nicely through extra cover, and there's a race out to the boundary, which is successful, but Fuller comes back for 3 runs, and the change of bowling, almost inevitably, I suppose, is that Ollie Robinson has returned, having previously bowled 9 overs 4-4, 20. Well,
24.
24, and then 3 from that. Yeah. So
Well, that was probably the most convincing shot we've seen against Robinson all day.
I think
Comfortably driven through extra cover that time.
Yeah, I think it probably was. He's now going to bowl round the wicket to Barker, and he's going to have a short. I think Rawlins is going to get a short leg. He's got 3. I can't quite see from the position here. Let me look.
Yeah, it is 3
slips really, not 2 in a gully. Robinson round the wicket, bowls, and Barker lets that go outside the off stump. It comes back in, so Brown is taking it, diving away towards the leg slip, but there was no danger there.
You've always got that angle in, haven't you? That angle in of the right-handed going round the wicket to the left-handed batsman.
Yeah. He ought to be able to. It makes it slightly difficult for Robinson to get an LBW unless he's actually moving the ball back off the pitch, or. But it doesn't persuade Barker to go forward at all to him, and he just nudges that one round the corner to the fairly deep short leg there. Actually, I mean, he's 3 pitches wide of the one they're playing on, 3 strips wide.
Yeah, it's interesting we have a short leg quite that deep, because it's going to really have to pop up in the air to.
It's not a bat pad.
No.
Short leg. It's a firm shot short leg. It may be that's what Barker will play. Here comes Robinson again, bowls, and that's just through defensive shot, and Barker looks behind him. There's a funny adage within cricket where people often say, if you can't tell whether the batsman's hit it or not, if he's got a nick, he'll look round at the wicketkeeper, and I don't think it's true, because I think very often, as in that situation there where Barker didn't hit it and it did go through the keeper, he turned around and had a look. I think people often do look behind it, whether they've hit it or not, so I'm not sure it's an infallible way of figuring it out. Robinson in again, bowls, and Barker pushes that on the onside and goes to mid-wicket. There's no run, 121 for 7 with about halfway through the number of overs that were available to Hampshire today, were they to go on and win the game. I remember saying right at the start of the innings they had to score about 3.5 and over to finish it today.
Well, they're almost halfway runs-wise to winning the game.
It's odd, isn't it? They're almost up with the rate, yeah. Robinson in, and Barker just lets that through outside the off stump. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and umpire Gould will walk in at this end to adjudicate from the bowler.
I can only see 3 people out on the balconies of the flats overlooking the ground watching at the moment, in the reddish brick block on the right hand side as we look. I suspect if T20 matches are played behind closed doors, you may well see more than 3 people out on balconies overlooking.
Yeah, that might happen. The thing I made a comment yesterday about it, which is that if people are not interested in cricket, they don't sit out on the balcony and watch the cricket. But what surprises me is they don't sit out on the balcony and enjoy the sunshine.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's been quite lovely down here, but the balconies have not been very populated. Interesting change of bowling. I don't know quite what the rationale for this one is.
Well, Delray Rawlins is going to bowl.
Don't know about that.
Here he comes with his slow left arm, and that's cut away by Fuller straight to the fielder at point. There's no run. 121 for 7. 124 further runs required for victory. We've got. I can partly think the logic is the over rate as Rawlins comes in, and that's short, and that's not very good, and that's hacked away over cow corner. That's going to be 4 runs for Fuller. A ball like that makes it even more baffling for Rawlins to be on. Over rate is something I could think of, but you wonder if they might have given Carson a few more overs at this end, but we shall see. Well,
I got very confused about the over rate yesterday, because I made a comment about the figure 2 and thought that meant that they were 2 behind. And Joe, who tweets and knows everything, tweeted to say Kevin and I were a bit rusty, and it's actually a good figure.
Rawlins in once more, and that's played straight back to him. The reason I kind of guess that we're behind is because that we're coming up to having played 2 hours of the afternoon session, and we definitely have not had 30 overs, and in fact we are, on total today, we're 5 overs behind where we should be in a few minutes' time. As Rawlins in once more, that's short, and Fuller's just smacked that one straight up in the air, and he's going to be caught, and he can't believe it. It's easy.
That's just unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, Fuller's looked so composed, he gets to 30, and he just hits that one, a rank, short delivery for Rawlins to get a wicket. What a terrible shot that is. And Fuller goes for 30. It's 125 for 8.
I think that actually sums up Hampshire today, and it has to be. I don't know. Do we just give him the credit that actually he mistimed it and was a bit unlucky, and you can do that, or do we just say that really? I mean, that was just dreadful. Really, really was awful.
It's a really, really poor shot.
30 off 31 balls. I mean, literally slow left arm. I don't suppose he did a thing with it.
No.
And it bounced halfway down the pitch, and he just hold out too long. I don't know. No,
it's a poor shot. It's any time when you get caught at mid-on or mid-off skying one like that is extremely disappointing. But Fuller just looked so good.
The irony of it is that that's the worst shot of all the Hampshire shots in this match, and it's the only one played by somebody who has scored 30 for Hampshire in the game.
That's why everyone was trying to avoid getting to 30.
I probably won't be back again, so I'd just like to say that I've had a wonderful time here despite the disappointments of this afternoon. It's been absolutely terrific and a real privilege to see it. So
I'm sure you'll be back. Dave.
At Arundel next.
Arundel, the home of Hampshire cricket. Arundel next. Right, so I was going to say we may not be bothering to have tea at the moment. The score is 125, and there is a Crane is the new man in, but the batsman crossed while the ball was in mid-air, so it'll be Barker facing to Rawlins, who probably wasn't the man he thought there was likely to be a wicket against, and Fuller will be kicking himself, and all that talk of tea feels rather, well, pointless as Rawlins in, and that's padded behind by Barker. I think it was caught at slip. But I'm not sure we'll take tea with 8 wickets down. I would imagine we will keep going at least another half an hour to see if we can get to resolution. Yep. Rawlins in again, left arm over the wicket now to Barker, who comes forward and defends that one.
It was a horrible ball, a horrible shot, but a good catch.
Yeah, decent catch. I'm always surprised more fielders don't wear sunglasses. Maybe I guess they get used to the bright lights, but
well. There's a nice little partnership there between Barker and Fuller, but it's come to an end. And I wonder whether Robinson now thinks that he can pick up 5 wickets in the innings. He's got 4 for 27, 125 for 8 are Hampshire. I think you're right, I think tea will be delayed. It'll be another 4 overs. The over rate is still showing us +4. I mean, Sussex seem in no particular hurry, so I'm not sure whether maybe the umpires have, with these hygiene breaks, etc., whether they've just decided, well, it would be, maybe a little churlish to punish slow over rates, but then you wonder why the over rate is on the ball. But it's going to be Robinson who's going to come running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to bowl to the new batsman, who is Mason Crane, who's surveying the field, and he will see that there are 3 slips and a backward point, a cover, a mid-on, as Robinson runs in and bowls, and Crane looking to get the bat and gloves out of the way, but the ball strikes the top of the bat and just bounces down into the slip cord. And then there's a, what do you call that, a short leg or a short backward square?
Yeah.
It's difficult to see where he is from here. He's certainly backward of square, but he's very close.
I guess if he didn't have a helmet on, you'd be tempted just to call that a shortish square leg.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, he's sort of 3 cut strips away from the batsman, just backward of square on the leg side. Delray Rawlins, here comes Robinson, running in, bowls, and Crane plays that straight to Delray Rawlins. It's always amazing, isn't it, when they have a change in the field and they put someone of the boys ends up in their hands.
Crane was set for a run.
There's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. So 125 for 8. Well, we thought this would probably end today one way or the other, And I think that's certainly going to be the case because the weather looks set there, lots of high clouds and lots of blue sky as Robinson is on his way. 4 wickets to his name, runs in to bowl to Mason Crane, and Crane is forward confidently enough, plays it to extra cover fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Thank you for your texts and tweets. I saw Hamish actually. I wandered round with a cup of coffee and saw Hamish who had taken this photograph. He's sitting with his partner, girlfriend or wife, not sure who it is, on the just around here on the just behind the hospitality. So he's got a view of half of the ground. So thank you, Hamish. He dropped his glasses while he was there, so I hope he's got them back. As in comes Robinson, bowls up on his toes. His Crane plays into the offside, and there is no run.
Just saying, Dave and I, that we look on the flats on the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end that we can see from here. About 3 people on the balcony, but if T20 cricket is going to be played behind closed doors, there may be 1 or 2 more coming out for some evening floodlit cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. An email from Phil Clark, who's now in North London, which I shall read in a moment. We've got and also a message about balcony spectators, which I'll read in a moment, as Robinson turns. Lovely sunshine, runs in down the hill, bowls, and Crane has to just rock back as the ball whistles past the end of his nose, and there is no run. He says, "Hi Adrian, it's been great having the Sussex commentary back. Wish I could be at the Hove ground though." Yes, you know, it's disappointing, isn't it? But I guess, you know, hopefully if we can get through this, and hopefully come next April or perhaps later. Well, I'd be very surprised if anything for T20. But let's hope come next April we can have crowds back.
Yeah, I think T20 is looking optimistic.
Robinson down the hill bowls, and Crane is beaten by a lovely delivery by Ollie Robinson. He did a little nibble at it through to Ben Brown. End of Robinson's over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 27. So Phil goes on to say, it was interesting to hear yesterday of the old Brighton grounds, and I just picked up a bit about an event picture. I think it must be the same as a frame print I have of a match at the level ground between Sussex and Kent in 1849. The characters are all in period costume with top hats, difficult to run with, I guess, he says, exclamation mark. It was obviously posed as all the spectators are facing to the painter rather than the cricket. That's exactly the picture we were talking about. There's an accompanying index print identifying all the characters. Indeed, the bowler is Lillywhite. The painters are Drummond and Baysby. All in all, nice to have on my wall as an exiled Brightonian. Glad Sussex seemed to be on the way. That's Phil, now in North London. Lovely to hear from you, Phil. A lovely email as well, so thank you for that.
So Rawlings is going to continue from the C end, left arm over the wicket, and that's an attempted reverse sweep, and that's actually a brilliant bit of fielding from the slip, who, I think that's Phil Salt, who sprinted round and then ends up as a goalkeeper almost, trying to stop the reverse sweep, and he got a hand to it, couldn't entirely stop it, but he saved 2 there, and they will only get 2. Rawlings with that wicket, picking up 1 for 6.
Hurt his left hand there, Phil Salt. I hope he's okay. He's staying on the field. That's it, just jarred his fingers.
Rawlings' 12th first-class wicket, that of Fuller, in again to Barker, defending that one back down. 127 for 8, 118 to win. He would be in 3 overs, but we are most likely to continue now until we have a conclusion. And when I mean a conclusion, I don't mean another 118 Hampshire runs, or that's unlikely. A much worse attempt at a reverse sweep this time from Barker, and Ben Brown tried to grab it, thought about the stumping, but Barker was back in his crease.
A message from David, who's watching from behind us. He said, there are also people watching from the Ashdown apartment building behind you. Thank you, David. Good to hear from you. So, David watching from behind.
Rawlings, that's a dreadful ball, and Barker is just going to play that one to cow corner. Did he get all of it? No, he's only going to get 4, but maybe that's Fuller thinking what I should have done with my delivery there. And I'm surprised Rawlings has got as many as 12 first-class wickets for some of the deliveries that he's bowled. He is, of course, a Bermudan international. And, yeah, perhaps... it's funny because we even saw Mason Crane generally bowling well, chucking the odd awful ball in as Rawlings pitches that one up. He then hopped up in the air as if he...
Yes, I wonder if he twisted his ankle or something there, Delray. I think he's okay. He just suddenly seemed as if he perhaps tweaked something. I think he's okay. Certainly rattling through the overs, which is good.
Here he comes once more into Keith Barker. That one pitched up, and Barker's had a big swing at it, and he's cleared the mid-on fielder pretty comfortably. 2 bouncers and it rolls away for 4, so 4 to end the over.
I think we're having tea.
And it looks like tea is going to be taken, despite the fact the score is 135 for 8. The umpires obviously didn't like the look of that final rulings over and decided that'll do, and we will head off for tea. There's still 32 overs to be bowled in the day, and, well, you would say it's a matter of time before Sussex pick up these final 2 wickets that they need to secure this match.
You would think so, Andrew, and it's been a very good bowling performance by Sussex, actually, in both innings, led as ever by Ollie Robinson, who's taken 7 wickets in the match so far. The players making their way off, the umpires going to the other side of the ground by the clock tower scoreboard to have a cup of tea or whatever the ground staff making their way on. So we'll take a little breather for 20 minutes or so, and I think we'll be back with you shortly after about 4:05 for what is almost certainly, nothing certainly cricket, but it's almost certain to be the final session of the match. Hello, hello. Hello, mate. No, I've just got to do an update for the. I'll be 2 ticks, Matt. Sorry, I think I'm okay for a minute. So welcome back to Hove, the players making their way out for the final session of the day, and you would think almost certainly the final session of the match. Hampshire needing another 110 to win, Sussex needing 2 wickets. I'm just going to do this update to the listeners on BBC Sussex, and then we'll be back for you for the final few overs of the day. Well, you know, who knows? Hampshire could still win. It's unlikely, but you never know. There we go. Yes, thank you, Amani. Well, the players are just coming wandering out after tea, with Sussex in a very strong position, but the job isn't quite done yet. Hampshire 135 for 8. They still need another 110 to win. The dangerous Keith Barker is still there. He's 14 and not out, but it's a long way back for Hampshire from here, and really Sussex really ought to see this out in this session. Ollie Robinson has bowled beautifully today. He's taken 4 wickets that have fallen. He's taken 7 in the match. He also made useful runs today, and good to see young Jack Carson making his debut. The 19-year-olds picked up a couple of wickets as well. So Sussex here on the verge of victory. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey bowled out today for 282. Scott Borthwick making 92. Middlesex second time around a 62 without loss. That's a lead of 127. So,
if it's not the last session, we're going to witness something quite special here.
We are.
Or some rain from a blue sky, which would be unfortunate, but you've got to imagine
yes.
this is going to be that.
Well, it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to get us going after tea. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. Ollie Robinson taking a bit of a rest. He bowled before tea. I think Ben Brown would have liked to have finished it off before tea if he could have done, but that didn't happen. And in comes Carson running in over the wicket bowls and just tucked away into the onside by Mason Crane, who's yet to score. As I say, we were talking at tea, and I really like Keith Barker as a cricketer. Just one of those, you know, you just never know. I mean, it is highly unlikely. But Sussex will be wary of that, as in comes Carson and bowls, and Crane plays out again to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
It's all ifs and buts, isn't it? It's if Hampshire were chasing 30 less, if it had other people maybe got a few more runs on the board, then you never know. But 110 from the last 2 is asking far too much.
Yeah. Almost impossible, but nothing's ever impossible, as in comes Carson and played by Crane. 2 short fine leg, ferreted there by Crocombe in the Resno. And now Ollie Robinson is warming up, so we may well get Ollie Robinson bowling from this end up the hill.
The difference also is you think of great victories, and I'll come back to that after this.
Carson in again bowls, and forward comes Crane and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
If Sam Northeast was 80 or 90 not out and trying to guide the tail, you would think, well, there's someone out there who can score very quick runs. But when you've got lower order players in, that is going to be very challenging.
Carlson again bowls. You can hear the photographer up on the roof where we've got our effects mic, and every now and again you can hear the shutter going. Crane plays forward into the offside. There is no run.
I think I'm right. And just the one photographer allowed in. There is pretty serious restrictions on media.
Yeah, there is
presence here.
Carlson again is in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Crane tucks that one up to mid-on. It is the end of the over, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who I think is going to hang on to the ball and bowl up the hill from the C end of the ground.
Once he's got it in his hand, he's not going to be chucking it to anyone else at this point.
I don't think he is. Or, having said that, he's just thrown it to Delray Rawlins. So I wonder if we are going to... No, he's taking off his cap. I thought he was warming up. Yeah, Ollie Robinson is going to bowl up the hill and see if he can pick up these final 2 wickets of this Hampshire innings, which would give him 6 in the innings and 9 in the match. But we shall see. He's going to be bowling to Keith Barker. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Solent. If you want to watch the live pictures, then please go to the Sussex website and you can see the action live, as well as listening to our commentary.
135 for 8. Robinson with 4 for 27. Deserves 5 wickets for the way he's bowled. All of them coming down the hill. Now from the C end, he's going to go round the wicket to Barker. And Barker, well, this is a bit of a step up in bowling from to face as Robinson trots in. In he comes, and that's a short one which Barker can just crouch down and lean back away from.
Seeing if you've got any more tweets and texts coming. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, at BBC at Solent Sport, I should say. Now, Ian Gould is just asking some of the spectators to move. Well, it's not say spectators. They're people who are sitting up above us. I think there's a couple of... I'm not really sure who they are. Anyway, so I'm moving behind the bowlers. I might be the photographer, actually. Don't know.
Here comes Robinson round the wicket once more, and more onto Barker's pads. He defends that one into the leg side. There is no run. 135 for 8. 110 further runs required for Hampshire to secure what would be a very unlikely victory. Not that we have a formal man of the match award, but despite Robinson's heroics in this second innings, you might argue that Phil Salt's contributions in the first and second have been the difference between the two sides in this. There's no doubt reasonable chance that the two teams will end about his contributions apart. As Robinson to Barker, there is 3 slips waiting, and he fends at one outside the off stump through to Ben Brown. No run.
Yeah, I think you're right. It would be a difficult call between Robinson and Salt. I think the fact that Salt has made 80 plus 68, so 148 runs in a low scoring game.
Yeah.
It'd get my vote. Without those runs, it could be a very different outcome.
So Robinson round the wicket to Barker. He has 14 to his name, and Barker leaves that one. That's a good leave. It's not too far outside his off stump, but showing he's happy and knows where it is. Goes through to Ben Brown. I'll bring up my boring Ben Brown fact that he was in the same class at school as my girlfriend.
Oh, right.
At Ardingly College.
Right.
Up sort of North Sussex, I'd call it.
Yeah, it's sort of just sort of north of Haywards Heath, isn't it?
Yeah.
Was he a good pupil?
I get the impression he focused quite heavily on his cricket, which has paid off quite well. In Robinson once more. Oh, and he fends at that one. Is it dropped? Now, I'm not sure if it may have just reached third slip and it goes down, and a single for Barker, one he gets away with. It would have been a difficult low chance.
Yeah, George Garton in there. He's taken a couple, hasn't he? But
took one brilliant low one earlier.
Yeah. Jack Carson is running literally from one side of the field to the other to go from fine leg to fine leg, and I reckon he's running well, probably 70, 80 yards, I think, every time a single is taken, so he's keeping fit.
It's what the youngsters are willing to do. I think more senior players might be more reluctant to do that. As
now he's having to go back the other way, he's having to go a bit finer.
As in comes Robinson round the wicket once more. Defended well, that time by Mason Crane, who's yet to get off the mark from his 12 balls. And well, that's from a Hampshire perspective, that's a Robinson over dealt with reasonably well, despite the difficult drop slip catch. 136 for 8.
A couple of emails, one in from Joe Bloggs, who says, "Hi Adrian, thank you for asking Dizzy the question I posed re Luke Wells yesterday." Well, if you send questions, and we'll do our best to ask them, and Jason Gillespie's always very good at answering questions. It sounded to me, reading between the lines, as if he won't be part of Sussex going forward. He's certainly lost form for the last 2 seasons, and with being a senior player, won't be on a small wage. Perhaps in these uncertain times, he's not thought to be value for money, ? Anyway, this young team seems to be going well against a Div 1 side, albeit without their high-class overseas players. Good old Sussex by the sea. Regards, Joe. So thank you, Joe, for getting in touch. In comes Carson and bowls to Keith Barker, who just plays this quietly to short leg. I'm not sure I'd fancy being short legged with Keith Barker batting, because he can give it a bit of a tap.
And he looks like he might.
He does look like he might, yeah. In comes Carsten bowls, and he stretches forward, plays it into the covers. There is no run. He looked a little stiff when he played that shot.
Uncomfortable shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did. He really did. Carsten is back to his mark, 136 for 8. In again and bowls, and he stretches forward, he sits on the pad, there's a loud appeal, and Billy Taylor says that is not out. And also thank you to Richard Geffin, who's been in touch. Good afternoon, Adrian. Real discussion on first-class cricket grounds in Sussex. Goodwood had one first-class match in 1814. Please see attached. So I'll see if I can open that attachment. As in comes Carsten again, and Barkers leans forward and plays it straight back down the onside of the track, and there is no run. A brief history of cricket at Goodwood, fixture card 2019. Thank you very much. So I'm going to pass that on, with your permission, to Dave Allen, who's been talking about grounds as well. As in comes Carson bowls, and Barker squirts that one away onto the offside and picks us up a single just slightly back of the square on the offside. There is 1 run to Barker. He goes to 16. Hampshire 137 for 8. Thank you, Richard, and thank you everybody who's been in touch over the course of the 3 days. It's great to keep us company, and I think it makes it more interesting, to be honest, when people are sending in questions, and gives us something to talk about apart from the cricket. So thank you so much. In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls, and Mason Crane is up into the air. Ben Brown is underneath it. He takes charge, and Jack Carson, the wicket of the innings, and his 5th of the match, and he will be a very pleased young man tonight. And Mason Crane is on his way, and Sussex now just needing the one more.
20-year-old debutant comes in. Okay, G, just need to put a century final wicket partnership with Keith Barker to guide Hampshire to victory. That would be some debut, but the reality is a challenge if he can survive a few overs of, particularly if he ends up facing Robinson.
Well, Sussex on the verge of victory. 1 wicket to seal things. And the game is almost up for Hampshire. They need 108 to win, and that is highly improbable. Those extra runs today just put a bit more pressure on Hampshire, didn't they? You know, those late order runs. I mean, you know, if Hampshire are chasing 200, it's a lot different to chasing 245, and you know, those runs were invaluable for Sussex this morning.
Although you ultimately feel it probably need to have been 180 perhaps for it to be particularly close. As Robinson round the wicket to Barker, who plays that into the offside. Take the single. Say take the single.
Well, he is injured, isn't he?
It was a half-hearted run, or a run of an injured man, and there was a throw from cover at the stumps. If it hit, he was out a mile out, and it was a sad way to end. As it is, Ajit Dale is going to face Ollie Robinson. I think I should let you take the commentary, Adrian.
Okay, well,
from here to the final moment. We might still be here in an hour's time, still waiting for that to happen. But I'm going to work on the assumption that that's a huge ask for a debutant number 11 to survive too long against the way Robinson's bowled.
Well, Keith Barker looked in quite a bit of discomfort there. You know, he's flexing his right leg, and that's not good news for Hampshire going forward in the competition. But here comes Robinson. Can he finish it off? He comes in and bowls to Ajit Dale, who's beaten outside the off stump. The ball rattles through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. He's trying to just run that off, so I don't know, maybe it was a bit of cramp or a bit of stiffness, but he did look very comfortable, Andrew, when he played that off drive. Did in the previous over, he looks horribly stiff.
Here you go, Ajit. You're on naught, you're facing Robinson, and your partner is not in the mood for a quick single.
No, absolutely. He was very keen to get off strike. 3 slips go down, as in comes Ollie Robinson, running away from us, comes in and bowls to Ajit Dale, and Dale is forward. He plays that to mid-wicket footed by Haynes, and there is no run. Well, you were saying about whether you'd be staying over on the coast tonight, but it was. I think we always looked that it might be finishing today.
Yes, the hotel I looked at had to be cancelled by 2 p.m, so I thought I'm just not going to bother and hope I'll be okay. And to be honest, once I knew I was doing days 3 and 4, I thought I think the batsman might be a bit rusty. I'll see how days 1 and 2 go before I worry about a hotel.
In comes Robinson, coming into bowl to Dale. He's in and bowls, and Dale is forward confidently enough and plays into the offside. Then there is no run. 3 slips. Would you call that a short leg? He's 2 cut strips away. But
yeah, it's almost a short leg.
Yeah. From this distance, I can't quite see, but it looks like he's slightly backward of square. Other than that, there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on, a mid-off, and a cover point. Fine leg all the way down in the distance, about 100 yards away.
Robinson just working on the ball. He's not going to want to let this go to another over here. He's going to want to finish this now.
Comes in and bowls, and Dale is beaten outside the off stump, and he came within a whisker of getting a little nick to that. The ball goes through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Keith Barker is still jogging up and down on the spot, trying to sort of loosen up whatever injury he's got, which looks like it's in his right leg.
Hampshire travelled to Radlett on Saturday for a game against Middlesex. That will be, of course, live with us, BBC Sport website. And yes, and then it's the two home games in Arundel, so not the last game in Sussex of this competition.
Robinson in the bowls, and Dale is beaten for the 3rd time in this over, and Robinson won't get much nearer to picking up 5 wickets in an innings than that, but the ball rattles past the outside edge. Ajit Dale. In fact, on the scoreboard it shows a Singdale, and I was talking to Kevin and I were talking about that. I think his name is Ajit Singdale, but it says Singdale on the scoreboard and Sing on his shirt as well. But he survives, and Hampshire are 138 for 9. Yes, interesting, those matches being played at Arundel, and indeed Sussex go to Radlett as well. So the Sussex programme is off to Canterbury at the weekend, then home to Essex, and then they finish with 2 away games, Radlett and the Oval. And in between those times, presumably we'll be getting some T20 stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, I hope the fixtures come up before too long, but ultimately, if there's not going to be fans and it's looking less and less likely, then it's more when people might be able to watch on TV or listen on the radio.
In comes Carson, bowls to Barker, and I said I didn't quite fancy being Harry Finch in there at short leg, and it was short, and Finch was taking evasive action pretty much as soon as that ball was bowled.
He saw the bat go back.
He did.
He was getting out of there.
Yeah, so he's...
It's not the time to put your body on the line to save a few runs at the moment.
No, indeed. There's a slip and a short leg are the only close fielders. Would be nice to know when the fixtures are coming out. Let's just all do a bit of planning, really, around T20. Now, Ben Brown is calling up his long off and his long on. So he's encouraging Keith Barker to hit over the top if he wants to, as in comes Carson. Round the wicket bowls, and Barker plays with soft hands to a diving Phil Salt, who fields a slip, and there is no run. And so Salt threw the ball to Carson, who fumbled it. I think he hit his shin.
Yes.
And it's painful when that happens. When a cricket ball hits the shin, that isn't funny. And he was sort of hopping around for a couple of minutes. He's back to his mark. He's going to come in again. Round the wicket bowls, and a reverse sweep by Keith Barker. He's going to get 4 runs as well. Nicely turned away. Once the ball is away down the hill here at Hove, it's very difficult to stop. Barker picks up a boundary. He goes to 21. Hampshire to 142 for 9. I can see all the Hampshire players are sitting down out watching what are probably the last rites of the game. They'll be disappointed, I think, with their performance.
Of all the reverse sweeps, that was definitely the best one we've seen so far today.
No, it really was. In comes Carson again, round the wicket bowls. Barker down the wicket, driving firmly, but only as far as Robinson at mid-off, and there is no run. Now, Ben Brown is going to call everybody in because he wants to prevent the single here and give Ollie Robinson a chance to bowl again at Ajit Dale. So the fielders come into a one-saving field, a ring of 7 fielders saving one, a short leg and a slip. Carson in bowls to Barker, who reverse sweeps again, and he's going to get 4 more.
I don't think Ollie Robinson particularly will mind seeing that ball go to the boundary. He'd have been more concerned if they'd somehow found a way to get a single. There's runs to play with, although that brings the runs required to win to double figures, 99 still to win, but they will just be keen for Singh Dale to have to face an over of Robinson.
1 more ball to go in the over. In comes Carson bowls, and another attempted reverse sweep. The ball's going to run away down to the boundary for 4 byes on this occasion. So that was an expensive over. Not that I think it's going to matter in the context of the match. And no, did they? He definitely tried to play a shot at that. Yes, he did.
I don't think it hit.
No, definitely byes. 150 for 9. Barker 25. Singh Dale is yet to score, and Ollie Robinson has now got 6 balls in which to wrap things up, bowling to the Hampshire number 11. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 29.
Spell at the start of the innings is really what secured this victory for Sussex. Not that they wouldn't necessarily have gone on to get it anyway, but it ensured there wasn't going to be a close or unlikely to be a close finish. And it wasn't just the wickets, it was just the manner he bowled. He just looked to cut above.
In comes Robinson, running away from us, coming into bowl to the right-handed Dale. He's in and bowls, and Dale edges behind, and there we are. That is the end of the game. Ollie Robinson celebrates, not just because of the wicket, but because he's picked up 5 wickets in the innings. What a return from Ollie Robinson. 13 overs, 5 for 29. Ben Brown takes the catch, and Sussex have won here comprehensively at Hove. Hampshire bowled out for 150 in their second innings, and Sussex have won here by 94 runs. A terrific performance by Sussex. Phil Salt making 148 runs in the match. Ollie Robinson picking up 8 wickets. 5 wickets for Jack Carson, and all in all a very satisfactory start to the Sussex campaign in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Fitting that Robinson took the final wicket with a nick going through to the keeper. He's just caused so many problems outside off stump. It's a lot to ask of a debutant number 11 to be able to resist fast bowling of that level. So you have to just say fair play to Ollie Robinson and to Sussex, and really maybe for a day and a half there was nothing in it, and since then Sussex have probably the latter half of the match have been just that little bit better than Hampshire, and that's why they're going to win by my maths by 94 runs this afternoon and get their Bob Willis Trophy campaign off to a encouraging start.
Yes, they are, and there go the players making their way off, all touching elbows. Samuel Feast leading the Hampshire players, are Ollie Robinson leading the Sussex players off, and the coaching staff all coming down to congratulate each other as well. I also noticed the Sussex players applauding the Sussex groundsman Ben Gibson, and Bruce Talbot was saying earlier that Ian Gould, the umpire, said it was a very good pitch. So well done to Ben Gibson. A couple of emails that have come in that I haven't read out yet. Hello Adrian, this is from Clive Jacobs, and Clive says, it seems as if the county season will start with a win for Sussex. With Ollie leading the attack so well, he's on fire. It seems the bowling unit is in good form. The batting seems to be brittle still. It has to improve after some truly shocking performances last year. It's probably a good thing that Jason has shuffled the pack. Giving youth a chance makes sense, as this unique season offers all teams a free hit. If some more senior players find that being dropped provides additional motivation, then help will help the county. Keep on keeping us informed. My regards, Clive Jacobs. Thank you, Clive, and thank you for listening. And Paul says, what a great spinner. Watching the live feed you can see the drift he gets, then he can turn it. What a talent. Do you think Sussex should make any changes for the next game against Kent? Also, will there be a live feed of the Kent game? Thanks for your commentary. What a wonderful game it has been. Thank you, Paul. The answer is, I think pretty much all counties now have a live stream. I can't speak for Kent, Paul, but certainly there will be commentary via the BBC website. I'll be there together with the guys from BBC Radio Kent, so very much looking forward to that. So it just remains for me to say thank you for everybody who has contributed through emails and through tweets. Thank you very much indeed. It's great to be back at home, just great to see some cricket really, and a really good 3 days of cricket that on this occasion, Sussex have come out on top, and deservedly so, and I'm sure Hampshire will now go away, and they've got some games in Arundel as well to look forward to. So thank you to the listeners. Thank you also to Dave Allen, I think, who's just left actually. So Dave making his way back to Hampshire. Thank you to Kevin, who was here for the first 2 days, and thank you to Andrew as well. Great to see you.
Thank you. No, really enjoyed this today, and deserved win for Sussex in the end, and great to witness some live cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, everybody. We'll log off now and go and get some post-match reaction. I know Andrew will be going to get some reaction from the Hampshire camp, and I suspect for Sussex we'll try and speak to Ollie Robinson, perhaps the skipper Ben Brown. We are restricted by protocol in terms of how many interviews we can do, so we'll do our best to get what reaction we are allowed to get. But thank you all for listening, and we'll speak again on Saturday when the next round of matches resume. Hampshire with a trip to Radlett to play Middlesex, and Sussex with a trip to Canterbury to play Kent. So for now, from Andrew and myself, thanks very much for listening, and we'll see you another time.
Goodbye.
Wonder who's in news in Sussex. Yeah, thanks, Kerry. You don't know who's reading the news? Do you know?